The man was a time traveler from the 21st century. He proposed using magic to improve agriculture and design more sophisticated tools to increase efficiency. But each time, all they received was a cold rebuke. Everyone believed that noble magic is not for farming. Farming would tarnish the honor of their noble family. So on the day of Lynn's 18th birthday, he was ruthlessly abandoned by the noble family, and directly assigned to be the lord of this border town that was about to be forgotten by the kingdom. The granaries were empty, the soldiers had deserted, and the town was frequently attacked by monsters. Everyone believed that Lynn might disappear along with the town in a few months. Until that day. The depths of the monster forest attracted an ancient dragon that shouldn't have appeared, the apex predator of the continent's food chain. When the sky-covering dragon's shadow descended, what appeared before Lynn was a pink-haired, adorable dragon girl. From then on, dragon magic was used to loosen the soil and cultivate the land. Orc prisoners of war were organized to mine, smelt steel, make coal and forge iron, and the half-elf archmage, who was revered by the world, began to study steam engines and firearms under Lynn's persuasion. While neighboring countries were still waging war over a sack of grain, Lynn's water wheels and improved crops had already filled the granaries. While ignorant nobles were still shouting the glory of knighthood, muskets and cannons had already turned the armored nobles charging into a joke. Starting in a forgotten, dilapidated city, Lynn vows to use technology and modern knowledge to build his own empire. At this moment, Lynn was standing on a simple watchtower, looking down at the dilapidated territory called Winter City. He suppressed the surging anger in his heart, turned around, and walked back to the city lord's mansion. Inside the living room, two middle-aged men with frightened expressions immediately stood up and bowed the moment Lynn entered. The slightly overweight one was Barry, the municipal official in charge of civil affairs and taxation, while the tall and thin one was Hawk, the city defense officer in charge of Winterfell's military defense. Lynn walked directly to the head of the table and sat down, asking succinctly, "I need to know the most accurate information. Barry, you go first." Barry replied cautiously, "My lord, Winterfell currently has no taxes to collect and no grain reserves. The last bit of grain belonging to the 5,456 registered citizens was taken away by the previous lord before he left." Lynn's gaze then turned to the other side. "Hawk, what is the situation of the army?" Hawk's voice was hoarse and low. "Sir, due to the long-term lack of food and pay, there are only about 100 men left who can actually fight." He paused briefly, a hint of despair in his eyes. "There are only a dozen or so junior soldiers, and only one intermediate soldier under my command. The rest are just ordinary civilians who have received some basic training. As for the armory, all that's left are old weapons that are about to be scrapped. In the current situation, let alone defending against attacks from orcs or monsters, even a small band of bandits could easily break through our defenses." After the report, the meeting room fell into a deathly silence. Lynn had already anticipated that the situation in Winterhold would be difficult, but he hadn't expected it to be this bad. In the almost frozen silence, Lynn slowly stood up and waved his hand. "I understand, you can go now." City Magistrate Barry and City Defense Officer Hawk exchanged a glance, both looking bewildered. They had absolutely no idea what the new city lord was planning. After the two left, Lynn turned to the guard captain Charles, who was standing to the side. "Charles, select 5 of your most elite guards, take them with you and bring them crossbows. Come with me to the monster forest to investigate the situation." Anna grabbed Lynn's arm tightly, her eyes filled with worry. "Young master, the monster forest is too dangerous. Even on the outskirts, you might encounter high-level monsters. Let's not go." Lynn's tone was calm but firm. "No, I must go and see for myself to understand the enemies we may face. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease sitting in Winterhold. Don't worry, the outermost monsters are at most tier 1 or 2 magical beasts, which we can handle. Charles is a mid-level warrior, while the rest of us are beginner warriors, so we won't be in too much danger." Seeing Lynn's unwavering gaze, Charles knew that persuasion was useless, so he decisively replied, "Yes, ma'am, I'll go and make the arrangements right away." Half an hour later, Lynn personally led the team, along with Charles and 3 guards, to the monster forest. The Warcraft forest was vast and boundless, and Winterfell was only located on a small outer edge of it. Upon approaching the edge of the forest, Lynn and his companions abandoned their horses and proceeded on foot, carefully traversing the dense woods. "Stay alert," Lynn whispered a reminder. Our objective this time is reconnaissance. If we encounter any second-tier magical beasts, retreat immediately. Just as the group was preparing to venture deeper, a rustling sound suddenly came from the bushes in the distance. Charles immediately made a warning gesture, and everyone quickly held their breath. A moment later, a robust, goat-like magical beast with curved horns emerged from the bushes. It's a Tier 1 magical beast, the wind antelope, Charles whispered close to Lynn's ear. Lynn's eyes lit up, and he quickly drew the hard bow from his back. With a whoosh, the arrow streaked through the air like a meteor, accurately piercing the wind antelope's neck. Accompanied by a short, mournful cry, the beast struggled a few times before collapsing to the ground with a thud. Considering they had been there for a while, Lynn decided to rest and have lunch nearby. They found a small cave nearby, cleaned the antelope carcass, and placed it on a makeshift grill. Charles skillfully flipped the lamb, the grill sizzling with fat. Lynn, meanwhile, took out spices that had already been ground into powder from his small leather pouch. These spices were special plants that Anna had collected from his territory at great expense, thanks to his memories from his previous life. They had effects similar to cumin and chili. Once the spices were evenly sprinkled onto the golden-brown surface of the lamb, a rich aroma immediately filled the air. Even though Captain Charles, the Gudon guard, had tasted this unique flavor before, he still couldn't resist the temptation. Lynn looked at the expectant eyes of the crowd, and a smug smile appeared on his lips. It was this culinary technique from the mysterious East that, with just a few seasonings, could elevate ordinary ingredients to the pinnacle of deliciousness. As they were enjoying this rare meal, no one noticed that the aroma had drifted into the depths of the cave on the breeze. In the silent cave, a massive shadow that had slumbered for hundreds of years stirred slightly. Its golden vertical pupils snapped open, its nostrils flared, and it instinctively sniffed the mouth-watering aroma in the air. Meanwhile, Lynn and the others were still enjoying the delicious taste of the barbecue. The crispy exterior and tender interior, combined with the layers of spices and the spiciness of the chili, made them almost want to swallow their tongues. Just then, a slight tremor suddenly came from beneath their feet. At first, everyone thought it was an illusion, but the tremor soon returned, each time more pronounced than the last, as if some enormous creature was slowly awakening beneath the ground. Chief of the guards, Charles, frowned, raised his weapon, and warily surveyed his surroundings. The sudden commotion put him on edge. Just then, a flock of birds suddenly took flight from the forest, screeching as if they had been greatly frightened, swarming densely overhead. A deep rumbling sound grew louder as it approached, and countless panicked wild beasts burst out of the forest like madmen, scattering in all directions as if fleeing some terrifying presence that chilled them to the bone. All guards on alert! Charles growled in a low voice. The other two guards reacted immediately, grabbing their weapons and shielding Lynn in the center. Charles and his companions were all seasoned veterans, and they naturally understood that such an unusual phenomenon meant that something extremely dangerous was about to happen. Lynn's heart sank, his brow furrowed as he quickly analyzed the situation in his mind. What kind of being could have caused such a disturbance in the ecosystem surrounding the entire demon beast forest? Suddenly, an even more violent roar came from the horizon. The sound contained an almost tyrannical pressure, making it difficult for them to even breathe. As the deafening roar drew ever closer, it was accompanied by violent tremors. The heavens and earth seemed to shake, yet in the next instant, the entire world suddenly fell into a deathly silence. The silence was more oppressive than the roar. The guards gripped their weapons tightly, cold sweat trickling down their foreheads, their eyes warily fixed on what lay ahead. Suddenly, a gigantic head, larger than the cave entrance itself, appeared before them. The head was covered with neat, fine silver scales, and two ferocious giant horns curved backward. Standing between them was a golden vertical pupil, half the height of a person, cold and ruthless, slowly sweeping over the location where Lynn and the others were. With that one glance, Lynn felt as if his blood had frozen, and a bone-chilling cold rushed from the soles of his feet to his head, as if death had descended. Clang! Under the gaze of the golden vertical pupils, the two guards beside Lynn's legs went weak and they collapsed to the ground, their weapons falling limply to the side. Only Charles, a mid-level warrior, managed to keep his body upright, gripping his longsword tightly, though his hands were already trembling violently and uncontrollably. "It's a dragon!" Charles's voice was hoarse, almost a roar. How could a dragon appear here? My lord, run! An adult dragon is at least a peak 4th tier being. Only a sword saint or a grand magister can fight against it. Lynn felt waves of fear surging from the depths of his bones. But he knew very well that running away was pointless in front of this peak 4th tier dragon. Even if the 4 of them joined forces, they couldn't withstand a single blow from it, let alone 10 or 100 times stronger. Forcibly suppressing his inner panic, Lynn desperately tried to calm himself down. He began to reassess the situation and realized that a direct confrontation was hopeless. He had to find another way. Just then, he noticed that although the golden vertical pupil was staring at the 4 of them, its focus seemed to be not on them, but on the antelope meat on the grill behind him. An absurd yet clear thought suddenly surfaced in Lynn's mind. He suddenly remembered the anime he had watched in his previous life, those gods or dragons, who sometimes got tempted by food. Could it be that this dragon, standing proudly at the top of the food chain, was attracted by the aroma? Lynn slowly bent down, took a roasted lamb leg from the grill, and carefully carried it forward, trying to offer the delicious food to the dragon. He had barely taken a step when Charles immediately turned pale with fright and cried out anxiously, "Sir, be careful! Don't go near it!" Lynn waved his hand, signaling Charles not to move. He continued to approach the dragon, holding up the golden brown, fragrant leg of lamb. Sure enough, as he moved, the pair of golden vertical pupils also moved slowly, remaining fixed on the roasted lamb leg in Lynn's hand. When Lynn reached the cave entrance, the huge dragon head also slowly retreated, revealing its enormous body that almost blotted out the sky. The colossal dragon stretched across the forest clearing like a mountain range, its silvery white scales gleaming with a cold luster in the sunlight, its body subtly crisscrossed with dark golden patterns. Its enormous wings, pressed tightly against its sides, still obscured half the sky even when not fully extended. Standing before this colossal creature, Lynn felt as insignificant as dust. He suppressed the tremor that gripped his very soul and hurled the roasted lamb leg in his hand. The dragon stirred slightly, opened its mouth, and swallowed the meat whole. At that moment, Lynn clearly saw a flicker of surprise cross his previously cold, golden eyes. The dragon paused for a moment, its enormous eyes seeming to fall into deep thought, as if it were savoring the taste of such delicious food for the first time. Lynn felt slightly relieved, and forced what she thought was a friendly smile onto her lips as she cautiously asked, We still have some barbecue here, would you like some more?" In the deathly silent cave, Lynn's voice was exceptionally clear. Faced with his invitation, the dragon hesitated for only a moment, then nodded gently in a remarkably human-like manner. The next second, its massive body seemed almost impatient, slowly leaning forward, attempting to squeeze into the narrow cave. Boom! The cave shook violently as rocks fell. The dragon's head, as hard as metal, slammed into the cave wall, creating a spiderweb-like network of cracks on the rock surface. Lynn's heart leaped into his throat. If the cave collapsed, the 4 of them would likely be buried in an instant. "No, no, no! Don't push! This hole will collapse! We'll take the meat out for you to eat!" Lynn hurriedly stopped them, his voice trembling. Hearing Lynn's words, the dragon indeed stopped moving. It seemed to realize that its massive body was indeed unsuitable for this cramped space. A thoughtful look flashed in its golden vertical pupils. The next moment, a sudden change occurred. Suddenly, the dragon's body emitted a dazzling golden light, so intense that Lynn and the others involuntarily closed their eyes. When Lynn forced himself to open his eyes again, enduring the stinging pain, the scene before him left him utterly stunned. The enormous dragon's body was shrinking rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the golden light dissipated, the giant dragon that had occupied the entire open space had disappeared, replaced by the figure of a petite girl. She was a petite girl who looked no more than 1.4 meters tall. She had long, flowing pink hair and skin as white as snow. She wore a uniquely styled little dress, giving her an otherworldly, dreamlike appearance. At that moment, the pink-haired girl tilted her head, her round, golden eyes fixed on Lynn with wide, curious eyes. Lynn's mind went blank. Meanwhile, the head guard Charles and the other 2 guards standing to the side practically popped their eyes out of their sockets. They simply couldn't comprehend what they were seeing. The colossal dragon capable of destroying a city had transformed into a beautifully sculpted young girl. Lynn's mind raced through past records, but none of them mentioned that a dragon could transform into human form. However, before Lynn could recover from his shock, The seemingly harmless pink-haired girl in front of him suddenly puffed out her cheeks and sniffed the air incessantly. Soon, her golden eyes were fixed on the last piece of roasted lamb leg on the campfire. The girl stretched out her delicate white hand, pointed at the roasted meat, and said in a soft but undeniable tone, "Meat, I want to eat meat." Her voice was clear and melodious, exceptionally cute, a stark contrast to the ferocious war beast she had been before. Lynn instinctively stepped aside to make way for the girl, leading her to the grill. The pink-haired girl looked at the roasted lamb leg, which was almost half her body length, and reached out and grabbed it without hesitation, seemingly oblivious to the flames on the grill. Her delicate, white hands lifted the lamb leg directly from the fire, as if the flames couldn't burn her at all. Under the stunned gazes of Lynn and the 3 guards, the girl opened her small mouth and began to devour the lamb leg. She ate with great relish, her rosy cheeks smeared with oil, her eyes narrowed into happy crescents. Even after eating the entire roasted antelope down to its skeleton, her petite body didn't even show the slightest abdominal movement. After devouring most of the roasted lamb, the girl licked her fingers with lingering satisfaction, then looked up at Lynn, her golden eyes shining brightly. "Meat, I want more! I want to eat lots and lots of delicious meat!" Looking at this sudden change, Lynn's fear had already faded away, replaced by an indescribable strange feeling something seems wrong with this dragon. Aren't dragons in legends all cold, arrogant, and disdainful of others? But this pink-haired girl in front of me, no matter how you look at her, seems like a not-so-bright, cute, and gluttonous girl, and doesn't seem so unapproachable. A glutton, simple-minded, and with explosive combat power. A bold idea suddenly flashed through Lynn's mind. If he could trick this dragon into joining his side, what would the crisis in Winterfell or the future threat of the Orc Empire matter? Thinking of this, the tension and wariness on Lynn's face vanished instantly, replaced by a gentle and friendly smile. "No problem, of course no problem, I'll make you more and better food right away." His tone even carried a hint of doting. With that, Lynn immediately turned to Charles, who was still in a daze, and ordered, "Charles, quick, take them to hunt a few more big prey nearby. The bigger the better. Also, clean up the rabbits we hunted earlier." "Yes, sir," Charles snapped out of his daze. Although his mind hadn't quite caught up yet, he instinctively led his men into action. After the guards left, Lynn sat back down in front of the pink-haired girl, his face beaming with smiles. "Miss Long, hello. My name is Lynn Austin, and I am the lord of the nearby Winterfell city. May I ask your name?" Lynn's voice was as gentle as syrup, and he seemed like a completely different person, like an uncle soothing a child. The girl tilted her head and mumbled, "My name is Mia." "Mia, what a lovely name," Lynn said with admiration, and continued in a gentle tone. "By the way, Mia, have you always lived in this forest?" Mia nodded and pointed to the depths of the forest. "I've always slept there. If it weren't for the delicious smell of your roasted meat, I would still be sleeping right now." Upon hearing this, Lynn became even more certain of his judgment. The dragon had indeed been attracted by the aroma. He thought to himself that if he could keep Mia in Winterfell, even if it was just out of greed for food, he would have a trump card to suppress all his enemies. Chapter 4: A Deception from Another World. Lynn politely apologized, saying he had accidentally woken Mia. But he immediately changed the subject, his tone becoming concerned, asking why she was sleeping alone there and where her parents were. Lynn was actually testing the waters. If Mia's family was nearby, he wouldn't dare to act rashly, since even the capital city would struggle to deal with a 3-headed dragon. When Mia heard about her parents, her eyes dimmed, and she whispered that they had left long ago, saying she would find them when she grew up. Although Lynn feigned sympathy, he was secretly pleased. It seemed this dragon was now all alone and easy to fool. He then added with a smile that Mia must be quite lonely and hadn't had a good meal in a long time. These words immediately struck a chord with Mia, whose eyes lit up and she nodded repeatedly. She complained that the food in the forest was terrible, raw, fishy, hard, and tough. She wished she hadn't slept for so long if she had known there was good food. Lynn felt more at ease, and his smile became even gentler as he continued to entice the little foodie with food. He said that the barbecue was just an appetizer, and there was also hot pot, braised pork, stir-fried pork, mapo tofu, and so on. Whatever the little foodie wanted, he could have. As he spoke, he observed Mia's reaction. Sure enough, with each dish he named, Mia swallowed hard, her eyes practically sparkling. After Lynn finished speaking, he stood up and extended an invitation to Mia in a sincere yet slightly seductive tone. Look how desolate and boring this forest is, and the food isn't good either. Why don't you come with me to Winterfell for some fun? There are soft beds, fun gadgets, and different delicious food every day. Mia was clearly tempted, her golden eyes flashing with a struggling light as she began to hesitate. On one hand, Lynn's description of a food paradise was too tempting. It was practically every foodie's ultimate dream. But on the other hand, a voice inside her reminded her, her parents had warned her not to trust humans easily. She muttered to herself that humans were cunning and dangerous, and that her parents had always told her to stay away from them. Seeing this, Lynn secretly chuckled to himself, but remained outwardly calm. Dealing with these simple-minded foodies required patience and a slow, deliberate approach. It was much more effective that way. So he simply sat down and chatted with Mia, behaving like a friend. Aren't we friends now? You know my name is Lynn, and I know you're Mia, so we're acquainted, right? By the way, do you remember how long you've been asleep? Mia was taken aback by the question, tilted her head and thought for a moment. It must have been a long time. I remember there was a big mountain here before I fell asleep, but it's all gone now. She gestured as she spoke, looking incredibly cute. Lynn raised an eyebrow. The information didn't mention any mountains nearby. It seemed this seemingly adorable girl was actually an ancient relic who had lived for countless years. As they were talking, Lynn's guards returned, carrying an unconscious groundhog, a large yak, and several rabbits. Upon seeing this, Lynn immediately smiled and got up, instructing everyone to prepare dinner. Charles, prepare the pig and cut it into pieces, skewer the rabbit and roast it later. Our friend is starving. Yes, sir. The guards immediately got to work. Mia's attention was completely drawn to the ingredients, and she watched with curiosity every step of their preparation. She couldn't understand why the seemingly ordinary meat suddenly became so delicious after being handled by human hands. The moment spices were sprinkled, the aroma exploded, filling the air with a rich fragrance. Mia sat ramrod straight, her mouth slightly open, her eyes fixed on the roasted meat. Lynn could hear her swallowing. Where was the majesty of a dragon? She looked nothing like a greedy little glutton. Before long, the first skewer of meat was grilled, and Mia couldn't wait to grab it and devour it in a few bites. Then she swept up the rest of the skewers in a whirlwind, leaving not even a bone fragment. While eating rabbit skewers, Lynn continued chatting with her about the interesting things that happened in the forest, the atmosphere like that of old friends. The guards nearby were dumbfounded, almost unable to believe their eyes. When Mia first appeared, her ferocious dragon head and golden vertical pupils nearly scared them out of their wits. That was a legendary dragon that could breathe fire and destroy cities. Who would have thought she would be sitting so casually eating roasted meat? The more they looked at Lynn, the more they admired him. Such courage and boldness were probably unmatched in the entire kingdom. Of course, what they didn't know was that Lynn's soul actually came from another world. In his original world, taming dragons, making deals with demon kings, and conversing with gods were commonplace. So Lynn felt no fear when facing a dragon like Mia. He simply saw a sentient being who could communicate and had a voracious appetite. After eating and drinking her fill, Mia patted her belly and let out a satisfied burp, her face beaming with a happy and content smile. Lynn pressed his advantage, extending another invitation, saying, I also had braised pork made today. It smells even better than this roasted meat. You can go take a look and try it, he said. If you don't like it, you can always come back. Chapter 5 An Irresistible Temptation. Mia tilted her head, listening to Lynn's unfamiliar names of delicious food, and her mouth watered uncontrollably again. She remembered her parents saying that humans are cunning and shouldn't be trusted easily. But now, that warning was completely overwhelmed by the allure of the food. Lynn not only treated her to a good meal but also wanted to be her friend, so they weren't strangers anymore. Once she understood this, Mia jumped up, excitedly ran to Lynn, grabbed his hand, and her little face was full of anticipation. Braised pork sounds delicious! Let's go now! Lynn was overjoyed to hear this, but he maintained his gentle smile. He nodded and said, Then let's hurry up and get going, or we'll miss our meal. He subtly winked at Charles, and the guards immediately understood, quickly starting to pack up and prepare to leave. The only important thing now was to bring this gluttonous dragon back to Winterfell. Before long, the group returned to where the horses were tethered, but trouble arose again. The horses, which had been full of energy, all suddenly went weak in the knees and collapsed to the ground upon seeing Mia approach. Charles was stunned. This? Lynn also frowned, looking at Mia's innocent expression. Although Mia had tried her best to suppress her aura, she was, after all, a dragon, and that innate sense of oppression was something that ordinary horses could not withstand. Lynn thought for a moment and made a decisive decision. Charles, you go back to the city first. I'll take Mia and walk back. That won't do, sir! Charles reflexively objected, his tone firm. It's too dangerous for you and Miss Mia to be out there. It's my responsibility to protect you. Lynn sighed helplessly, then pointed to Mia, who was poking a horse's rump with a stick. Charles, look, she's right next to me. If anyone can hurt me in front of her, then you guys are useless, right? Charles's expression immediately became interesting. He looked at Mia, then at Lynn, and finally gave a wry smile, nodding in agreement. Understood, we will return to the city to arrange everything. Lynn nodded. Also, tell Anna to remember to prepare the braised pork. After Charles and the others left, Lynn naturally took Mia's little hand, and the two walked side by side along the forest path leading to Winterfell. The atmosphere was warm and cozy, like an older brother taking his younger sister for a stroll in the woods. But Lynn quickly realized the harsh reality. It was dozens of kilometers from here to Winterfell, and with his first-tier warrior's stamina, he might not even make it by nightfall. So he stopped and looked at Mia. Mia, we're going too slowly like this. We might not be able to get home by tonight. Mia pouted and her eyes widened immediately upon hearing this. If they couldn't go back, they wouldn't be able to eat braised pork. That was unacceptable. She quickly shook Lynn's hand and, on a whim, offered a solution. Lynn, how about I transform back into a dragon, grab you with my claws, and whoosh, fly back? She waved her little arms excitedly, mimicking flying. Upon hearing this, Lynn immediately shook her head and refused. No way. A dragon flying directly over the city? That scene would probably terrify the entire city into a riot. To ordinary people, dragons are synonymous with the end of the world, and no one would believe that a dragon would listen to humans. More importantly, if Mia's identity were exposed, those greedy nobles and royalty would not stand idly by. If they tricked Mia away one day, they would suffer a huge loss. So Lynn patiently explained. Mia, you have to keep your true identity a secret. If you fly there, everyone will be scared, the city will be in chaos, and people won't be able to live normally. Then there won't even be any ingredients to cook with. To make Mia understand, he simply put the keyword, food ingredients, at the very beginning. Sure enough, the trick worked immediately. Upon hearing that there might be no ingredients to cook, Mia immediately wilted, her little face full of distress. Although she didn't quite understand what it meant for trade routes to be cut off, she understood very well that without ingredients, there would be no good food. Lynn thought for a moment and then asked, Do you have any other methods like magic that makes you fly faster? Mia shook her head, looking aggrieved. My dragon language magic is all for fighting, not for everyday life. Lynn was speechless. It seemed that the dragon's magic system didn't consider practicality at all. Just as he was worrying about how to get back to the city, Mia's eyes suddenly lit up, as if she had thought of a brilliant idea. She patted her small chest and said confidently, I'm very strong, I'll carry you back. It's only a few dozen kilometers, we'll get there in no time. Lynn was taken aback. He subconsciously looked down at the little girl who only reached his waist, then looked at his own 1.8-meter height. But then he thought that there really wasn't a more suitable way. Chapter 6 Experiencing the All-in-One Service. All right. Lynn finally compromised, but he made a small request. He instructed Mia to take a detour around the main road and not let anyone see him being carried back to the city, otherwise he would lose face in front of his people. Although Mia didn't quite understand Lynn's concerns, the thought of braised pork made her readily agree to cooperate and do whatever Lynn said. Having reached a consensus, Lynn felt as if he had embarked on a path of no return. He took a deep breath and slowly leaned down to climb onto Mia's back. Lynn had thought Mia, looking so petite, would be uncomfortable to carry, but to his surprise her body was soft, warm, and had a faint fragrance. Lying there, Lynn imagined the possibility of becoming a dragon knight. Even though Mia was currently in human form, her true form was a magnificent dragon. Just imagining the expressions on the faces of those noble young masters in the capital when they found out, Lynn almost burst out laughing. They'd probably be so envious they'd want to punch someone. The most prestigious knights in the kingdom right now are Griffin Riders, and the title of Dragon Rider hasn't been dared to be mentioned for centuries. Could it be that he'd secretly become a legendary figure? Just as Lynn was lost in his fantasy, Mia called out softly, "Let's go!" Immediately afterward, Lynn's vision blurred, and the scenery around him became a blurry afterimage. The wind howled in his ears, and he felt a mixture of weightlessness and dizziness. He could only hold on to Mia's body tightly, keeping his eyes closed the whole time. This speed was 100 times more thrilling than roller coasters or drop towers in my previous life. It was pure extreme sports. After flying for an unknown amount of time, when Mia finally stopped, Lynn staggered to the ground and leaned against the tree trunk, retching for a while. "Lynn, you're so weak!" Mia stood beside him, excitedly complaining. She seemed to have thoroughly enjoyed her flying experience. Lynn didn't even have the energy to respond. He waved his hand, leaned against a tree for a while to recover, and then straightened his cloak and hair. He took Mia's hand and walked towards the gates of Winterfell. When the two appeared at the city gate, the guards immediately spotted Lynn and stood at attention. However, upon seeing the pink-haired little girl beside Lynn, everyone looked on with curiosity, but dared not ask any questions. Lynn simply calmly instructed them to have Charles come to the city lord's mansion to find him upon his return, and the soldiers immediately nodded in agreement. Entering the streets of Winterfell, one is greeted by potholed dirt roads and rows of dilapidated wooden houses. The city's ruin is heartbreaking. Few pedestrians are on the streets, and the few emaciated citizens who occasionally pass by all keep their heads down, avoiding Lynn's gaze. When they see Lynn's noble cloak, their eyes reveal not only awe but also deep fear and repulsion. Lynn keenly sensed this, and his heart sank. He knew this wasn't directed at him, but rather a legacy left by the previous lord. The old baron had exploited this land too ruthlessly. High taxes and years of exploitation had turned it into a barren land, and the people had long since become numb, no longer expecting any change. They probably saw him as yet another nobleman coming to exploit them, and held no hope for him. In this territory, how could they possibly collect taxes? Lynn knew very well that if he continued to oppress them, they would collapse first. These few thousand people struggling on the edge of poverty were the very foundation Lynn would have to protect and revitalize in the future. To change everything, the first thing is to feed these people and give them a glimmer of hope that their lives can get better. Mia seemed to sense something too, and gently tugged at Lynn's sleeve, asking him softly, "Lynn, why do they all look so sad, and the food they're having looks so awful?" Lynn looked down into her pure golden eyes and said gently, "Because they haven't had enough to eat in so long. But don't worry, I'll make sure they have hot meals soon." This answer wasn't just for Mia. It was more like a vow Lynn made to himself. He would change the fate of this land. As they entered the city lord's mansion, Lynn immediately spotted a familiar figure, Anna. Anna was absent-mindedly sweeping dust from the entrance, occasionally glancing up at the city gate. Her light blue eyes were filled with worry and anticipation, and she appeared extremely anxious. Anna froze the moment Lynn appeared at the door. Then, a tearful, "Young master!" escaped her lips, her voice trembling, almost breaking. She dropped the broom and threw herself into Lynn's arms, hugging him tightly around the waist, her whole body shaking. "Why, young master, you're finally back! Anna was so worried about you." Lynn smiled slightly, gently put his arm around her shoulder, and patted her back reassuringly. "All right, I'm back safe and sound, aren't I? Stop crying, you're a grown woman, why are you still shedding tears?" Mia, standing to the side, tilted her head, looking at this strange scene with a face full of curiosity. She looked at Lynn and Anna, who were hugging tightly, then looked down at her own hand, still holding Lynn's, completely baffled. Mia was still unfamiliar with this kind of human emotion. In her long life, she had never experienced anything as complex as emotional fluctuations. She just felt that Anna seemed to care a lot about Lynn, but she couldn't explain why. Realizing her blunder, Anna's face flushed crimson. She quickly released Lynn, stepped aside, and twisted the hem of her dress, too ashamed to look up. Only then did she notice the pink-haired girl beside Lynn, who was still staring at her curiously. Chapter 7: The Gluttonous Little Dragon. Anna had just stepped away from Lynn's embrace when her gaze was suddenly drawn to the pink-haired girl in front of her, and she couldn't help but gasp softly. She instinctively bent down to look the little girl in the eye, her gaze softening, and her voice becoming exceptionally gentle. Wow, what an adorable little sister! Young master, who is she? As she asked, she couldn't help but reach out and gently stroke Mia's soft, long pink hair. Lynn's heart skipped a beat, and she wanted to stop her. After all, this seemingly adorable little girl was actually a dragon capable of crushing city walls with a single claw. But unexpectedly, Mia didn't resist at all. Instead, she looked at the beautiful older sister in front of her with curiosity, letting her stroke her head. Anna stroked Mia's hair lovingly as she continued to speculate. Whose little girl is she? Is she lost? Lynn was taken aback by the question and didn't know how to explain. He couldn't very well say that she was a dragon, and he had tricked her back with roast meat, could he? That would scare people to death. After a second of thought, Lynn calmly said, Her name is Mia. From today onwards, she is my sister and will live in this castle. Sister? Anna was clearly surprised. She glanced at Lynn, then at Mia. The two didn't look like siblings at all, even their hair colors were completely different. But she didn't ask any further questions. As his personal maid, she only needed to trust Lynn. I see. Anna nodded, smiling gently without a trace of doubt. Lynn then smiled and patted Anna on the shoulder. All right, stop standing there and go prepare dinner. We have a new member joining today, so make dinner more elaborate. Prepare 10 times the usual amount of dishes, especially the braised pork, make extra of it. Anna was completely bewildered, her mind filled with questions. Why make 10 times the amount for just a few people? However, she didn't ask further, simply nodding obediently. Yes, young master. After Anna left, Lynn nodded in satisfaction, secretly relieved that she was there. Lynn considered himself well versed in theoretical knowledge, able to speak fluently about recipes, but when it came to actually cooking, even he himself found the taste appalling. On the contrary, Anna, this local girl, was extremely talented. She could perfectly replicate his descriptions and make delicious Chinese dishes that looked and smelled wonderful. Her comprehension and practical skills were a godsend, and she even made dishes that tasted better than Lynn's own. Afterwards, Lynn led Mia to the old courtyard behind the city lord's mansion. The two found a relatively clean set of steps to sit down, and Mia naturally leaned against Lynn, swinging her legs in the air, looking quite relaxed. Looking at her carefree appearance, Lynn felt it necessary to talk to her about the rules. Mia, this will be our home from now on, but there are some rules to remember. Mia blinked and asked curiously. Rules? Are there any things we can't eat? Lynn laughed and shook his head. No, the first and most important rule is that you can't let others know you're a dragon, and you can't use dragon language magic casually. Mia nodded, not fully understanding, but still did as instructed. Second, you are not allowed to harm the people in the city. They are all ordinary and vulnerable. Mia nodded again, indicating that she remembered. Third, if you want to eat anything, encounter any problems, or if anyone bullies you, remember to come to me immediately. Lynn paused for a moment, then added, Of course, if someone insists on bullying you, then you should beat them up. If you can't beat them up, then we'll beat them up together. These words made Mia burst out laughing, her golden eyes curving into adorable crescents, her smile radiant and healing. At that moment, sunlight shone on the two of them, creating a tranquil and warm scene, much like a close moment between siblings. A fragrant aroma wafted from the courtyard shortly after. Mia's little nose twitched incessantly, clearly completely captivated by the scent. Anna appeared at the door, smiling, and said, Young master, dinner is ready. Lynn stood up and took Mia's hand. Let's go eat. The table was laden with food. Besides the braised pork, there was a golden brown roast chicken, refreshing stir-fries, and a large pot of steaming broth. Mia froze at the sight of the braised pork, her face contorted with craving, her mouth practically watering. Forgetting all pretense of modesty, she immediately shook off Lynn's hand, rushed to the table, and stood on tiptoe to grab the piece of braised pork. Wait! Lynn quickly grabbed Mia's small hand. Before eating, you need to learn how to use the utensils. He took out the small knife, fork, and chopsticks specially made for Mia and patiently introduced them one by one. This is a fork, used to skewer meat. This is a spoon, used to drink soup. These are chopsticks, used to pick up food. Mia frowned, looking a little bewildered, and tried to imitate Lynn's movements clumsily but earnestly. Anna stood to the side, a gentle smile on her face, quietly watching the scene of the siblings interacting. Once Mia had roughly mastered the use of the knife and fork, the three of them finally sat down and began their meal. Lynn first placed a piece of braised pork in Mia's bowl, then picked up another piece for himself. Even though he had eaten there several times before, he couldn't help but admire Anna's cooking skills. It was no worse than the chefs he had eaten at in his previous life. Once Mia mastered using the utensils, she immediately entered a voracious eating mode. Her little mouth bulged, stuffing herself completely, leaving no room to speak, only the satisfying sounds of chewing. Chapter 8 Future Plans for the Territory. Lynn watched Mia eat with such satisfaction that a smile involuntarily crept onto his face. He chuckled inwardly, thinking that tonight's meal had completely won her over. From the forest barbecue to tonight's feast, this adorable little dragon had been thoroughly subdued and wouldn't be leaving easily in the future. He turned to look at Anna, who was sitting quietly beside him, gently chewing the food on her plate with graceful movements. Lynn suddenly recalled how she had been when she first came to his side. Back then, Anna was more awe-inspiring than affectionate towards him, trembling and afraid to look up. Even when Lynn asked her to sit down and eat, Anna would immediately kneel down in fright, her face pale, completely daring not to disobey the master-servant hierarchy. In this world of strict social hierarchy between nobles and commoners, dining together at the same table was almost tantamount to a grave offense. If Lynn hadn't repeatedly reassured her and emphasized that they were family, Anna probably wouldn't be sitting here peacefully sharing a meal. To Lynn, Anna was no longer just an ordinary maid, but one of his closest and most trusted family members. In contrast, he and Anna ate at a normal pace and quickly finished, then tacitly turned their gaze to the other side of the table. There, Mia had a mountain of plates and dishes piled up in front of her, yet she ate with focused elegance. She didn't wolf down her food, but her movements were astonishingly fast, one bite after another, the food disappearing in a dazzling display. Only then did Anna understand why Lynn had asked her to prepare 10 times the usual amount of food. This was the reason. She glanced at Mia discreetly, then at Lynn again, her curiosity about this sister's identity growing stronger. Meanwhile, Mia, having finished her meal, beamed with happiness, sat down next to Lynn, her little legs swinging back and forth, her eyes sparkling. Seeing this, Lynn affectionately reached out and ruffled her pink hair, asking with a smile, "How is it? Better than the roast meat in the forest, right?" Mia nodded without hesitation, her eyes firm, as if she had just made a major decision. It's delicious. Mia wants to eat it every day from now on." Lynn smiled again and continued in a tone like coaxing a kitten. "Don't worry, there will be even better food in the future. Everything will be available. Anna will make it for you." Mia's eyes crinkled into crescents with joy, and she nuzzled Lynn's arm like a clingy kitten conquered by delicious food. At that moment, she completely lacked the majesty of a dragon, acting like a docile, little sister, who had been thoroughly fed. Lynn finally felt completely relieved. With Mia there, Winterfell's defenses were effectively raised from 0 to the level of an imperial capital. Just as the three were enjoying themselves, there was a knock at the door. A moment later, a maid led in the head guard, Charles, and 2 personal guards. The men looked travel-worn and immediately knelt on one knee to pay their respects. Charles looked up, surprised, and said, "My lord, you've returned so quickly. I thought you wouldn't be back until late at night." Lynn felt a little embarrassed. After all, he had been delivered back by a little girl, and it was too shameful to talk about it. He coughed and said vaguely, "Something happened on the way, so I got back ahead of schedule. You've had a hard time, get up." "Yes." The 3 of them stood up, their eyes involuntarily falling on Mia next to Lynn. Even though she appeared harmless at this moment, with a rosy face and innocent movements, everyone knew that she was a dragon capable of summoning wind and rain. Even sitting quietly next to Lynn, she brought an inexplicable sense of oppression to the 3 of them, who subconsciously felt awe. After everyone was settled, Lynn gave his next orders. "Charles, there are 2 things I need you to do immediately." "Please give your orders, sir." Lynn nodded and said, "First, starting tomorrow, you will organize a stable hunting team to hunt on the outskirts of the monster forest, making sure there is enough meat every day." "Yes." Charles nodded without hesitation. "Second, inform Mayor Barry to meet at the Central Square tomorrow morning. I have an important announcement to make." Although he wasn't clear on the specifics, Charles replied firmly, "I'll take care of it immediately." Just as he was about to leave, Lynn called him back. "Wait, there's one more thing." Lynn's tone turned serious, and he looked directly at the group. "Mia's identity must be kept secret. Only the three of you are allowed to know, and no one is permitted to divulge it. He continued. Once the situation stabilizes, I will give you generous rewards. With Mia around, Winter City's development will be excellent. But if anyone leaks the information, causing Mia to leave, what awaits us may be a devastating beast tide. These words made Charles and his two companions tense up, and they immediately knelt on one knee and swore again. Rest assured, sir, we will never reveal a single word. Lynn nodded and looked at the two guards. Now that we have established a foothold in Winter City, you can bring your families here. With Mia here, Winter City is safer than Thunder Territory, and their lives will definitely be happier in the future. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Yes, Lord! After the two left, Lynn gave Charles a final instruction. The two of them will stay and guard the city lord's mansion. Do not assign them any missions outside. If they leave without cause, report to me immediately. Charles's expression hardened, and he nodded solemnly. Understood, sir. Chapter 9 Gentle Shackles. As night fell, soft candlelight illuminated the castle corridors, casting a warm glow. After dinner, Lynn had Anna take Mia to bathe. Although Mia was a dragon, naturally clean and even possessed a natural fragrance, Lynn felt that since they were to live in the human world, they should adopt human habits, and bathing was essential. Mia looked puzzled, tilting her head in confusion. Isn't it just jumping into the water and spinning around a couple of times? Why do we need to prepare hot water? Lynn was too lazy to explain further, and simply had Anna take her to experience it. Once Mia had actually tried it, she would naturally understand. Sure enough, half an hour later, a series of silvery laughs rang out from outside the washroom. A little girl in her pajamas rushed out, like a happy little butterfly after a bath, and buried her head in Lynn's arms. Lynn, Lynn! Taking a bath is so comfortable, soaking in hot water feels so good. Mia hugged Lynn, her eyes sparkling, her hair wet and smelling of soap. Lynn caught her steadily, gently stroking her hair, the fresh scent of her bath filling his nostrils. Anna also approached at that moment, smiling as she reminded him. Young master, your bathwater is ready. Lynn nodded, put Mia down, and was about to go take a bath when Mia suddenly looked up and asked, Lynn, you haven't bathed yet, why don't you bathe with me? Lynn was taken aback. This question was too impactful. Even with 2 lifetimes of experience, he was left feeling awkward. He could only patiently explain the difference between men and women. Mia looked like she understood, but still nodded obediently. Lynn told her to sit on a chair in the living room and wait, instructing her. I'll take a shower and be right back. Don't wander off. I'll take you to your room later. Mia nodded earnestly, her 2 small hands neatly placed on her knees, her posture as upright as a primary school student listening attentively in class. Lynn, don't worry, I'll definitely wait here obediently for you to come back. Lynn smiled and left, walking with Anna towards the bathroom, increasingly satisfied with this well-behaved little dragon. Half an hour later, Lynn changed into clean casual clothes, returning to the living room looking refreshed. Sure enough, Mia was still sitting quietly in her seat, swinging her legs and humming an unknown tune. Seeing Lynn return, she immediately jumped off the stool, ran over, and naturally extended her little hand, her sweet demeanor melting hearts. Lynn smiled, took her hand, and led Mia to a side room in the backyard, a room prepared for her in advance. The door opened to reveal a clean and tidy room. The bed was soft and white, and the furniture, though simple, was cozy and inviting, creating a very comfortable atmosphere by candlelight. Lynn introduced. Mia, this will be your room from now on. That bed is the soft, big bed I was talking about. Mia's eyes lit up. She let go of Lynn's hand and plunged onto the bed, rolling around on it like a playful little animal. So comfortable. Much better than that stone bed. She peeked out from under the covers, smiling like a contented kitten. Lynn, standing beside her, couldn't help but smile too. He knew that once Mia got used to everything here, the clean bed, the warm lights, the hot meals, she wouldn't want to leave. Compared to the desolate forest, the warmth of the human world was the real temptation. Lynn walked to the bedside, pulled the covers up for Mia, and said softly, It's getting late, get some rest, I'll come find you again tomorrow. But as soon as he finished speaking, Mia froze, as if someone had pressed a pause button. She sat up, her golden eyes filled with confusion, her small face etched with disappointment and panic. Lynn, where are you going? Aren't you sleeping with Mia? Lynn smiled wryly, squatted down and ruffled her hair, continuing to explain. Didn't I just say that men and women are different and can't sleep together? I'll come find you first thing tomorrow morning, okay? Okay. Mia lowered her head, responded softly, and slumped back into the covers, her expression clearly unhappy. Lynn almost couldn't help but laugh at her abandoned expression. This little dragon wore her emotions on her sleeve, completely unguarded. He patted her head and coaxed her with a smile. All right, don't be sad. I'll take you to the city tomorrow, and Anna will cook you something delicious. Hearing the keywords play and delicious, Mia's eyes lit up again. Really? When have I ever lied to you? Lynn responded gently. Having received the promise, Mia finally regained her energy and grinned happily. After calming the little foodie who had been conquered by the delicious food, Lynn stood up and left the room with Anna, who was quietly smiling beside him. Chapter 10. A heartwarming everyday life. Night fell, the castle candles lit up, and warm light spilled into the bedroom. Anna was making Lynn's bed when she finally couldn't suppress her questions and asked softly, Young master, what exactly is Miss Mia's identity? Her appetite is enormous, and you seem to care about her quite a bit. Lynn turned around after hearing this, his gaze falling on Anna's slightly flushed face, a teasing smile in his eyes. Is the little maid jealous? No, no! Anna blushed like a boiled shrimp, quickly lowering her head and whispering her explanation. I'm just curious that no matter what you do, young master, Anna will always be by your side and support you forever. Hearing these soft yet firm words, Lynn's eyes softened. He stepped forward and picked Anna up in his arms. That depends on Anna's performance tonight, Lynn whispered in her ear. If you do well, I'll tell you the secret about Mia. Anna called out softly, her blushing face buried in Lynn's chest, her small body trembling slightly with nervousness. The room was filled with the flickering candlelight, the night was quiet and gentle. About half an hour later, the bedroom returned to stillness. Anna lay on Lynn's chest, her orange hair falling messily over her shoulders, her face still flushed, her eyes full of affection. Lynn gently stroked her back and said softly, What I'm about to tell you, besides Charles and the others, is something only you know right now. He slowly and earnestly revealed Mia's true identity, and the entire room fell silent as if time had frozen. Anna stood frozen, clutching Lynn, her face growing paler with each passing moment. Even though she had suspected it, hearing the word dragon, with her own ears still sent a chill down her spine. Mia, she's a dragon! Shock and disbelief filled her blue eyes, and her breathing tightened. But when she saw Lynn's calm and resolute expression, her heart gradually calmed down. She bit her lip, took a breath, nodded, and whispered, Young master, I understand. I will definitely keep this secret. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the cracks in the window as Lynn, helped by Anna, dressed himself. She deftly fastened his collar, a slight blush still lingering on her face, radiating tenderness and submissiveness. Once everything was ready, Lynn gently kissed her cheek, then turned and headed towards Mia's room. Inside the room, little Mia was curled up in a soft blanket, her long pink hair scattered across the pillow, fast asleep. She looked like a peacefully sleeping kitten, still clutching her pillow, her little face radiating contentment. Lynn stood by the bed, watching this adorable sleeping face, and couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Who would have thought that this sleeping cutie was actually the legendary dragon capable of destroying cities? He reached out and gently shook her shoulder. Mia, the sun's already high in the sky, get up. Mia mumbled sleepily, snuggling against the pillow before slowly opening her eyes, looking completely bewildered. Lynn smiled and continued to coax. Get up, I'll take you out to play. Upon hearing the word, play, Mia instantly snapped to attention, sitting bolt upright. Really? Lynn, where are we going to play? Lynn pointed to the door. Let's wash up and change first. Anna is all ready. As he spoke, Anna walked in carrying a basin of warm water, her face radiating a familiar, gentle smile. After a night of digestion, she had recovered from the shock of the previous night, and her gaze towards Mia became kind and gentle again. Miss Mia, let me help you wash up. With Anna's help, Mia quickly washed up and dressed, running out of the room in a clean dress with a rosy complexion. She ran excitedly to Lynn, extending her hand with practiced ease. Lynn, let's go, let's set off! Lynn smiled and took her small hand, and the two walked out of the backyard one after the other like siblings. Outside the gate, Captain Charles had been waiting for a long time, with 5 fully equipped soldiers standing beside him, each one looking very spirited. They watched as Lynn led me out, their eyes filled with involuntary respect and solemnity. Lynn led his group through several streets toward the city center. Though the streets still appeared dilapidated, a new hope filled his heart. They soon arrived at the central square of Winterfell, a compacted open space with a weathered royal emblem standing in the center. Thanks to the arrangements made last night, the square was already packed with people, a dense, dark mass. Men, women, young and old, almost the entire city's inhabitants had gathered here, their faces filled with doubt and tension as they awaited the arrival of their young lord, Lynn. Chapter 11 Winterfell's New Policy. In the central square of Winterfell, crowds thronged, and a tense atmosphere permeated the air, accompanied by hushed whispers. "Have you heard? The new lord is going to announce new regulations in the square today. It seems to be related to taxes." An elderly man, emaciated and leaning on a cane, spoke softly to someone nearby. "What else could it be? It must be another tax increase." A middle-aged man with a weary face shook his head with a wry smile. "At this rate, my family won't even be able to afford black bread anymore." A young mother, holding a frail baby in her arms, sighed. "God bless us. If taxes are raised again, we really won't be able to survive." Pessimism and despair spread rapidly through the crowd like dark clouds. Every guess led to a deeper sense of heaviness and fear. Just then, a loud shout rang out from the edge of the square. "Quiet!" Hawk, a city guard clad in armor, straightened his body and loudly silenced the noisy discussion. The city's garrison soldiers stood around the square, each holding a spear and expressionless, forming an iron wall that intimidated the crowd. The people bowed their heads and fell silent, waiting for the legendary new lord to appear. Soon, a small commotion spread in front of the crowd. A group of people slowly walked from the end of the street, with a tall and upright young man at the front. He had a head of deep black hair, a handsome and serene face, and wore clean and neat aristocratic attire. His steps were firm and composed. Beside him was a pink-haired girl. She looked as if she had stepped out of a painting, her beauty otherworldly. Her long pink hair shimmered softly in the sunlight, and her pure golden eyes gazed curiously around, exuding an air of innocent wonder. The appearance of the two was like a ray of light, piercing through the dull and oppressive square. Almost at the same time, everyone realized this was the new young lord. Lynn took Mia's little hand and climbed onto the makeshift platform temporarily erected in front of the square. Standing on high ground, he slowly swept his gaze over the dense crowd below, his expression gradually becoming solemn. Even though he had already anticipated the desolation of Winterfell, he still felt a heavy pressure when he actually stood in front of these people. Their thin bodies, sallow complexions, and tattered clothes all testified to the hardships of their lives. But what's most heartbreaking is their eyes. Those were empty, numb eyes, even carrying a natural fear. When Lynn's gaze met theirs, they instinctively lowered their heads, unable to look directly at him. Lynn cleared his throat. His voice wasn't loud, but it echoed clearly in the silent square. "My name is Lynn Austin, and I am your new lord." As soon as he finished speaking, a low commotion broke out in the square again. Lynn continued, his tone steady and firm. "I know what you're worried about. What you're worried about is whether I'll announce new taxes, and whether I'll squeeze even more from your already meager rations." This sentence is like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, small yet creating ripples. Many people trembled slightly. Some instinctively covered the children in their arms, while others gripped the hem of their clothes tightly, as if preparing to endure the impending disaster. Lynn paused for a moment, then solemnly uttered his first decree. "Starting today, over the next 2 years, Winterfell will abolish all taxes and cancel all existing tax systems." After a brief silence, an even deeper stillness followed. It was as if all the air had been sucked out. For a moment, thousands of people in the square forgot to breathe. They looked up blankly at the boy on the platform, their eyes filled with disbelief. Abolish taxes? Did I hear that right? What did he say? No more taxes? Whispers spread from the crowd, like the first melting of spring snow, slowly seeping into the frozen soil. But many more people still keep their heads down, afraid to believe. They are too used to being deprived, too used to empty promises and deception. Lynn saw through their disbelief and continued loudly. "Starting tomorrow, The city lord's mansion will hire all those willing to work, paying them with grain and copper coins. Whether you are a farmer, craftsman, hunter, or a woman who raises chickens and weaves cloth, as long as you have a skill and are willing to work, you can receive your due wages. These words struck like a thunderbolt, shattering the atmosphere among the crowd. Some people finally couldn't contain their emotions, looked up, and their eyes gleamed with disbelief. Is there compensation for labor? Is this true? I've never heard of nobles paying us to do their work. A sense of surprise and uncertainty swirled among the crowd, and more people began to look up at Lynn, as if for the first time seriously considering the young lord's abilities. But many others remained numb. They were afraid that this was just bait to a deeper trap. On one side of the platform, municipal official Barry was sweating profusely and his heart was burning with anxiety. Upon hearing Lynn's series of insane decisions, his face turned pale and then red. Tax exemption, hiring people, giving out money, he had already imagined countless scenarios of bankruptcy in his mind. But he dared not stop it. He was merely a commoner municipal official, and had no right to question the nobles. Lynn kept his eyes fixed on the changing crowd, knowing that promises alone were not enough. He then turned to look at Captain Charles and nodded. Charles understood and immediately waved his hand, signaling several guards to carry 2 heavy wooden crates up to the platform. Click. The latch opened, and Charles abruptly tipped the box over. Splash. A crisp metallic clanging sound rang out in the square as hundreds of brand new copper and silver coins spilled from the box, reflecting a dazzling light in the sunlight. At that moment, everyone was stunned. It's not a promise. It was real gold and silver, right in front of them. Chapter 12: The City Lord's Recruitment Plan. Lynn walked up to the pile of money, and his voice rang out again. I wasn't lying. This is the first batch of money used to pay the compensation. Now I'm issuing my first recruitment notice. Lynn looked at the people below the stage and said, I need 50 hunters who are familiar with the forest. From now on, you will be hired as members of the hunting party. The daily wage is 30 copper coins, and meals will be provided. 30 copper coins a day, 9 silver coins a month, plus meals. With such conditions, let alone Winterfell, even in the wealthiest regions of the kingdom, ordinary civilians would fight tooth and nail for them. For an ordinary person, earning 10 copper coins a day was already quite good, while 9 silver coins were enough for a family of 3 to eat their fill, stay warm and clothed, and live comfortably for a month. The crowd erupted in an instant. The doubts and apathy that had existed before were shattered in a flash by the double impact of the saturated copper coin. Sir, my family has been hunters for 3 generations. A gaunt man was the first to react, desperately squeezing out from the crowd and shouting with his hand raised high. And me, sir, I can stay in the forest for 10 days without getting lost. My lord, choose me. My trap-making skills are the best. In an instant, shouts of, I'm in! Rose and fell, and the previously lifeless square burst forth with unprecedented vitality and enthusiasm. Lynn nodded in satisfaction and gestured to Charles, the head guard standing beside him. Charles immediately descended the platform with 2 guards and began selecting suitable candidates from the enthusiastic crowd. Immediately afterwards, Lynn issued a second recruitment notice. I also need 100 laborers willing to work to repair the city walls and the Lord's mansion. Similarly, their daily wage is 20 copper coins, and meals will be provided. This time, almost all the young and strong male citizens went crazy. Although repairing walls and houses was tiring, almost everyone could do it. The wages were so generous, it was like a gift from the gods. Looking at the bustling scene before him, Lynn knew that this reform had been a success. With this case study, the subsequent work becomes much simpler. Lynn believed that once all the workforce in Winterfell was brought together, the entire city would soon be brimming with new life. Amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the crowd, Lynn, holding Mia's hand, calmly left the central square and returned to the city lord's mansion. As Lynn stepped into the reception room, Barry, the municipal official, who was covered in sweat, jogged in after her. My lord, you mustn't do that. Winterhold is just an empty shell now. The adults have to hire so many people and feed them every day. Winterhold simply can't sustain itself. We'll have to run out of food completely, and that will cause a huge mess. Barry was heartbroken, as if he could already see the tragic future of Winterhold. As far as Barry was concerned, if Winterfell was in trouble, Lynn could simply walk away. Lynn was a nobleman, and the kingdom wouldn't make things difficult for a nobleman because of a commoner's affairs. But Barry is different. He is the mayor of Winterfell, and a commoner at that. If something happens to Winterfell, Barry's fate is predictable. Lynn looked at Barry and asked calmly, "What should I do then, like the former lord, plunder their last bit of food and watch them starve to death or become refugees?" Barry was speechless for a moment. Of course I knew I couldn't do that, but I really couldn't think of any good solutions. Just then, Captain Charles also came in and reported to Lynn that the recruitment in the square had been arranged. Lynn nodded, then turned and went back to his room. A moment later, he took out a few things and placed them on the table in the living room. A magnificent longsword, forged entirely from fine steel, with a magic core inlaid on its hilt. Beside the longsword are several scrolls made of special parchment, decorated with intricate patterns. This is a Tier 3 enchanted longsword. The moment Charles saw the longsword, he exclaimed in surprise, his eyes filled with envy. Although Barry didn't understand weapons, upon hearing the words, "Third tier," he understood the value of the weapon before him. Lynn nodded, took one last look at the equipment in front of him, and said calmly, "This weapon was a gift from my mother on my birthday, and these scrolls are what I had collected over the years. Charles, select a few reliable guards, take these items to the northern desert fortress, exchange them all for money, and bring back as much food and daily necessities as possible." "My lord, no." Charles immediately stepped forward and objected anxiously. "This longsword and these scrolls are your protective items, sir. If you sell them, how will you ensure your safety in case of danger?" Lynn shook his head, a meaningful smile on his face, walked over to Charles, patted Charles on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Charles, I haven't needed these things to protect me since yesterday, have I?" As soon as he finished speaking, Charles was startled and instantly understood what Lynn meant. His eyes involuntarily turned to the pink-haired girl who was watching them curiously. "Yes, with me around, there's no need for these protective weapons at all. On this continent, what weapon or magic scroll could offer more protection than a dragon?" With that thought in mind, Charles no longer hesitated, his eyes becoming incredibly determined. "Yes, sir, I guarantee I will complete the mission." City official Barry, standing to the side, watched all this with utter bewilderment in his eyes. Barry couldn't understand the conversation between Lynn and Charles at all, and he couldn't comprehend Lynn's actions. In Barry's mind, nobles would only try to extract value from their subjects and greedily pocket all the wealth. Someone like Lynn actually took out his most precious protective weapons and magical items and sold them to subsidize a group of complete strangers. "I've never even heard of such a thing, let alone seen it." At that moment Barry felt that his decades of life experience and understanding of the aristocratic class had been subjected to an unprecedented and violent shock. After Lynn finished arranging things, she turned her attention back to the bewildered municipal official, Barry. "Barry, take me to see the fields outside the city. I need to know the condition of the land in Winterfell, and why so much of it is abandoned." "Ah, yes, my lord." Barry, recovering from his initial surprise, immediately bowed and led the way for Lynn. Lynn naturally took Mia's hand, who had been quietly standing by her side, curiously observing everything, and followed behind Barry. Chapter 13: The Lord's Strange Hobbies. The group walked through the dilapidated streets toward the west gate. Barry, walking ahead, was still in turmoil. He was thinking about how to introduce the almost abandoned land to the new lord, while he couldn't help but steal glances at Lynn and Mia following behind. At this moment, Mia was happily asking all sorts of questions, her face full of curiosity. Lynn answered Mia with a smile, occasionally patting Mia's head and praising her intelligence. This aroused Barry's immense curiosity as he walked ahead. From yesterday in the square, to just now in the city lord's mansion, and now on this outing. This young lord seems to always be holding the hand of that pink-haired girl named Mia, no matter where he goes or what he does. The intimacy and inseparable bond they displayed went far beyond what one would expect from a younger sister. Barry had served as a municipal official under the former lord for many years, and he had heard some of the dirty and sordid rumors circulating in noble circles. He couldn't help but start to speculate in his mind. This new lord is young and handsome, and doesn't seem like a cruel person, so why would he have such a strange hobby? This little girl named Mia is incredibly cute, but she's way too young. Is this the type of girl adults like? Should I help the Lord find girls like her in the future? In an instant, Barry's mind flashed through countless fetishes circulating in aristocratic circles. Some liked orcs, some liked men, and some liked older men. And it's not surprising that Lynn likes little girls. Lynn was completely unaware that Barry, who was leading the way, was already fantasizing about a strange relationship between himself and Mia, while she continued to introduce them. Lynn, what's that? Can we eat it? Mia pointed her little finger to a shop selling black bread. Lynn smiled and shook his head. That food wasn't tasty. It was only used by commoners to fill their stomachs when food was scarce. Once Winter City developed, they would be able to eat other foods. Oh? Mia nodded, seemingly understanding, her eyes still fixed on the black bread, clearly still wanting to try it. Seeing this, Lynn smiled and patted Mia's head, saying, Go back and have Anna make it for you, so you can try it too. Yay, Lynn, you're so nice! Mia instantly beamed, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. Looking at the pink-haired girl's expression, Lynn was surprised that the dragon was so easy to coax. Meanwhile, Barry, the city official leading the way, was secretly astonished, wondering how the Lord, who had seemed so dignified before, could be so kind and approachable in front of this pink-haired girl. Soon, the group walked out of the west gate. Lynn carefully examined the land. Due to long-term neglect and lack of rain, the soil was severely compacted, and the ground was covered with cracks of varying depths, as hard as stone. The ridges of the field had long since collapsed, and only a few withered, yellow weeds of unknown species grew sparsely everywhere. Further away in some fields, you can even see scattered, rusted and broken farm tools. My lord, said Mayor Barry, pointing to the land with a bitter expression on his face. This is the best farmland in our Winter City, but the land is too compacted and cannot be reclaimed in the short term. We also don't have the money to buy oxen from the northern fortress to cultivate it. Moreover, even if the land is cultivated, the climate here is arid, and there are occasional beast tides. Without enough water for irrigation, no decent crops can be grown. Lynn listened quietly, his expression unchanged, stroking a patch of soil harder than rock at his feet, and began to think of a solution. This may be the root cause of the collapse of agriculture in Winterfell, a vicious cycle between harsh natural conditions and backward productivity. Suddenly, Lynn saw a small stone fly past him. He turned around and saw Mia beside him curiously kicking the stone with her little feet. In an instant, another bold idea popped into Lynn's mind. Insufficient productivity. Harsh natural conditions. There are beings around us who can change the natural environment. What productive forces and natural conditions could be stronger than a dragon? Lynn immediately crouched down, looking at Mia with anticipation. Mia, this soil is too hard. We can't grow anything on it anymore. Do you have any ideas on how to make the soil softer so we can grow more food? Too hard, too soft. Mia tilted her head, not quite understanding. Lynn rephrased it in a way that Mia could understand. Break up the land here so that it's not in its current clump-like state. Mia understood instantly. She looked at the vast land before her, then at Lynn, and patted her chest with a grin, assuring him. Yes, it's easy. This is very simple. After saying that, Mia broke free from Lynn's hand, took several steps forward, and stood in the very center of this barren land. Barry, standing to the side, was completely bewildered, having no idea what the Lord wanted the little girl to do. Only a few guards who had accompanied Lynn and Charles to the beast forest knew, and they immediately pulled Barry back. This left Barry even more confused. No, what are you afraid of about a young girl? Are you kidding me? But these guards were all Lynn's bodyguards, so Barry couldn't really argue with that. Although reluctant, I could only retreat passively. In the center of the arena, Mia's pink lips began to chant a series of ancient and profound syllables, and the surrounding air began to tremble slightly. Although Lynn was standing to the side, he couldn't understand a single word. It was clearly not human language. Could this be the language of dragons? Suddenly, an invisible wave of magical energy emanated from Mia, bypassing Lynn and sweeping outwards in all directions. Gulamacidin. As the last syllable fell, a glint of majesty flashed in Mia's golden eyes, and she gently stomped her small foot on the hard ground. Boom! The ground beneath their feet began to tremble, roll, and bulge violently. Everything in sight was as if the cracked earth had been violently ripped up by a tremendous force from the ground, instantly shattering the hard, massive clods of earth and exposing many black clods of soil from the ground. This. City official Barry was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, pointing at the miraculous scene before him, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. Not to mention Mayor Barry, even the guards who knew Mia's identity were speechless with shock at the sight. However, this is just the beginning. Chapter 14: Mia's Special Uses. Lynn walked over to Mia and whispered something in her ear. Mia smiled smugly and nodded happily. The next moment, Mia raised her small face and chanted the ancient dragon language to the sky once again. Era Roga. The sky instantly darkened, and a massive amount of water elemental energy gathered wildly above Winter City, forming a thick, dark cloud. Immediately afterwards, in the center of the dark cloud, a giant dragon head made entirely of pure water element emerged. With a silent roar, the giant faucet suddenly shattered, turning into a torrent of water that crashed down from the sky. Heavy rain washed over the earth, seeping into the freshly turned soil, turning the previously parched land into a muddy mess. After doing all this, Mia clapped her hands as if she had accomplished a trivial task, and ran back to Lynn's side, looking up at him with her little face. Lynn understood, picked up Mia, and spun her around. Mia, you're great. Today I'll have Anna make you even more delicious food. Hearing Lynn's performance, and the promise of delicious food, Mia giggled, her eyes curving into crescents once again. Meanwhile, the municipal official Barry remained slumped on the ground, soaked to the bone like a drowned rat, completely stunned. I stared blankly at the incredibly cute pink-haired little girl who was innocently asking for credit. I feel like my understanding has been completely shattered. How could a little girl have such an ability? It's not magic at all. Barry had seen high-level mages make their moves before, but these mages usually chanted a long incantation before launching their magical attacks. But the magical attacks of a high-level mage are simply no match for the pink-haired girl in front of him. The next moment, Barry suddenly realized why his lord took this pink-haired girl with him everywhere he went, and why he had sold his protective weapons. If there were such a powerful and obedient expert, I would definitely bring him along. Not only Barry, but even the guards who knew Mia's identity were stunned by the scene and couldn't utter a word for a long time. I never imagined that my lord would allow a powerful dragon to use its earth-shattering power for farming. If the dragons or powerful figures of the kingdom found out, the lord might be labeled a heretic for using noble magic to farm, and it would be the continent's top-tier dragon language magic at that. Lynn, unaware of everyone's thoughts, turned around after comforting Mia and looked at Barry, who was still slumped on the ground, his gaze sharpening. In Bari, the land and water problems have now been solved. You must immediately return to the city and, in the name of the city lord's mansion, issue a new recruitment order. I need a large number of people for farming. Ah, yes, my lord. Barry seemed to snap out of his daze, scrambling to his feet, his gaze towards Lynn now filled with awe and fervor. Recruit all farmers willing to cultivate the land and tell them that everyone involved in reclamation and cultivation will be provided with meals every day. Furthermore, I will change the previous tax system. From now on, the Lord's Mansion will only collect a fixed 50% of all the grain produced on this land as tax and reserve grain, while the remaining 50% will belong entirely to the farmers themselves. The more you plant, the more you will be able to keep for yourself. Barry looked at Lynn in disbelief, finding it hard to believe that there were such good benefits. My lord, isn't this proportion too high? In the kingdom of Ella, the other lords take 60% to 80% of the taxes. They only need to leave a tiny bit of food for the farmers. In order not to starve, the farmers will work hard to cultivate the land. If they take too much, the farmers may not be willing to work so hard. Barry instinctively wanted to dissuade them, feeling that the ratio was unreasonable. If the profit sharing was high and meals were included, how could farmers be expected to work hard? My lord, this is not a tax collection at all, but a welfare benefit for the farmers. Lynn waved his hand to interrupt Barry's rebuttal. Carry out my orders. I have no say in the affairs of other lords. I am in charge within Winterhold. Tell the other citizens that there will be similar needs in the future, and they should just wait. From now on, Winterhold will not let any citizen starve or freeze to death. Lynn's tone was filled with unquestionable authority and confidence. Yes, my lord. This time, Barry made no further hesitation. Looking at the transformed land before him, he recalled the special reforms issued by the Lord. Barry couldn't help but recall the dream he had hidden deep inside. Who didn't yearn to change the world when they were young? It's just that as we mature, we gradually integrate into this world. Looking at Lynn and the adorable Mia beside him, Barry felt a fire ignite in his heart for the first time, a fire he had never even noticed before. Lynn looked at Barry, who seemed like a completely different person, and although she didn't understand what had happened, she still emphasized it. In addition, if you encounter any problems during subsequent farming, such as a lack of seeds or damaged farm tools, you can come directly to the City Lord's mansion to find me. The issue of food is very important and cannot be neglected. Yes, my lord. Barry nodded heavily and, with his obese body, raced toward Winterhold at an unprecedented speed. Lynn took Mia's hand. Mia, let's go home for dinner. When Mia heard the word, eat, a glint of light flashed in her eyes, and she pulled Lynn forward with a clatter. She kept muttering, Eat, eat, Mia wants to eat. Lynn was being pulled along by Mia, walking forward steadily, while his mind was preoccupied with the future of Winterfell. The food problem has been initially resolved. In the short term, there is food from the hunting teams entering the monster forest, and the food that Char bought from the northern desert fortress. In the future, there will also be food grown in Winter City. As long as Mia is there, neither orc attacks nor beast tides in the monster forest will affect the subsequent development. However, problems still exist. Mia is not omnipotent. No matter how strong a person is, they will get tired. Moreover, we cannot rely on Mia for everything. Winter City must also have its own soldiers. Mia should only be sent to deal with an overwhelming and unstoppable threat. However, the current population base of Winterfell is too weak, making it unlikely that a powerful army can be formed. With no money, no people, and no materials, we must think about the next steps. Otherwise, relying solely on Mia, Winter City will definitely not be able to develop. Chapter 15: The Deterrent Power of Top-Tier Creatures. Back at the City Lord's mansion, Mia immediately broke free from Lynn's hand and ran to Anna, who was waiting for everyone in the hall. She tilted her little face up, put her hands on her hips, and proudly showed off. Anna, let me tell you something. I did Lynn a huge favor today. First, I blasted the ground up with a boom, and then I soaked the ground with a whoosh. Lynn said I was amazing. If it weren't for me, everyone else would have gone hungry. As Mia spoke, she waved her little arms, trying her best to imitate the earth-shattering scene. Anna was completely confused, but she still cooperated by showing a surprised expression and subconsciously looked at Lynn, who walked in next, her eyes full of doubt. Lynn watched Mia and Anna interact and nodded with a smile. Mia was a great help today. A lot of land in our Winter City was abandoned. If it weren't for Mia's help today, we probably wouldn't be able to eat the food we grow ourselves for a while. Having received confirmation from Lynn himself, Anna's eyes instantly filled with surprise as she looked at Mia. She gently knelt down, stroked Mia's little head, and sincerely praised her. Miss Mia is truly amazing. She's practically a legendary goddess. Mia was even more pleased when praised by both Lynn and Anna. Her eyes crinkled into crescent moons as she proudly announced the compliment. Mia did a lot of work today, so I'm going to eat lots and lots of meat as a reward for her at lunchtime. Okay, whatever Miss Mia says goes. Anna smiled and agreed. Lunch at the City Lord's mansion was as lavish as ever, with enough food prepared to feed dozens of strong men, which was unsurprisingly devoured by Mia. After having eaten and drunk her fill, Mia looked around and then, with a quick glance, started to linger on Lynn again. Lynn, we're full, let's go out and play. No, not this afternoon. Lynn shook his head, taking a simple longsword for practice from the wall. I need to train this afternoon. After saying that, he walked to the open space in the backyard, got into position, and began to practice meticulously. Slash, sweep, thrust. They practiced only the most basic sword techniques, without the aid of battle aura or fancy moves, just repetitive and tedious training. This has been Lynn's training routine for many years. He has only average talent in martial arts, and can only improve himself through constant training so that he can survive in the chaotic environment. Sweat quickly soaked Lynn's clothes, but Lynn's hands did not stop moving at all. Mia, held in Anna's arms, sat on a bench in the yard, swinging her legs, looking at Lynn, who was sweating profusely in the yard, with a deep look of confusion on her little face. Anna, what is Lynn doing? She looks very tired and exhausted. In Mia's mind, strength is something one is born with, and she cannot understand Lynn's seemingly arduous actions at all. Anna held Mia in her arms, her light blue eyes never leaving the figure in the courtyard, her gaze filled with love and a hint of barely perceptible heartache. Because the young master wanted to protect something with his own strength. Young master must protect this city, protect those of us who follow him, and of course, protect Mia as well. Protect Mia. Mia pondered this somewhat unfamiliar phrase, her golden eyes fixed on the figure wielding a sword in the sunlight. Despite her seemingly weak appearance, Mia somehow felt a sense of reliability from her. Mia looked at Lynn thoughtfully. Something seemed to be quietly sprouting in her little head. As evening approached, just as Lynn finished a tedious afternoon of training, a team returned from outside. It was the territory hunting team that Charles assembled yesterday. The team leader was a guard named Logan, whose fathers were all veteran hunters and were particularly skilled at hunting in the wild. Early this morning, Logan led a dozen guards to the outskirts of the monster forest. "Sir?" Captain Logan saw Lynn and immediately knelt down on one knee, his face showing excitement and pride. "We were lucky today. We not only successfully brought back the carcasses of 3 antelopes and several feathered chickens, but we also captured a Tier 1 magical beast, the black rock boar." Lynn looked behind them and saw a wild boar-like monster struggling and roaring. It was large and had 2 sharp tusks at the corners of its mouth. It was currently bound by a thick rope. Lynn nodded approvingly. "Well done, Logan." Hearing Lynn's praise, Logan smiled and immediately continued. "My lord, we can transport this wild boar to the northern desert fortress for sale. Live magical beasts are worth much more than carcasses. This black rock boar can fetch at least several dozen gold coins." Looking at the black rock boar, which was still ferocious despite being injured, Lynn suddenly thought of a more far-reaching idea. Selling it would only be a one-off deal. If we can keep it as a breeding pig, we can let it breed with the domestic pigs in Winterhold. Offspring born in this way will have a trace of magical beast blood flowing through their veins, and will far surpass ordinary domestic pigs in terms of growth rate and meat quality. Although these modified half-monsters are not true monsters, they are definitely quite attractive to most lower and middle-class nobles and wealthy merchants. Lynn became more and more excited as he thought about it. Compared to selling it outright, this sustainable development path was more suitable for Winter City at present. Logan was stunned after hearing Lynn's idea. He pointed to the black rock boar that was still struggling wildly and explained with a wry smile. "My lord, it's probably not appropriate to let monsters mate with domestic pigs. Monsters are ferocious by nature and extremely difficult to tame. This black rock boar was only caught because it fell into a trap and exhausted itself. Once it recovers, it will probably turn the whole pig pen upside down. There's no way it will obediently be used for breeding." Lynn frowned involuntarily. He had only thought about economic benefits, and had overlooked the ferocity of the monsters in this world. Making a ferocious monster obey is indeed a difficult problem. Just as Lynn was feeling a bit awkward and hesitating about whether to sell it directly, a figure came running out of the inner room. Lynn, have you eaten? I'm so hungry." Mia trotted over to Lynn's side, curiously looking around, and suddenly spotted the tied-up black rock boar, so she went straight over to it. The black rock boar, which had been roaring wildly, suddenly stopped struggling the moment Mia approached, its fist-sized eyes staring blankly at Mia in front of it. The next instant, the black rock boar's entire body began to tremble violently, and the ground beneath it became soaked. Chapter 16: The Pig Farming Plan in Winterfell. The hunting team at the scene was completely dumbfounded. They didn't know Mia's identity and didn't understand what the black rock boar was doing. How could a first-tier magical beast that had been struggling all along suddenly turn into this? It was so scared it wet itself. Lynn's eyes lit up instantly, and she immediately remembered what had happened before. The dragon-like aura emanating from Mia is a deadly threat to both wild beasts and magical creatures. Even the most ferocious first-tier magical beast cannot resist the fear that comes from the genetic level. After all, the dragon race is at the top of the food chain. Logan, you take some men to the empty wooden shed and temporarily confine it with the sturdiest ropes and wooden fences to prevent it from escaping. As for the method of raising it, I've already thought of it. Yes, sir. Logan was puzzled, but since the Lord had spoken, he didn't dare to ask any more questions. He immediately ordered his men to drag the terrified beast away. After dealing with this matter, Lynn smiled and looked at Mia, who was still curiously watching the direction the group had left in. Mia, I have a question for you. Could you make that big black pig behave? I mean, make it stay in its pen and not run around, eat when it's time to eat, and sleep when it's time to sleep? Mia thought for a moment, a thoughtful look flashing in her eyes, as if she were recalling the knowledge inherited from her bloodline. After a moment, Mia nodded vigorously and assured them with certainty. Don't worry, Lynn, I'll make it behave. If it dares to disobey, I'll eat it. How about roasting it? It doesn't taste good straight. Lynn couldn't help but smile. Although he didn't know how Mia would make the magical beast obey, he still chose to trust Mia and immediately gave instructions to the servants beside him. Go and summon the Bari municipal official to me again. Before long, Barry arrived at the city lord's mansion, panting heavily. Before Lynn could speak, Barry preemptively reported on the afternoon's work. My lord, the new recruitment notice has spread throughout the city. The people are going crazy, constantly praising your benevolence. I have recruited more than 300 farmers to prepare the fields according to your instructions. We can start planting as soon as the seeds arrive. Lynn nodded in satisfaction and went straight to his plan. Barry, I have a new plan that I need you to carry out. Please give your orders, sir. I plan to build a dedicated breeding farm in Winter City. Farm? Barry paused for a moment, then nodded and said, That's a good thing, sir. Raising more chickens, ducks, pigs, and sheep will increase Winterfell's income. Lynn shook his head. The hunting team just brought back a Tier 1 black rock boar. I plan to keep it in a pen and use it as a breeding pig. In the future, we will start raising half-demon boars. Barry was completely stunned, his eyes wide open, almost thinking there was something wrong with his ears. My lord, are you saying that we should keep that magical beast in captivity and use it for breeding? That's right. Barry's face turned pale instantly, and he cautiously tried to persuade him. My lord, you mustn't. That's a ferocious magical beast by nature. How could it be kept as a pet? That's like keeping a tiger in your backyard. It's far too dangerous. Barry couldn't understand what his young lord was thinking at all. It was already outrageous enough that they made that little girl use magic to farm in the afternoon, but now they're even raising magical beasts to be used as breeding pigs. You don't need to worry about that. I already have a way to tame it. Immediately recruit a group of farmers with breeding experience, and tell them that this is a new project of the city lord's mansion. Have the laborers recruited today build a breeding farm on the outskirts of the city. Looking into Lynn's unwavering gaze, Barry knew that any further persuasion would be futile. Yes, sir. The next morning, Lynn, accompanied by a group of guards, arrived at the makeshift wooden shed in the west of the city with Mia. As soon as you get close, you can hear loud banging and violent roars coming from inside the wooden shed. Sir, be careful. Logan, the guard, looked grave. The beast has rested for a night, and has fully recovered its strength. We reinforced it with double the amount of rope and wooden fence, but judging from the current situation, it probably won't last much longer. Lynn nodded, indicating to Logan not to be nervous, and took Mia's little hand, leading her inside the wooden shed's fence. Even from a distance, you can see that the black rock boar from yesterday is writhing wildly, its eyes bloodshot. Suddenly, the black rock boar's irritable gaze seemed to see something terrifying, and its struggling movements stopped abruptly. The next moment, the black rock boar's body trembled violently again, just like yesterday, and it let out a terrified cry. A foul-smelling liquid flowed from between its hind legs and quickly pooled on the ground. He was clearly scared out of his wits again. The hunting party members following behind were dumbfounded, completely unable to understand why the magical beast would behave so strangely after seeing Lynn and Mia. The group instinctively stepped forward to check if there was anything wrong with the black rock boar. Don't move, Lynn said calmly, stopping the group. Amidst everyone's puzzled gazes, Lynn released Mia's hand and nodded at her. Mia understood immediately and walked with her short legs and head held high to the fence. A pair of pure, large golden eyes stared intently at the black rock boar inside. Her small mouth opened and closed slightly, and a series of ancient and strange syllables slowly came out of Mia's mouth. As Mia spoke, the black rock boar, which had been trembling, gradually calmed down. Its huge head lowered slowly, and it rubbed its nose on the ground in a fawning manner, its eyes filled with flattery and obedience. Mia turned around, ran back to Lynn, tilted her little face up, and said triumphantly, "Lynn, it's done. I warned it that if it dared to disobey, I would really roast it and eat it." Lynn patted Mia's head approvingly, glanced at the black rock boar that was now as docile as a dog, and gave orders to Logan and the others. "All right, untie all the ropes binding it." "Oh, sir, this is too dangerous. If it gets angry again, it might hurt you," Logan immediately advised. "Don't worry, just do as I say." Seeing the Lord's confident demeanor, Logan and the others had no choice but to bite the bullet and step forward. They slowly used long poles to untie the ropes binding the black rock boar while remaining cautious and on guard. Chapter 17: Entering the Aquaculture Industry. An unexpected scene unfolded. After the black rock boars were freed from their restraints, they did not suddenly attack and hurt people as they had imagined, nor did they even try to escape. It simply stayed obediently in place, even taking 2 steps back, lowering its head, and not daring to make eye contact with anyone outside the fence. The members of the hunting team were completely dumbfounded, looking at each other in bewilderment, having no idea what had happened. Finally, everyone's eyes turned to the pink-haired girl who was being led by the Lord's hand and was happy because of the praise. Could this be a legendary magician, or some kind of special professional? Everyone was thinking wildly, and their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at Mia. Seeing that the Blackrock pig was as docile as ever, Lynn instructed Logan. "Logan, get some hay to feed it." "Yes, sir." Logan finally snapped out of his shock and immediately turned around to fetch a bundle of hay and some vegetable leaves from the nearby stable, carefully placing them in front of the Black Rock pig. The Black Rock boar first raised its head warily, glancing furtively in Mia's direction, as if seeking approval. Seeing that Mia was playing with the humans around her, and showed no interest in her, the dog seemed to have received some kind of permission, and lowered its head to eat the hay with gusto. Lynn nodded in satisfaction as he watched the Black Rock boar's cautious demeanor. Sure enough, the effect of bloodline suppression was much better than other taming methods. With me around, maybe I can even build a Warcraft Legion. However, at this stage, even if we were to form a monster army, it would be of little use and would only waste food. It would be better to invest these resources in animal husbandry. Lynn turned around and looked back at Logan and his teammates, who were staring blankly at the Black Rock boar. "Logan, starting today, your hunting team's mission will be changed. You will no longer need to hunt monsters, and the food supply will soon have a more stable source. Your next task is to capture magical beasts, specifically low-level magical beasts with domestication value, such as horses, deer, pigs, and cows. As long as they are herbivorous or omnivorous, try to capture them alive for me. These will be the most important development plans for our winter city in the future, and I have a way to make these magical beasts worth breeding." Logan was completely stunned. Instead of hunting magical beasts, they started capturing live magical beasts to raise. "My lord, you're addicted." Logan couldn't understand why the other lords were either out having sex with women, beating and abusing commoners, or holding special parties. However, his lord has such a strange hobby that he actually wants to capture some magical beasts to raise. Logan couldn't help but feel a bit troubled. The difficulty and risk of capturing a magical beast alive were several times higher than killing it directly. But there was nothing he could do. It was the Lord's order, and Logan wanted to continue living in Winterfell, so he had no choice but to obey. "Yes, sir, I understand." After arranging everything for the breeding, Lynn took Mia back to the City Lord's mansion. As soon as Lynn entered the City Lord's mansion, he saw the city official Barry standing in front of the courtyard waiting, with 5 ragged and uneasy-looking citizens standing respectfully beside him. The 5 men trembled with fear upon seeing Lynn appear, immediately lowering their heads and bowing humbly to pay their respects to their lord. "No need for formalities." Lynn waved her hand and looked at Barry. Barry immediately understood, stepped forward, and introduced the 5 people behind him. "Sir, these 5 are the most experienced farmers I found in the city. His name is Old Hank, and half the pigs in Winterfell are piglets bought from him. This is Martha." Her chickens are famous far and wide for laying large and plentiful eggs. Barry gave a brief introduction to the 5 people and their livestock farming activities in Winter City. Lynn's gaze swept over the 5 people, he nodded slightly, and then looked directly at Old Hank. Old Hank, how do you raise pigs? What problems are you most afraid of encountering? Old Hank hadn't expected the Lord to call his name first. He nervously rubbed his calloused hands and stammered his reply. My lord, I simply clean the pigsty more thoroughly and feed them more fresh food, avoiding any moldy food. The worst thing is swine fever. Once that disease strikes, an entire litter of pigs will die within a few days. How do you prevent it? And if some pigs do get infected with the plague, what do you do with the dead ones? Lynn asked curiously. A hint of fear flashed in Old Hank's eyes, and his voice became much lower. My lord, if this person has truly contracted the plague, we must get rid of him before he is completely dead. How will you handle this? Lynn pressed. Old Hank's body began to tremble, and his voice became even softer. Either they eat it themselves, or they sell it cheaply to others. As Old Hank spoke, he noticed Lynn's expression change and immediately added a sentence. My lord, there's nothing we can do. None of us have the money to hire a priest for treatment, and unless a nobleman gives the word, the priest won't treat the livestock. Lynn didn't reply, but turned to Martha beside him and asked, Martha, how do you raise chickens? What problems are you most afraid of encountering? When Martha saw Lynn asking her, she quickly replied, Sir, we keep them in an enclosure in the city, and occasionally we catch some insects for them to eat. The worst thing is chicken plague, which kills a large number of chickens at once, and there is no way to stop it. Chickens that die from the disease are usually plucked and roasted over a fire, so you can't tell the difference. After listening to their descriptions, Lynn had a general understanding of the current breeding situation. The people here raise their livestock freely. Those who are wealthy might raise a pig, while those who are not wealthy might raise some chickens, but they mainly raise them to sell and rarely eat them themselves. The breeding conditions may be poor, and epidemics may occasionally occur. But that's normal. Even in the 21st century, there are swine fever and bird flu outbreaks, let alone here. The only thing that troubled Lynn was that the livestock that died of disease were either eaten or sold cheaply, and were not buried or burned to prevent the spread of the plague. However, Lynn could understand. After all, many commoners couldn't afford to eat, so how could they simply destroy such nutritious meat to prevent the plague? They would definitely try to minimize the losses. Given the choice between immediate starvation and the possibility of dying from disease, the vast majority of civilians would choose the latter. Chapter 18: The Lord's Animal Husbandry Mini-Lesson. Lynn didn't intend to say anything about these issues. He nodded, looked at everyone, and said seriously, I understand your situation. Barry has also told you that I'm going to build a large-scale breeding base. You will be the first batch of employees at the breeding base. You will receive 20 copper coins per day, and food will be provided. If you raise livestock well, we will also allocate livestock to you. Upon hearing Lynn's words, the group immediately knelt down and expressed their gratitude. Thank you, sir. Please rest assured, we will definitely raise them well and ensure that your property is not in danger. After Lynn helped the others up, he continued speaking. However, my breeding base has many regulations. Let bygones be bygones, but from today onwards, it is forbidden to handle livestock infected with plague in the same way as before. What you are eating is not meat, but viruses. Those livestock that died of disease are full of viruses. Even if people don't get sick immediately after eating them, their health will deteriorate, and they can easily infect the entire territory. Animals that have problems are killed, buried, and burned. If I find out someone is hiding something, I'll throw them in jail. Hearing Lynn's words, the 5 of them were dumbfounded. They didn't understand what the virus meant, nor did they understand why they couldn't do this, and why they had to be locked up in jail. Lynn looked at the group, and some videos of animal husbandry suddenly popped into his mind. He continued speaking. Our pigsty is divided into 2 areas. One area for them to sleep, which is kept dry at all times, and the other area is specifically for them to defecate, which is washed with water every day to keep the entire pigsty clean. Old Hank was stunned. He had raised pigs all his life, and this was the first time he had ever heard of taking care of them like this. Lynn looked at Martha and said, Martha, When you're raising chickens, remember to mix some finely ground pebbles into their feed, and add some chopped wild vegetables so they have enough nutrition to grow properly." Aunt Martha was also stunned. She took the initiative to feed the chickens pebbles and even prepared special nutritious meals for them. Raising chickens is just about scattering some food and letting them forage for themselves. Ignoring the bewildered group, Lynn unveiled another unusual plan. "One more thing, from today onwards you must record every day what the piglets and the pigs that are about to grow up eat, and how much they eat. The food they need to eat should be different. What piglets eat to grow fast, and what adult pigs eat to gain weight, should all be different. I want you to record all of this as data for future breeding." Everyone was dumbfounded once again, staring blankly, completely unable to understand what their lord was doing. The previous practice of separating wet and dry areas in pigsties and feeding chickens specially formulated nutritional meals was already outrageous enough. Now, they even have to check the livestock's growth based on records of different foods. In the minds of these 5 people, livestock is just livestock. As long as it can be kept alive, that's enough. Why make such a fuss? What the 5 people couldn't understand the most was that a high-ranking nobleman was actually giving them serious advice on how to raise pigs and chickens. Lynn looked at the group and suddenly remembered something else. He remembered that boars had to be castrated so they would grow faster, otherwise, they would grow slowly and have a muddiny smell. Another thing is that I read an ancient book on animal husbandry, which recorded a special method of raising pigs. It should be done 3 to 14 days after the piglets are born. The piglets should be castrated directly. This will allow the pigs to grow faster, and the meat will be of better quality. You can research this later. Now, it wasn't just 5 people anymore. Even Barry, standing to the side, felt a chill, his lower body feeling cold. The way everyone looked at Lynn changed. They wondered if their lord had some strange fetish. Now that pigs are being castrated, will people be castrated in the future? Lynn felt a pang of embarrassment at the stares of the crowd, but maintained a serious expression. "These are all things I've only seen in ancient books in the Kingdom Library. The new farm will be built according to these standards I've described. You 5 are the first batch of employees. If you do a good job, you'll be rewarded." "Yes, my lord." Although the 5 were full of confusion, under the lord's authority, they could only swallow all their questions and respectfully agree. After everyone left, Mia, who was standing to the side, pulled Lynn aside and asked with eyes full of curiosity. "Lynn, what does it mean to castrate a pig? Why does it taste better after castration? Would other meats also taste better after castration?" Looking into Mia's pure, innocent golden eyes, Lynn felt genuinely embarrassed and could only laugh it off. "Mia will find out eventually. We'll talk about that later, Mia, be good." After arranging the 2 most important matters of agriculture and animal husbandry, Lynn turned his thoughts to the military affairs of Winterfell. As a lord, besides ensuring that his people have food, military strength is also very important. If it weren't for Mia's presence, Lynn would have started dealing with the city defense forces on the very first day, instead of dragging it out until now. Lynn recalled what Hawk, the city's defense officer, had said on the first day. The force was supposed to be 300 men, but now there were only a little over 100. Their weapons were damaged, their pay was lacking, and their morale was low. They were simply not up to the task of fighting. Despite the existence of Mia, who is practically a bug in the system, Winterfell is safer now than ever before. But Lynn also knew that Mia couldn't be expected to intervene in minor issues like problems with the city gate guards or low-level magical beasts emerging from the monster forest. If you exhaust your precious baby, then it would be a loss. A new, combat-ready regular force must be rebuilt to handle the daily minutiae. Lynn glanced at the guards beside him and summoned the Hawk City Garrison commander. Not long after, a steady and powerful footstep came from outside the door. City Garrison Commander Hawk strode into the reception room, his old but gleaming chain-mail armor gleaming. He was a burly man with a resolute face and impeccable chivalry. Hawk walked 3 steps away from Lynn, placed his right fist on his breastplate, knelt on one knee, and bowed his head in a standard knightly salute. "Sir, you were looking for me. Get up, Hawk, and tell me in detail what the current situation is with the city garrison." "Yes, sir." Hawk rose and reported in a deep voice. "My lord, there are 2 main issues regarding the city defense forces of Winterfell. First, there was a lack of military pay. The previous lord owed the soldiers 3 months' wages and took away all the weapons stored in the treasury. Secondly, there is a shortage of manpower. Because there is no military pay, many soldiers have deserted due to hunger and a lack of hope. Those who remain have basically lost the will to fight. Chapter 19: The Former Lord's Mess. Lynn frowned, his face full of confusion. Why did the former commander default on the soldiers' pay and even take away their weapons? Hawk's voice became much lower. My lord, it's because of the crushing defeat we suffered half a year ago. The former lord didn't trust us, so he took all our money and weapons with him before he left. A crushing defeat. Lynn raised an eyebrow and asked in confusion. Winterhold only has a few hundred troops, besides daily defense. Where else can they go to fight? Hawk's face showed a mixture of humiliation and anger. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth as he said, 6 months ago, the former lord learned that Marquis Rona was fond of fox girls and wanted to win them over. He somehow found out about a fox people caravan on the border, so he gathered 200 elite soldiers from Winterfell City, crossed the border, and launched a surprise attack on the fox people caravan. And then? Lynn pressed. A flicker of pain crossed Hawk's eyes. As it turned out, we underestimated the orcs' fighting strength. We originally planned to attack the fox people caravan under the cover of night, but we didn't expect that the caravan had a high-level warrior. We couldn't defeat him and lost more than 100 of our brothers, including my second-in-command. We suffered a crushing defeat, and the former lord shifted all the blame onto us, deeming us useless and directly withholding all our military pay. Lynn listened quietly and finally understood why the army of Winterfell had fallen to such a state. The former lord was a real scoundrel. I've only been in Winterhold for a few days, and all I've heard is bad things about him. The exploitation of ordinary people and the withholding of taxes have led to widespread suffering. In an attempt to curry favor with the high-ranking nobles, they rashly launched a surprise attack on a caravan. After the defeat, he shifted all the blame to the soldiers who had fought for him and embezzled their rations and pay. In the end, he just packed his bags and left, leaving himself with a mess. I understand. Lynn nodded, looking into Hawk's defiant, fiery eyes, knowing that the other man must also be harboring a lot of resentment. However, the gap between commoners and nobles was too great, so even if the other party harbored a lot of resentment, there was nothing that could be done. Hawk! Lynn looked at Hawk, her voice becoming serious. The past is the past. From now on, I need your help to retrain a powerful army for Winterfell. Hawk suddenly raised his head, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes, but he didn't speak, still waiting for Lynn to continue. Lynn stood up and paced around the hall, quickly thinking about some training methods and treatment he had seen in his previous life. First, let's talk about the treatment. Hawk, go and post a notice immediately. The city defense army will resume recruiting soldiers to make up for the 300-man force. All soldiers will receive the same pay and benefits as the hunting party, 30 copper coins per day, plus food. In the future, soldiers who die fighting for Winter City will receive a pension of 10 gold coins, which will be personally delivered to their families by the city lord's mansion. Soldiers wounded in battle will be assigned light work by the city lord's mansion, and no soldier will be abandoned. Secondly, regarding equipment, I will have Barry find a way to procure a batch of brand new armor and weapons as soon as possible. Finally, and most importantly, is the training. Lynn stopped and stared intently at Hawk. I don't care how you trained before. Starting tomorrow, all soldiers must train according to the methods I have set. I don't want those fancy individual sword techniques. I want discipline and teamwork. What I want is for 100 people to stand together as one, and for them to learn absolute obedience, to learn to advance, retreat, raise shields, and thrust spears in unison. Daily training ranges from a 5-kilometer weighted run to formation drills, and then to team-based competitive drills. Hawk trained the soldiers according to my instructions, training their discipline and teamwork. Although Lynn did not know how the army was trained in his previous life, he knew some key points. Discipline, obedience, teamwork, and military spirit. Only in this way can a powerful army be trained. Hawk was dumbfounded, unable to understand how having soldiers lined up like puppets and performing monotonous, repetitive actions could possibly be a fighting force, as Lynn had described. Shouldn't the strength of an army come from the martial prowess of its individuals, but from the knight's superb swordsmanship and powerful fighting spirit? No matter how disciplined or orderly the team is, they can't defeat a high-level warrior who has mastered battle chi. Sir, even if we manage to train the troops, it won't be of much use against advanced soldiers. Lynn looked at Hawk meaningfully and said, Don't worry, I have a plan. You just need to train. Hawk looked at the confident eyes of the young lord before him, and then thought about the soldier's future treatment: 30 copper coins a day, food included, and compensation for death or disability. The lord's confidence, coupled with these unprecedentedly generous treatments, made Hawk feel a surge of excitement. Hawk took a deep breath, knelt down on one knee again, and his voice was filled with unprecedented determination. My lord, Hawk is willing to serve you. In the evening, after a busy day, Lynn was finally able to relax. At this moment, Lynn was lying on the bed, and Anna was beside him, massaging his muscles. Young master, Mia complained to me today that you didn't take her out to play and that she was bored because you were talking to other people all day. Listening to Anna's story, Lynn smiled helplessly. There's nothing I can do. I don't want to be this busy, but I've only just arrived in Winterfell, and there's a ton of stuff to do. We're out of food and we don't have an army. Fortunately, Mia was there, otherwise I wouldn't have dared to make so many attempts. Anna was still thinking that if Mia heard Lynn's praise, she would definitely stand with her hands on her hips, a smug smile on her face. Thinking of this, Anna couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lynn looked on with curiosity. Anna, what are you laughing at? Young master, if Miss Mia knew that you praised her like this, she would be very proud. Hearing Anna's words, Lynn also pictured Mia standing with her hands on her hips, looking smug, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Suddenly, Anna's expression changed as she felt her hand being grabbed. The next moment, with a movement of her body, she fell directly onto the bed, and Lynn's body was already on top of her. Anna blushed and called out in a soft voice, Young master! Lynn leaned close to Anna's ear and whispered, Anna, you worked so hard to give me a massage just now let me give you a massage. Anna blushed even more and softly hummed in agreement. The lights in the room went out, accompanied by a series of seductive, heavy breaths. Chapter 20: Northern Desert Fortress. On the road from Winterfell to the Northern Fortress, Chief of the Guards, Charles, rode at the very front. Although Charles is an intermediate warrior who has begun to master battle aura and whose speed when his battle aura bursts out is no slower than that of a horse, he still needs a mount for long-distance travel. Charles carried a heavy bundle on his back, containing all of Lynn's belongings, which would be Winterfell's future support, a third-tier enchanted long sword and several magic scrolls. Boss, are we really going to sell all of the Lord's protective weapons? A young guard named Pete approached, asking curiously. Charles continued riding forward, but still answered Pete's question. The adults have already said it, how could it be false? Don't talk too much, be wary of your surroundings, this is the future hope of Winterfell. Another older guard exclaimed. In all my years I have never seen a nobleman like you, sir, who would sell his weapons to buy food to feed his people. Yes, Charles's eyes were filled with determination and pride, which is why we must risk our lives to complete the task assigned by the adults and set off. The journey from Winterhold to Northern Fortress is relatively long, and the scenery along the road is desolate. Charles and his group of 10 passed through several villages, and all they saw were abandoned fields and closed wooden houses. Occasionally, you might encounter a few villagers with sallow complexions, whose eyes are filled with numbness and weariness as they look at others. Clearly, the villagers were afraid that the group was a tax-collecting force of the nobility. Charles felt bad seeing all this. Exorbitant taxes and rampant bandits made life even more difficult for ordinary people in the suburbs than in Winterhold. After several days of travel, a magnificent black fortress finally appeared on the horizon. That is the largest commercial transit station and the most important military fortress in the Western Territory, as well as the territory under the Marquis of Rupert, the core of the Western Territory, the Northern Desert Fortress. Unlike the ruins of Winterhold, the walls of the Northern Desert Fortress are towering, built of solid rock, and covered with the marks left by war. On the city wall, squads of soldiers clad in fine armor and wielding sharp spears patrolled, a stark contrast to the listless city guards of Winterfell. At the city gate, caravans carrying various goods, nobles in fine clothes, and mercenaries with long swords were all patiently queuing up to enter the city. After Charles and his 10 men reluctantly paid 2 silver coins, they were finally allowed to lead their horses into the city. Inside the city, wide stone-paved streets are lined with shops, including weapon shops, armor shops, alchemy workshops, taverns, and inns. The well-dressed citizens and the starving people they encountered along the way seemed to live in two different worlds. "Boss, this place is like heaven and earth compared to our Winterhold." The young guard, Pete, looked around and muttered to himself. Charles watched everything with a flicker in his eyes. The prosperity of the northern desert fortress could not compare to that of Winter City, or even the former territory of the Thunder Marquis. Winter City is located at the westernmost edge of the entire kingdom of Ella, a place so barren that it has almost been forgotten. Suppressing his complex emotions, Charles led his men straight to the largest shop in the city, the Molten Fire Merchant Guild, which was said to be a weapons merchant under the Golden Lion Duke. The transaction went more smoothly than expected. When Charles placed the third-tier enchanted longsword on the counter, the shopkeeper's eyes lit up instantly. Tier 3 enchanted weapons are best sellers everywhere, while many high-level warriors still use Tier 2 enchanted weapons or Tier 3 ordinary weapons. After some not-so-intense bargaining, the longsword and several magic scrolls were finally sold, earning Charles several thousand gold coins. After receiving the money, Charles did not delay for a moment, and immediately led his men to the largest grain store and seed shop in the city. Most of the money was used to purchase large quantities of grain, seeds, and daily necessities. As more than a dozen large trucks loaded with supplies slowly drove out of the Mobe fortress, Char looked back once more at the bustling fortress. Looking at this magnificent city, Charles suddenly felt a hope he had never felt before. Winterfell is home to a young lord whose actions are always unpredictable yet capable of creating miracles, and to Miss Mia, who appears cute but is actually a giant dragon. Charles firmly believed that one day, the barren Winter City would become as prosperous and powerful as the northern fortress. In Winterhold, Lynn's reform plan has been fully implemented. The entire city of Winterfell was in a state of disrepair and in need of rebuilding. Lynn, holding Mia's hand, accompanied by Mayor Barry, arrived at the fertile fields outside the city that Mia had transformed. Looking around, hundreds of recruited farmers are working enthusiastically on field repairs. The crowd wielded hoes to clear the field ridges and dig simple irrigation ditches, their faces radiating a long-lost sense of fulfillment. Lynn looked at the delightful scene, then at the heavy and primitive farming tools in the farmers' hands, and at the inefficient method of drawing water from a distant stream for irrigation by manpower, and his brows furrowed slightly. The scene before him reminded Lynn of his childhood, of those ideas that his father had once dismissed as attention-seeking and tarnishing of aristocratic honor. Lynn turned to Barry, who was watching all this with a look of satisfaction, and said, "Barry, do you think that if we could use the magic rainfall spell to replace manual irrigation, wouldn't the efficiency be greatly improved? If we change the shape of the hoe to make it easier to turn the soil, or create a tool that can use water power to automatically lift water, then wouldn't we be able to cultivate more land? Or by using lighting techniques to artificially extend the duration of sunlight exposure, could crop yields also be greatly increased?" The smile on Mayor Barry's face froze instantly. As he listened to Lynn's novel and unrealistic ideas, his heart jumped into his throat. "Sir, this might not be appropriate." Barry was sweating profusely, unsure how to persuade him. "Noble magic is for killing enemies. How can it be used for farming? If word gets out, other noble lords will laugh at us. As for modifying farm tools and building water conservancy projects, those are time-consuming and labor-intensive projects, not something we commoners should worry about. Winterhold only has a few thousand people, so we can just continue farming the way we used to. This is a matter of food supply for the entire city's survival. We can't afford to mess around like we did with raising monsters." Barry was about to steel himself and try to persuade Lynn to be more realistic and stop thinking about these unreasonable things. Just then, a somewhat fearful, yet tentative voice came from the side. "Lord, my lord, I think what you just said makes a lot of sense." Chapter 21 Modern Agricultural Ideas. Lynn and Barry turned around at the same time and saw a tall, thin, dark-skinned middle-aged man carefully walking out from the line of farmers. Although he wore the same worn-out clothes as everyone else, his eyes were completely different from those of the other farmers. The middle-aged man walked up to Lynn, bowed respectfully, and then mustered his courage to speak. "I had thought before that if we could build a water tower upstream of the stream and then let the water flow through canals to every field, We could save a lot of manpower and increase planting productivity. Lynn's eyes lit up instantly. It was the first time she had ever heard of someone having such an idea. What's your name? And why do you have this idea? Seeing that the Lord was not angry at all, but instead asked with great interest, the middle-aged man relaxed a little. My name is Gale. I used to serve as the agricultural officer in the Earl of Qingye's territory, where I was responsible for managing all of the Earl's fields. Because I had suggested to the Earl that we build irrigation systems and improve farming tools, and I also requested that we hire a few magicians to help with the farming. The Earl believed that my ideas offended the authority of the nobility and tarnished the nobility of magic. In a fit of anger, he banished my entire family to Winterfell. After hearing Gale's story, Lynn became even more interested. This is hardly a criminal exiled here. He is clearly a talented technical person delivered to our doorstep, an agricultural technical talent with forward-thinking ideas who has been buried by the conservative aristocracy. Lynn looked at the agricultural technology talent in front of him, and a smile returned to his face. Gale, very good. Tell me in detail all your ideas about farming, whether it's improving tools or building irrigation systems. If you do well, from today onwards, you will be the new agricultural officer of Winterfell. Agricultural official. Gale was so excited that her whole body trembled, and her eyes instantly welled up with tears. I thought I would spend my whole life toiling silently on this barren land until I died. Unexpectedly, those very ideas that once led to his exile have now become admired talents in the mouths of the new lord. Sir, I'll tell you right away. Gale could no longer care about her nervousness and fear, and quickly poured out all the ideas about agricultural reform that she had kept in her heart for many years. How to build a network of irrigation canals to bring streams from afar to every field. How to modify the structure of the plow so that it can turn over deeper soil. How to improve the disaster resistance of crops by selecting superior varieties and planting them in batches, etc. Gale's ideas were very similar to Lynn's knowledge of modern agriculture. The goal is to use more scientific and efficient methods to replace inefficient manpower and improve planting efficiency. The only difference is that Gale's ideas were ultimately limited by the perspective of his time. Many of his ideas had not been put into practice or tested, and he still dared not let his imagination run wild. After hearing Gale's ideas about agricultural reform, Lynn's smile deepened. To my utter surprise, I found the person I was looking for among the commoners of Winterfell. An agriculturalist with professional knowledge, innovative thinking, and decades of planting experience. Many of Lynn's ideas only exist in what he has heard and seen, but he cannot actually replicate them himself. With Gale's assistance, Lynn believed that some of the modern agricultural ideas in his mind could gradually be put into practice. Very good. Lynn gave his approval without reservation, then turned to look at the dumbfounded city official, Barry. Barry, from this day forward, appoint Gale as the first agricultural officer of Winterfell, responsible for all matters related to agricultural production, water conservancy construction, and agricultural tool improvement. Ah, yes, sir. Barry felt like he was about to have a mental breakdown. Things are getting more and more outrageous in Winterfell. The day before yesterday, they reduced taxes. Yesterday they wanted to build a breeding farm, and today they came up with an agricultural reform. One strange thing after another happened. Even though Barry had served as a municipal official for so many years, he had never seen such a troublesome lord. But as the Lord of Winterfell and a nobleman, Lynn is now the most powerful man in Winterfell, and no one can question what Lynn wants to do. Gale, who was standing to the side, was so excited that she didn't know what to say. She knelt down in front of Lynn, cowed out heavily, and choked out. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. I am willing to die for you. The farmers nearby cautiously glanced at Lynn and his group, curiously wondering what had happened. Get up, Gale. From now on, the agricultural reform of Winterfell is in your hands. Go ahead and do it. If you have any problems, just come to me. I'll provide the manpower and resources you need. After receiving the appointment, Gale stood up cautiously, looked at Lynn with expectant eyes, and asked tentatively. My lord, regarding the rain spell and light spell, and the matter of magicians. Hearing Gale's question, Lynn also fell silent, which was unusual for him. In a remote and impoverished place like Winterfell, it's impossible for any mage to be willing to come. Given Winterfell's current financial situation, it's also unlikely that they can afford to hire a mage. But just because we can't invite them now doesn't mean we can't invite them in the future. Lynn believes that as long as the reforms continue, Winterfell will become prosperous. First, get the water conservancy projects and agricultural tool improvements implemented as soon as possible. As for the magician issue, I will find a way to solve it. Although it was just a promise, it carried a convincing power when spoken by Lynn. Gale nodded heavily, his eyes burning with an unprecedented fervor. After completing the agricultural reforms, it was already noon. Mia, who was next to Lynn, started yawning out of boredom and tugged at Lynn's arm. Lynn, let's go out and have some fun this afternoon. It's so boring, it's like this every day. Lynn looked at Mia beside him and felt a sense of helplessness. Lynn also wanted to take Mia out to play, not only to bring the two of them closer, but also to relax herself. But the previous lord left behind too many messes. The entire Winterhold was in ruins. No wonder he appointed a baron who was not valued as the lord. The place was so bad that no one wanted to come here. Lynn crouched down, looked into Mia's beautiful golden eyes, and comforted her with a smile. Mia, please wait a few more days, okay? I've been so busy these past few days, I'm almost overwhelmed. Or I can have Anna take you out to play, and Anna can also cook you something delicious. Mia shook her head, her smile fading considerably, and said softly, I want to be with Lynn. Lynn felt a warmth in her heart, stroked Mia's pink hair, and nodded with a smile. Okay, then I'll take Mia to the monster forest this afternoon. Okay. In an instant, Mia's expression returned to a smile, and her eyes curved into crescents once more. Chapter 22 The Black Gold of Industry. Afternoon. After finishing with the farmland matters, Lynn and Mia quietly slipped out of the west gate. Lynn had originally planned to personally supervise the construction progress of the farm in the afternoon, but seeing Mia's bored and eager look, hoping that he could play with her, Lynn decisively gave up her work. The farm can be inspected at any time, but if his little darling gets unhappy and throws a tantrum, and one day gets bored and runs back to the forest to sleep, then all of Lynn's reform plans can be declared over on the spot. Lynn knew exactly what was important and what wasn't. In a deserted grove outside the city, Lynn took a deep breath and experienced the feeling of being a dragon knight once again. He held Mia's petite body tightly, trying his best to keep himself steady in the strong wind and prevent himself from being thrown off. Lynn, hurry up. Along the way, Mia's clear and melodious laughter, like the sound of silver bells, could be heard from time to time. Fortunately, having learned from her first experience, Lynn still felt dizzy this time, but at least she wasn't as embarrassed as before. Soon, the two arrived at the outskirts of the monster forest again. Lynn held Mia's soft little hand and strolled leisurely, as if this were not the perilous monster forest, but his own backyard. And that is indeed the case. Along the way, Lynn encountered several magical beasts, including packs of claw wolves, tusked boars the size of calves, and even a second-tier magical beast, the shadow panther, perched in a tree, ready to launch a sneak attack at any moment. Without exception, these ferocious magical beasts reacted remarkably in unison the moment they saw Mia. First, his whole body stiffened, and his hair stood on end. Then, as if he had seen a ghost, he turned and ran away in a panic, not even daring to look at it again. Lynn glanced at the little cutie humming a tune beside him and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. A dragon is a dragon. Even in this adorable form, the aura of a creature from the top of its bloodline is still undeniable. The two wandered around the forest, picking wild flowers and chasing butterflies, feeling perfectly safe. Mia's laughter and playful antics filled the air. Not only was Mia having a good time, but Lynn also got to relax after a long time. Suddenly, Lynn stopped at the foot of a broken cliff. My gaze was drawn to a peculiar black rock layer exposed at a fault line in the cliff face. The rock stratum, sandwiched between ordinary gray-brown rocks, had a dull, oily sheen. The sight made Lynn's heart skip a beat. Lynn strode forward and picked up a fist-sized black stone that had broken off from the black rock layer. The stone feels slightly heavy in the hand, and its texture is not particularly hard. You can even scratch it with your fingernail. He slashed hard at the ground, leaving a clear black mark. Lynn's heart began to race, and a bold guess came to mind. Turning to Mia, who was looking at him curiously, he said, Mia, use your magic to gently shake these black stones and shatter them. Okay. Mia loved playing this game. She ran happily to the cliff face, chanting a strange incantation and stomping her foot lightly. With a deep rumble, the surface of the cliff face peeled away, revealing a larger area of pure black rock several meters thick behind it. Many of the black stones rolled down and piled up at Lynn's feet. Suppressing his excitement, Lynn picked up the largest and purest piece of tinder, then took out tinder and a flint from his pocket. Sparks landed on the black stone, initially without any reaction, but after Lynn patiently ignited it for more than 10 seconds, the black stone actually began to burn slowly. A slightly pungent odor filled the air, and as the orange-red flames ignited, they also produced a large amount of ash. This is undoubtedly coal, but it hasn't been processed, resulting in incomplete combustion and the production of large amounts of toxic gases. Lynn looked at the burning stone in his hand, and his heart was instantly filled with turmoil. With coal, there are many things that can be done, such as resisting the harsh winter, burning and forging, and even developing steam engines in the future. Only with this can all of this be achieved. Mia, her eyes glued to the burning stone in Lynn's hand, curiously reached out and grabbed it. This startled Lynn, but he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. As a dragon, this bit of fire had no effect on Mia at all. Sure enough, Mia held the burning coal, her eyes gleaming with even greater curiosity. Lynn, what is this? The stone is actually burning. How amazing! Seeing Mia's curious expression, Lynn smiled and explained. This is coal. You'll know how to use it later. Okay, quickly put out this stone so it doesn't catch fire here. Oh, Mia responded, and with a sudden burst of strength, the coal in her hand shattered into pieces on the ground. Lynn looked at Mia's dirty little hands and smiled helplessly. Come on, I'll take you to wash your hands, and we'll see if we can catch any fish while we're at it. Mia's eyes lit up, and her dirty little hand reached out to Lynn. Come on, Lynn, let's go catch fish! Lynn looked at Mia's small, dark hand grabbing his own, smiled helplessly, and could only lead Mia towards the lake. At night by the lake in the Warcraft forest, a warm campfire crackled, and delicious grilled fish were laid out on top of it. Lynn skillfully turned the grilled fish, evenly sprinkling the fish with his secret seasoning made from a mixture of various herbs. Lynn, is it ready yet? It smells so good. Mia, squatting opposite the campfire, rested her chin on her hands, her golden eyes fixed on the grilled fish that were gradually turning golden and crispy, her mouth practically watering. All right, you little glutton. Lynn smiled and handed the first grilled fish to Mia. Be careful, it's hot. Before Lynn could finish speaking, Mia took the fish without hesitation, opened her mouth, and took a big bite. Delicious. Not only is she not afraid of the heat, but the fish bones that are most troublesome for ordinary people when eating fish seem to simply not exist under Mia's small teeth. Lynn shook his head and chuckled as he watched Mia eat so unrestrainedly. He then picked up a grilled fish and began to eat it in small bites. The bright moonlight, the warm campfire, the clear lake water, and the little foodies around me. The warmth of this moment even gave Lynn a fleeting illusion. It felt like I had returned to a past life, to the days of picnicking by the lake on summer nights. Chapter 23: The Benefits of the Dragon Knight. Several plump fish ended up in Mia's stomach without any doubt. After eating and drinking their fill, the pink-haired girl squinted and, imitating Lynn, the two lay side by side on the soft grass by the lake, gazing up at the starry sky. Mia, look! Lynn held up a finger and pointed to the brightest star in the night sky. Do you see that star? Doesn't it look like an eye in the sky? Lynn then pointed to the other side. And over there, those 7 stars linked together, don't they look like a spoon? A spoon? Can you use that to drink soup? Mia asked curiously, blinking her bright golden eyes. Haha, that won't do, it just looks like it. So, what do stars taste like? Are they delicious? This definitely won't taste good, it'll probably taste like a rock. Lynn was both amused and exasperated by Mia's unexpected turn of events, and smiled as she answered all the questions posed by the curious, feverish, and gluttonous dragon. Mia listened, seemingly understanding but not quite, occasionally letting out a cute question or two. Unconsciously, she moved closer to Lynn, feeling the support she felt beside her. Looking at the stars in the sky, Lynn was also filled with emotion. Having been in this unfamiliar world for so long, I have experienced a lot, including family ostracism and the hardships of being a lord. But this is the first time I felt so relaxed and carefree like this. It even made Lynn feel a sense of luxury and unreality. After all, this is a monster forest teeming with monsters and fraught with danger. According to common sense on this continent, anyone who spends the night in the wild must light a campfire to drive away wild animals, take turns standing guard, and remain vigilant at all times. But what about Lynn and Mia now? The campfire had gone out, and the two of them, without any protection or precautions, lay comfortably on the grass, as if they were at home. Lynn estimated that even a fourth-tier expert wouldn't dare to try such an experience. After all, no matter how strong humans are, they cannot guarantee that they can withstand a sneak attack from monsters when they are asleep. But with Mia's presence, the magical beast forest, which was incredibly dangerous, was eerily quiet, even though it was late at night. Not to mention powerful magical beasts, even the most common sounds of insects chirping and frogs croaking on summer nights have disappeared without a trace. It was as if all living beings had fled or gone into hiding under the oppressive power of the dragons. Lynn turned her head to look at the pink-haired foodie next to her who was intently counting stars. This is probably the unique perk of being a dragon knight. Even in early summer, the nights in the Warcraft forest still carry a chill. He didn't feel it in the morning, but by nightfall, even though Lynn was a junior warrior, he still felt a bit cold. In this continent, there are no cold medicines or other medications. If you get sick, you either have to wait for yourself to heal on your own or go to the city to find a priest for treatment. Lynn was about to get up and find some firewood to relight the campfire. But the next moment, Mia suddenly rolled over and snuggled into Lynn's arms like a kitten. Soon, Lynn felt a warmth emanating from Mia's petite body, instantly dispelling all the chill. Lynn was stunned for a moment, then realized that the dragons were indeed dragons. Even in human form, they were still like a hand warmer, radiating warmth. Feeling the soft touch and warmth in his arms, Lynn stopped being coy and gently embraced Mia, wrapping them both in his robe before peacefully drifting off to sleep. The next day, as dawn broke, Lynn opened her eyes precisely on time. Mia was still fast asleep in my arms. Her rosy little face looked even cuter in the morning light, and her lips were twitching. I wondered if she was eating something delicious in her dream. "Mia, wake up!" Lynn gently patted Mia. "No, I want to sleep a little longer," Mia mumbled, wrinkling her little nose. Looking at the little lazybones in her arms, Lynn used her trump card. "If you don't get up now, there won't be any breakfast today." With a whoosh, the pink-haired girl, who was still lazing in bed a second ago, sat up abruptly the next second, rubbing her eyes and saying, "Mia is awake. Mia wants to eat barbecue." The two washed up and tidied up briefly by the lake. Lynn checked that nothing was missing and then took Mia's hand. "We should head back now, there's still a lot waiting for us." "Let's go home and have breakfast," Mia cheered. The next moment, a gale arose again, and Dragon Knight Lynn sped directly toward Winter City. In the Winterhold Lord's mansion, Anna waited alone in the courtyard, her eyes occasionally glancing towards the entrance. Although Lynn knew Mia's identity, he also said that there would definitely be no danger, and that she would be back the next day. But Anna still couldn't put her mind at ease. Having been exposed to dangers from a young age, everyone in the kingdom of Ella knew about the perils of the monster forest. The outer areas are alright. There are usually only first or second tier magical beasts, which can be handled by beginner or intermediate warriors or mages. However, once you get to the middle, there will be third or fourth tier magical beasts. Even if only a grandmaster or archmage can handle them, high-level warriors or high-level mages would not dare to go there alone. As for the innermost part of the monster forest, only some sword saints and archmages from the kingdom of Ella have been there so far, and no one knows what's inside. Suddenly, Anna heard footsteps at the door, and the next moment, she saw two figures, one tall and one short, walk in. When Mia saw Anna, she ran over to her, hands on her hips with a smug look on her face. "Anna, we're back." Anna smiled and patted Mia's head, saying with a smile, "Welcome back, Miss Mia. Breakfast is ready." "Okay, thanks Anna. Lynn, I'm going to have breakfast now." Mia glanced at Lynn, then ran away. Lynn watched Mia's departing figure, shook his head with a smile, then walked towards Anna and gently embraced her. Anna hugged Lynn tightly, and the expression on her face finally relaxed. Feeling Anna's warmth, Lynn whispered a smile in Anna's ear. "What's wrong, Anna? Is it because the young master isn't here? Is Anna having trouble sleeping at night?" Anna blushed and gently pushed Lynn away. "Young master." Lynn laughed and pulled Anna into the hall to enjoy breakfast. Having relaxed for most of yesterday, and with many tasks to handle today, Lynn stopped teasing Anna. Chapter 24: The Aftermath of the Farm. West Gate of Winter City. On the desolate open space in the west of the city, the outlines of many buildings have already appeared. 100 hired laborers are working hard, some carrying stones and timber, some digging, and some building walls. Every face wore a satisfied smile, a smile that reflected the glory of labor. Perhaps these laborers never imagined in their lives that they could earn a generous daily wage of 30 copper coins simply by selling their labor, and more importantly, they would also be provided with meals. In Winterhold now, being able to eat one's fill and stay warm is already the greatest happiness. Therefore, the workers worked hard, and in just a few days, the foundation and outer walls of the entire farm were almost completed, far exceeding Lynn's expectations. Lynn nodded in satisfaction and looked at Barry following behind him. "Not bad, Barry," Lynn praised. "The progress is faster than I expected. This is all thanks to Your Excellency. Without the new policies Your Excellency has issued, we wouldn't have made such rapid progress." Barry quickly bowed, his face beaming with a smile, but behind that smile seemed to hide a trace of worry. Several times he hesitated, carefully observing Lynn's expression, looking as if he wanted to say something but dared not. "Barry, just say what you have to say." Lynn stopped and turned to look at Barry. After Lynn pointed it out, Barry took a deep breath and finally mustered up the courage to point to the bustling construction site. "My lord, I know you have plans that are hard for ordinary people to imagine, but isn't the location of this farm too dangerous?" Barry pointed further north, where the vast monster forest stretched out before him. To the north of Winterfell lies the boundless monster forest. Although Winterfell is still dozens of kilometers from the edge of the forest, no one can say for sure when a monster might charge out. In the unlikely event of a small-scale beast tide, everything we've worked so hard to build will be lost. In Barry's view, building such an important asset outside the most dangerous northern gate, directly facing the monster forest, was simply gambling, and a gamble that was bound to fail. Hearing Barry's concerns, Lynn couldn't help but laugh. He reached out and affectionately patted Mia's head beside him, saying casually, "Your concerns are valid, Barry, but you have absolutely no need to worry about safety." Mia, who was standing to the side, understood what Lynn meant. She immediately puffed out her chest, put her hands on her hips, and looked incredibly smug. "Mia will definitely protect the farm. No matter how many big bugs come, Mia will drive them away and prevent them from destroying Winter City." Barry stared blankly at the confident, smug little girl in front of him, then at his lord's deeply convinced expression, his mind a complete mess. Although Barry had seen Mia use magic to transform the land before. However, resisting the beast tide and transforming the land are two completely different concepts. That was a beast tide composed of tens of thousands of magical beasts. Can such a small little magician girl really withstand it? Barry's mind was filled with huge questions. But seeing Lynn's confident expression, he ultimately chose to swallow all his questions. Perhaps this lord has some hidden cards up his sleeve. After calming down Chin's worries, Lynn turned his gaze to the 5 figures who were busy directing operations at the construction site. "Go and call Hank and the others over." Soon, the first batch of employees from the 5 farms, led by old Hank, jogged up to Lynn. After a few days apart, the 5 people looked completely different from before. Although they were still wearing tattered clothes, their faces no longer showed the numbness and fear they had before. "My lord! The outer walls and the main building of the farm will be completed in 10 days at most. The dry and wet separation of the pigsties and chicken houses have also been planned and will definitely meet your requirements," Old Hank excitedly reported, pointing to the distant areas as he spoke, detailing the plans for each area, and even displaying the air of a farmer Lynn had once seen. After reporting on the project's progress, Old Hank changed the subject and brought up the most critical issue at hand. "My lord, although the framework of the farm is almost finished, it is still empty inside. We only have a few livestock, which is not enough to support them." Lynn nodded and turned to look at Barry beside him. Barry, I'll leave this to you. In a little while, you'll take Hank and the others and go door to door to buy livestock from every household. Remember, we are acquiring, not taxing. Be polite, don't bully others, and don't resort to violence. The acquisition price was 20% higher than the usual market price in Winter City. What? A 20% increase? Barry was once again shocked by the lord's extravagant spending. When nobles buy things from their subjects, it's usually through forced buying and selling. Offering 70 to 80% of the price is considered merciful. But our own lord is doing the opposite. He wants to buy it at an even higher price. Barry did not raise any objections, but simply bowed deeply and exclaimed in sincere admiration. Yes, sir. On behalf of all the people of the city, I thank you for your kindness. After arranging the source of the livestock, Lynn's gaze fell once again on old Hank and his group of 5. This afternoon, I'll have Logan bring the black rock boar that we captured alive here. Your next task is to do everything you can to get this black rock boar to mate with the sows we've acquired. I need a large number of piglets with magical beast bloodlines. Old Hank and the others turned pale with fright. My lord, that's a first-tier magical beast! Old Hank's voice trembled, his face filled with fear. Are you suggesting we, a few ordinary people, should be used to breed monsters? What if that beast suddenly goes berserk? We definitely won't be able to control it. Yes, sir, Martha said in a trembling voice. It's a small matter if we get injured, but what if this monster damages the farm that the adults have worked so hard to build? That would be a huge loss. Seeing how terrified they looked, Lynn smiled and reassured them. Don't worry, I've completely tamed that black rock boar, it will obey me. Even if, by some chance, this monster suddenly goes berserk, your first priority is to ensure your own safety. Don't worry about anything else, just get as far away as possible. Even if it destroys the entire farm, I won't blame any of you. Do you understand? After hearing Lynn's words, the 5 men, including old Hank, looked at each other. Their fear had lessened considerably, but their doubts had deepened. Tame monsters. This young lord actually possesses such miraculous abilities. Chapter 25 Modern Training. In the afternoon, after finishing up the business at the farm, Lynn went to the drill ground in the east of the city. The previously dilapidated training ground has now been completely transformed. More than 100 veterans and more than 100 newly recruited soldiers are training hard under the early summer sun, sweating profusely. City Defense Officer Hawk patrolled back and forth in the ranks, his loud roar echoing throughout the entire barracks. Stand up straight, all of you. You are soldiers, not spineless wimps who haven't been weaned. Look at your crooked and scraggly appearance, you're even more disorganized than women at a market. Right face. Move in unison. Use every ounce of strength you have. 1, 2, thrust. The veterans on site were in a better position. Although they were exhausted, they were still managing to hold on. But the newly recruited soldiers are different. Most of them are there for the generous pay and the guaranteed food. They are already in poor physical condition, and they can't keep up with the training as soon as it starts. Not only the new recruits, but even the veterans did not expect that the training would become so grueling after the new lord took over. Many soldiers couldn't help but recall how, in the past, they would simply stand guard and patrol, and the day would pass by easily. Now everything has changed. Every day begins with a 5-kilometer run in the early morning, followed by standing at attention and drill training, and then hundreds or thousands of synchronized exercises such as raising shields, bayonets, and slashing. Although the soldiers were complaining, what no one knew was that after just 2 days of training, they had already undergone tremendous changes. As the ranks became increasingly orderly, and they were able to perform the same actions simultaneously at a single command, a sense of collectivism and discipline began to take root in their hearts. Gradually, they stopped being a disorganized mess and began to take the shape of an army. My lord. Upon seeing Lynn's figure appear, Hawk immediately stopped training, turned around sharply, and gave Lynn a standard military salute. At Hawk's command, the 300 soldiers training on the field turned around in unison. Although their movements were still a bit clumsy, they still managed to salute. Greetings, Lord. Lynn looked at the army that was slowly changing before him and walked to the front of the formation. Lynn didn't say anything inspiring or grand, but simply made a promise in the most sincere way. I have seen your efforts, and I assure you that as long as you complete the training and become qualified soldiers, everything you have now, generous pay, plentiful meals, and the security of your families, will only increase and improve in the future. I am different from previous lords. You may have all heard about the changes I made after arriving in Winterfell, reducing taxes, increasing the income of my subjects, and repairing the city walls. I believe that before long, Winterfell will no longer be the Winterfell it once was, and the lives of its inhabitants, including you and your families, will surely get better and better. But as we change, bad things will inevitably happen, such as attacks from monsters, sneak attacks from orcs, or attacks from other lords. That's when you'll need to step in, defend Winterfell, and protect the wonderful life you've finally achieved. Listening to Lynn's words, the soldiers felt a surge of excitement, and the fatigue and irritability from training slowly disappeared. Seeing the expressions on the soldiers' faces, Lynn nodded in satisfaction, then looked at everyone and suddenly asked a question. All right, if you still have any questions, please ask them now, and I'll answer them all. From now on, you need to train hard. The soldiers glanced around, clearly not daring to offend their lord's authority. Hawk, standing nearby, looked at them and roared. The Lord keeps his word. If you have any questions, ask directly. If not, begin training immediately. Don't complain. At this point, some soldiers finally couldn't stand still any longer and boldly stepped forward. My lord, will our military pay be paid on time from now on? Lynn nodded seriously. Of course, if there are any problems with not distributing the aid in the future, as long as I am still the lord here, you can come directly to me, and I guarantee I will solve it for you. My lord, will our equipment be replaced? Yes, it won't be long before we replace everything with new ones, and you'll all be able to use brand new equipment. Many soldiers asked some basic questions, and Lynn answered truthfully, making the atmosphere more and more harmonious. Suddenly, a burly man stepped out and asked Lynn, My lord, is it really useful for us to abandon the training of individual martial arts skills and only practice these rigid formations and assassination moves? In an instant, the entire area fell silent. Not only the soldiers, but even the city defense officer Hawk was startled. This question is clearly too sensitive, and it's too late to stop it. Lynn wasn't angry. She smiled and asked Hawk, who was standing next to her. Hawk, you are a mid-level warrior. What would happen if you were to take on 10 well-trained ordinary people? My lord, there's no doubt I'll win easily. Hawk was relieved to see that Lynn wasn't angry. What about the 100? I will face a tough battle, but I should still be able to win in the end. With the fighting spirit in my body, my strength, speed, and endurance are unmatched by ordinary people. Very good. A mid-level soldier, just as you said, can easily defeat ordinary soldiers who outnumber him by dozens of times. After all, in our battles, the number of strong warriors determines the outcome. A high-level warrior, with his battle aura emanating outwards, can launch an attack from 20 meters away, and can single-handedly disperse a 100-man squad. As for the Grand Masters, once imbued with battle aura, they can move freely amidst thousands of troops. Not to mention the legendary Sword Saints, who are an army in themselves. However, Lynn changed the subject, his eyes sharpening. Have you considered that this war model, which relies on the strong, has a fatal weakness? How long does it take to cultivate to the level of a beginner warrior? 5 years, or even 10 years, not to mention the intermediate and advanced warriors who have awakened their battle chi. Lynn's eyes swept over everyone present. Are you confident that you can cultivate to such a high level? If you are, you won't be an ordinary soldier in Winterfell. The survival rate of ordinary people on the battlefield is very low, so I train you to cooperate, obey, and form ranks. This is not to torture you, but to help you survive longer on the battlefield. 100 people fighting haphazardly certainly can't defeat a mid-level warrior, but only by uniting and fighting together can they have a chance to survive. After Lynn finished speaking, he suddenly took off his slightly fancy coat, leaving only a smart bodysuit, and then picked up a wooden gun from the weapon rack. Captain Hawk, please assign me a spot. I'll be training with you guys today. My lord, how can this be? Hawk was shocked. He never imagined that Lynn, a nobleman, would participate in the army's daily training. There's nothing wrong with it. Lynn's tone left no room for argument. Since I proposed this training plan, if I can't even do it myself, what right do I have to ask you to? Lynn walked straight to the end of the line and stood like an ordinary recruit. Hawk had no choice but to grit his teeth and treat Lynn like a new recruit, seeing Lynn's serious expression, and continue the training they had just started. As soon as training began, the soldiers around him seemed hesitant and cautious, moving around carefully for fear of accidentally bumping into the Lord during training. But soon, the soldiers realized their worries were unnecessary. Lynn had no airs of nobility whatsoever, and gritted his teeth to stay in the lead while running. During drill training, Lynn stood straighter than anyone else. During bayonet practice, Lynn put his all into every movement, without the slightest slackening. Sweat quickly soaked Lynn's clothes, but Lynn persisted, his face full of focus and determination. The soldiers were now in an uproar. If they were outmatched by the Lord in other aspects, they would have nothing to say. After all, the Lord was a nobleman, and had better resources from a young age. However, in terms of the rigor of training and the contest of willpower, these ordinary soldiers who relied on their strength to make a living lost to a pampered young nobleman, which was a complete disgrace. "What are you all standing there for? Haven't you eaten? The Lord is training with us. Anyone who dares to slack off, I'll break their legs," a veteran squad leader roared. Yes. The sense of honor in the hearts of the 300 soldiers was completely ignited. They all put in their best effort, letting out thunderous roars, and throwing themselves into even more rigorous training. For a time, the training enthusiasm of the entire barracks reached an unprecedented peak. Before we knew it, evening had arrived. With Hawk's dismissal, everyone could finally relax. Lynn shakily placed the spear back on the weapon rack, and amidst the awe-inspiring gazes of the soldiers, he waved his hand and called over Mia, who was sitting nearby with her bound feet dangling. Mia stared blankly at everyone's training all afternoon, a strange expression on her face. Upon seeing Lynn's greeting, he immediately trotted over to Lynn, took her hand, and asked curiously, "Lynn, why do they train so hard?" Lynn was soaked to the bone and looked exhausted, but he still smiled as he looked at Mia and explained earnestly. "They just wanted to live, they didn't want to die for no reason." Mia looked confused. "Aren't they all alive now?" "Yes, they are all alive now, but this continent is fraught with danger. Sudden attacks by magical beasts, or attacks from other forces, such as orcs or other lords, mean that only by becoming strong can they have a chance to survive." Mia nodded as if she understood, looking intently at Lynn. "Lynn, I will protect this place. I am very strong." Lynn looked at Mia's serious little expression and suddenly burst out laughing. "Yes, I believe Mia." Chapter 26: Charles's Return. In the days that followed, Lynn's life became regular and fulfilling. In the mornings, Lynn would be in the study of the city lord's mansion, handling the ever-increasing political affairs of Winterfell. He would occasionally summon city official Barry to hear reports on the progress and finances of each project in Winterhold, and to determine future development plans. They would also go to the fields to discuss the details of farmland improvement and irrigation facilities with the agricultural officer, Gale, in order to maximize Winterfell's food production capacity. They would also review the daily training results with the city defense officer Hawk and constantly offer their suggestions, such as new weapons and special military formations. Of course, Lynn would occasionally take a break and sneak out of the city with Mia to explore and play in the monster forest, and look for minerals such as coal. Driven by Lynn's various strange policies, the entire Winterfell began to function rapidly, slowly shedding its former decay and lifelessness and displaying a vitality unlike anything before. The abandoned farmland outside the city has now been repaired and is just waiting for the seeds to arrive. Alongside the farmland, a network of irrigation canals is being cultivated. Outside the north gate, the breeding farm has already taken shape, and many livestock such as chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs have moved in. In the barracks, the soldiers' ranks became increasingly orderly, their shouts grew louder day by day, and their combat effectiveness continued to improve. Everything was so thriving. But beneath this facade of prosperity, a tremendous pressure still weighed on Lynn's mind. Inside the city lord's study, Lynn sat at the table, looking at the recent consumption report. City official Barry stood in front of Lynn, quickly reporting on the recent consumption situation. Next to Lynn's stool was a smaller stool, which was Mia's special spot. However, Lynn was so bored while working that Mia couldn't stand it and ran off to play with Anna. "My lord, our food supplies are running low. Although the hunting party hunts some wild animals such as antelopes and rabbits, they sometimes bring back some collected wild vegetables. However, Winter City's consumption is increasing every day, and with the constant changes in the adults' policies, Winter City is recruiting more and more people. Because of the adults' kindness, these people not only paid them wages every day, but also provided them with food. These recruited laborers and soldiers performed a great deal of labor every day, consuming a considerable amount of food daily. Our grain warehouses are almost empty right now, and I estimate that we may run out of food in another 2 days. Listening to Barry's report, Lynn also felt a bit of a headache. The entire city of Winterfell is currently undergoing major reforms, which naturally leads to rapid depletion of resources. This is unavoidable, as the previous lord had ruined everything in Winterfell. If reforms are not implemented quickly to restore the lives of the people, there is a possibility that the people will flee or starve to death. Barry, let's wait a little longer. Judging by the timeline, Charles should be back soon. As long as we have the resources Charles brings back, we can get through this crisis smoothly. Barry nodded. Since the Lord thought there was no problem, he, as the city official, naturally wouldn't make a fool of himself. Counting the time, Char has been on his way for a full 15 days. Although the distance between Winterhold and Northern Fortress is quite far, it should be about time for him to return. Sure enough, a guard walked in through the door the next moment. My lord, Captain Charles has returned. Upon hearing this, Lynn's worries gradually subsided. Barry, let's go take a look. When Lynn and Barry arrived at the east gate, they saw Charles and his men on horseback escorting more than a dozen fully loaded wagons as they slowly drove into the city. Although everyone looked travel-worn and their faces were full of fatigue, their eyes were exceptionally bright. Seeing that Charles and the others had returned safely, and with more than a dozen truckloads of supplies, Lynn finally breathed a sigh of relief. Charles and the others also saw Lynn and Barry at this moment. Charles immediately dismounted, came to Lynn, and knelt on one knee to perform a standard knightly salute. My lord, I have successfully completed my mission and have procured all the supplies for Winterfell. Lynn stepped forward and patted Charles on the shoulder. Thank you for your hard work, Charles. Welcome back. Lynn was well aware of the risks of this trip. Although Charles was only a mid-level warrior, he brought along 9 junior warriors, making their strength among the top in Winter City. But within the kingdom of Ella, this force is nothing. If they were to encounter a large band of thieves, or if a greedy noble lord were to harbor malicious intentions, Charles and his companions would have no chance of returning with supplies, let alone surviving. Now that everything in Winterfell is back on track, it is a time for rebuilding and is most in need of this batch of food and seeds. If this batch of supplies is lost, the only thing Lynn can think of is to send Mia to the monster forest to kill a powerful 3rd or even 4th tier monster. They traded warcraft cores for much-needed funds and supplies for Winterfell. But if that were the case, Lynn would likely be completely exposed to the sight of the nobles of the kingdom of Ella. How could an abandoned noble baron, without the help of his family, possibly hunt a 3rd or 4th tier magical beast in the magical beast forest? If it is discovered, the development of Winter City will definitely be disrupted. Fortunately, the worst did not happen. Charles lived up to expectations and returned safely with the much-needed supplies for Winterfell. Lynn looked at Barry beside him, then at Charles next to him, and suddenly had an idea. Charles, Barry, don't move these supplies into the warehouse yet. Let's walk around the city a few times first, so that the other citizens can see that Winter City is now strong and has no fear of running out of food. Upon hearing Lynn's plan, Barry immediately offered a compliment. Your Excellency is wise. This way, other citizens will know that Winterfell is no longer the Winterfell it once was. We have enough to eat now, which will put the citizens at ease and allow them to work with peace of mind. Lynn nodded in approval, then looked at Charles beside him. Charles, you've worked hard. After you finish this last task, you can take a couple of days off and get some rest. Yes, sir. Soon, the people of Winterfell witnessed this unusual scene. The Lord's knights were driving through the city with more than a dozen carts of supplies. Many citizens watched all this with curiosity and confusion. But when they learned that these cartloads of grain were all brought back from other places by the Lord, they were instantly filled with excitement. Previously, there was concern that there would be no food and the Lord would requisition food from everyone, but now there is no need to worry about anything. Chapter 27 contains restricted content. The large amount of food and seeds brought back by Captain Charles immediately solved the food shortage crisis in Winterfell. The granaries were refilled, everyone's wages were paid on time, and the people's hearts were finally at ease. With all his worries resolved, Lynn once again threw himself into the monster breeding plan. The Bari municipal officials were very efficient. In just a few days, they had acquired more than a dozen sows from the city's residents. At this moment, these carefully selected harems of Black Rock pigs were placed directly in the newly built breeding farm. Lynn once again brought Mia to the stone enclosure of the Black Rock pigs at the farm. Mia. Lynn crouched down, looked at Mia, and tried hard to think of how to tell Mia about the next task. Even if you've lived 2 lives, it's still a bit awkward to be in this situation, talking about animal mating with a naive little girl who trusts you. Damn it, Lynn suddenly felt a little excited. Even though it was something that should be condemned, he couldn't control his chaotic thoughts. After a moment's thought, Lynn finally sorted out his thoughts and tried to explain this complex problem in a way that Mia could understand. Mia, look at that big black pig. It's all alone now. Isn't it lonely? Mia nodded. Yes, it looks so pitiful. So I want to find it some companions, friends who can play with it and eat with it, so it won't be lonely. Mia's golden eyes lit up as she stared intently at Lynn. Lynn, is someone you play with and eat with called a partner? Are we partners? We eat and play together every day. Yes, and Anna too. Anna is a partner, right? Even with Lynn's composure, he was momentarily stunned and didn't know how to answer. His relationship with Anna is definitely that of partners, but his relationship with Mia. Lynn is now unsure what her relationship with Mia is. They're not exactly friends, though. Friends don't usually get this close. We're not talking about partners yet. We haven't reached that stage. Even if we consider the relationship between pets and their owners, it's not quite that. They clearly support and help each other. Mia and I, well, we're not in a romantic relationship. We're more like family. Yes, Mia is my family. Family relationship? Mia's pure golden eyes stared at Lynn, making him feel a little awkward. Fortunately, Mia didn't dwell on it any longer and turned her attention back to the Black Rock boar, which relieved Lynn. Then, let the Black Rock pigs play with these new friends and have lots and lots of piglets, so we'll have an endless supply of meat. Lynn felt that what he had just said was not quite right, so after thinking for a while, he cleverly connected the ultimate goal with an endless supply of meat. Oh! Mia's eyes lit up instantly. Having piglets meant more meat to eat. Yes, Lynn, I know what to do! Lynn was delighted. Sure enough, after changing the wording, the communication went much more smoothly. Okay, that's it. Mia, go tell it to stay here well, eat and drink well, get along well with the new sow friends, and have lots of piglets. Also, it can't bully them, or bully anyone else, and it can't cause any damage. Don't worry, Lynn, I've got it covered. Mia ran confidently to the stone railing and spoke in a low, incomprehensible language to the Black Rock boar, which was already as docile as a dog. As Mia recounted the story, the Black Rock boar listened blankly, its huge head tilting slightly before a glimmer of understanding seemed to flash in its eyes. The next instant, as if receiving some special command, the Black Rock boar quickly ran out. Under Lynn's dumbfounded gaze, the Black Rock boar rushed directly to the back of a sow that had been temporarily brought in, and crudely and primitively mounted her, beginning the indescribable process of procreation. Holy crap! This sudden turn of events startled Lynn so much that he blurted out his words from his past life. Instinctively, Lynn rushed over almost reflexively, picked up Mia who was still standing there, watching all this with curiosity, and at the same time stretched out his other hand to cover Mia's eyes tightly. Lynn, what are you doing? Suddenly being picked up and surrounded by darkness, Mia's little head was filled with big questions. What is that big black pig Lynn doing? Why is it on top of another pig? And why are you covering my eyes? This, that? Lynn's mind raced, but he regretfully discovered that he couldn't explain everything that had just happened to the innocent Mia in simple language. In the end, Lynn could only make up some nonsense with a straight face. Ahem, you can't look at things like that too much. If you look at them too much, you'll get needles in your eyes, very sharp little thorns that will make your eyes very uncomfortable. As Lynn spoke, he picked up Mia and hurried to the other end of the farm as if fleeing. Only after confirming that Mia's view was completely blocked by the wall, and that she could no longer see the restricted scene on the other side, did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, I stopped it in time, preventing my innocent little darling from being tainted by strange things. If Mia gets curious and tries to ride me like the Black Rock boar, the consequences would be, well, you know. Wait a minute, this doesn't seem so bad. Wouldn't that make us a real family? I can't think about it anymore. The more I think about it, the more excited I get. Lynn quickly shook his head. Indeed, alcohol and women lead to ruin. Starting today, I will abstain from alcohol. Lynn quickly led Mia to the side, where the newly captured magical beast, a first-tier wind antelope, was kept. The only downside is that no one in Winterhold is raising sheep right now, so we'll have to go to the northern fortress to buy some ewes later. Lynn had Mia repeat what she had just said to the Black Rock boar to the wind antelope. Fortunately, there was only one wind antelope here, so Lynn wasn't worried about the embarrassing situation happening again. Next, Lynn led Mia on a tour of the entire breeding farm, and had Mia give instructions on all the magical beasts that had been captured recently. Looking at the breeding farm that was raising several magical beasts, even though there were no outputs yet, it still gave Lynn a sense of promising future. I believe that before long, Winter City will become a renowned meat-selling center in the Kingdom of Ella. Chapter 28 Anna's Arrangements. Inside the city lord's mansion, Anna was sweeping the courtyard when she suddenly heard a series of footsteps at the door. Anna couldn't help but smile as she looked towards the door. Sure enough, the next instant, a small pink figure ran in and jumped directly into Anna's arms. Anna, I helped Lynn a lot today. I gave those magical beasts a lot of instructions, telling them not to hurt people or damage the farm. Looking at the little pink figure in her arms, Anna smiled and patted Mia's head. Yes, Miss Mia is really amazing. Mia became even more smug, strutting around with her hands on her hips, but soon a hint of confusion appeared on her face as she looked at Anna. Anna, do you know what a mate is, what having babies is, and why little black pigs ride on other sows? Anna was taken aback, staring blankly at the innocent Mia in front of her, not understanding why she would ask such a question. Fortunately, Lynn walked in at that moment, went straight to Mia's side, and placed one hand on Mia's head. Mia, haven't I already told you all this? Don't ask any more. Lynn squatted down, pinched Mia's little face, and rubbed it hard. I understand, Lynn, I won't ask again. Mia honestly admitted her mistake, but her little eyes darted around, clearly not as honest as she said. Lynn had no choice but to spoil Mia. He couldn't hit her or scold her. But then I thought about it again. Mia had already grown up inside the dragon. Although she had become a small human, she was still a real adult dragon. It wouldn't hurt to know. Lynn looked at Anna, who was holding a broom and was obviously sweeping the yard while waiting for everyone. Lynn took the broom from Anna's hand, grasped Anna's hand, and said, Anna, didn't I tell you? You are the mistress of this place, you don't need to do these things. Anna felt a warmth in her heart, and said softly, Young master is fine. Anyway, I have plenty of free time. Besides cleaning young master and Mia's room and having people prepare food, there's not much else to do. Lynn then realized that things were different after he came to Winter City. Back in the Marquis's mansion, I spent every day with Anna. Now that Anna has arrived in Winterfell, she is busy every day and spends most of her time alone in the city lord's mansion. Anna's status is different. Although she is ostensibly a personal maid, the entire city lord's mansion knows that Anna is actually half the mistress of the house. Everyone treated Anna with utmost respect, and although she held a high position, she had fewer opportunities to make friends. Lynn's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly had a good idea. He looked at Anna with a serious expression. Anna, I have an idea. Right now, there are only a few of us in the city lord's mansion, so we don't need to do too much. How about this, you help me handle some government affairs from now on? Anna was startled and immediately shook her head in refusal. Young master, no, Anna is just a maid. If something goes wrong, it doesn't matter to Anna, but it would be bad if it delayed your business. Lynn smiled and stroked Anna's little head. Anna, didn't I tell you? You are the person I trust most. I believe that everything you do is for my own good, and you would never do anything to harm me. Moreover, you have a great talent. Look, of all the dishes I suggested, only you made them, and you made them even better than me. I believe you definitely have a talent for government affairs as well. Anna shook her head in refusal again. Young master, I really can't. If I delay your business. Lynn interrupted her directly. Anna, give it a try first. I have a lot to do. I'm already overwhelmed with the affairs of Winterfell. If Anna doesn't help, I don't know how I'll handle things later. Looking into Lynn's serious eyes, Anna finally agreed. Mia, standing to the side, watched the two of them, and a lot of strange thoughts and emotions welled up in her mind. Looking at Anna's adorable expression, which showed both worry and reluctance to disobey him, Lynn knew that the matter had been settled. Now Anna needs to be given a formal identity, as well as a mentor to guide her through the process. Lynn took Anna's hand and said gently, Don't be afraid. You don't need to make any complicated decisions at first. Just stay by my side and watch how I handle things. There's not much to do in Winterfell, you'll get used to it quickly. After saying that, Lynn instructed the servant at the door, Go and invite the Barry city magistrate over. Soon Mayor Barry appeared at the courtyard gate. Seeing Lynn holding his personal maid Anna's hand intimately, he showed no surprise, but simply bowed respectfully. Grown-ups. Lynn nodded and got straight to the point. Barry, this is Anna, the person I trust most and my lover. From today onwards, Anna will act as my representative and assist me in handling the daily affairs of Winterfell. In the future, after you have sorted out some trivial matters concerning the allocation of materials, the dispatch of labor, and civil disputes, please report to Anna first. Only come to me when you encounter major issues that you cannot decide. Upon hearing this, Barry was suddenly jolted. He looked up and glanced at Anna, who was standing next to the Lord, her face still showing a hint of panic and helplessness. As a shrewd man who rose from commoner to municipal official, Barry instantly understood the Lord's deeper meaning. Anna's identity is no secret in Winterfell. Although she is said to be the Lord's personal maid, she is more like the mistress of the city's mansion. Her lord was clearly grooming Anna to be the future mistress of the land, and letting her get involved in politics was to help her establish authority and become familiar with the territory. Barry knew that his lord's mindset was different from other nobles, but he didn't expect it to be this unique. It's already outrageous to make a personal maid your lover, but now you actually want to train her to be a manager. But then Barry suddenly realized that with such an unconventional lord, his future was much brighter. Barry immediately straightened up and put on a warm smile. Yes, sir. Barry then turned to Anna, his tone carrying a hint of respect. Miss Anna, I hope you will continue to guide me in the future. I will do my best to assist you in handling the affairs of the city. No, Lord Barry, I would be grateful if you could guide me in the future. Anna was startled by Barry's sudden words and hurriedly returned the greeting. As the personal maid of the neglected son of a marquis, Anna had never been valued by anyone else in the marquis's mansion. Suddenly receiving such a solemn treatment from the municipal official, they were at a loss for what to do. Lynn watched the scene with satisfaction. Sure enough, as long as he made his stance clear, a smart man like Barry would naturally understand what to do. Chapter 29 Planning of Water Conservancy Projects. After exchanging pleasantries, Barry and Anna quickly got to work. He pulled a small booklet from his pocket and began reporting the latest work progress to Lynn. My lord, the first batch of seeds that Captain Charles brought back has been distributed to the farmers. According to the ridge plowing method of the agricultural officer Gale, all the seeds were sown yesterday. After delivering the good news, a hint of worry appeared on Barry's face again. However, my lord, it hasn't rained lately. Winter City is always arid. Although the fields have been modified by Miss Mia and can still retain some moisture, if this drought continues, it may affect the germination of the seeds. Barry glanced cautiously at Mia beside Lynn and continued. In addition, the Gale agricultural official said that the progress of the Water Conservancy project has encountered some problems, and it is estimated that a sufficient water source cannot be provided in the short term, and manual water carrying will still be required for the time being. Lynn immediately understood Barry's meaning. While reporting on his work, he also subtly tried to request artificial rainmaking. Lynn turned his head and looked at Mia beside him. Before Lynn could even speak, Mia understood immediately, puffed out her chest, put her hands on her hips, and said smugly, Humph, is it going to rain again? No problem, Lynn, leave it to me. Okay, I understand. Mia is so smart. Lynn smiled and patted Mia's head, then turned to look at Barry beside him. Barry, let's go take a look this afternoon. In the afternoon, Lynn took Anna and Mia to the farmland outside the city. Compared to my last visit, the scenery here has undergone tremendous changes. In the vast fields, neat rows of furrows stretch into the distance, and the newly sown seeds are covered with fresh soil. Hundreds of farmers are working hard, some reinforcing the field ridges and others digging ditches. Sweat beaded on everyone's faces, but their eyes shone with hope for the future. At this moment, Agricultural Officer Gale was standing beside a main irrigation canal, loudly directing the workers while looking at a rudimentary blueprint. Upon seeing Lynn and his group arrive, Gale immediately put down what he was doing and ran over quickly. Grown-ups. Gale, you've worked hard, Lynn said, briefly introducing Anna's new identity as he had done that morning, before asking. Gale, Barry said the waterworks project is in trouble. What is the problem? When this was mentioned, a deep sorrow appeared on Gale's face. Pointing to the thin stream flowing from several kilometers away, she explained. My lord, we plan to divert water from the distant Winter River to irrigate the fields. However, the riverbed of the Winter River is lower than the terrain of most of our fields, and the water flow is slow, so the diversion effect is very poor. If the canal is dug deeper, the riverbank could easily break due to excessive water flow, which could flood the fields and even cause problems for Winterfell. Upon hearing Gale's question, Lynn immediately understood the reason, and a great invention that had solved countless similar problems in his previous life immediately came to mind. Lynn squatted down and started drawing directly on the mud with a twig. Gale, look, could we build a giant wheel, stand it on the riverbank, and attach many wooden barrels or planks to the rim of the wheel, using the river's own power to make the wheel turn? When the buckets filled with water are moved to a higher place, they can pour the water into the irrigation canals we've built on the high ground. In this way, the water will be continuously delivered. What Lynn drew was a simple model of a water wheel. Gale stared at the sketch on the ground depicting the use of natural forces to draw water, completely stunned. After pondering for a moment following Lynn's train of thought, her eyes shone with an unprecedented light. Genius, sir! This is simply a genius idea! Gale was so excited he was incoherent. But after the initial excitement, he shook his head in distress. My lord, I roughly understand the principle, but to make such a huge thing work is far too complicated. Let alone using water power. I don't even know how to do it using human power, unless we can find a dwarf craftsman or an alchemist. Lynn immediately became curious. I can understand dwarven craftsmen. They are natural blacksmiths, and their skill in forging weapons and armor is unparalleled. They should be able to make them. But do alchemists also understand these mechanical designs? Aren't they just good at making strange potions? Gale quickly explained. My lord, alchemists are actually very powerful. Many of them are scholars who are proficient in various studies, skilled in analyzing matter, making potions, and also proficient in the manufacture of various equipment. The mechanical creations designed by adults are one of the areas where alchemists excel. However, a true alchemist is even rarer than a magician, and the cost of inviting them is quite high. Lynn nodded seriously, noted down the alchemist information, and planned to invite some alchemists to join Winterfell when the opportunity arose. If alchemists truly possessed these abilities, many of Lynn's ideas could have come true. Mia, who was already eager to try it out, started to get a little impatient as Lynn and the others continued their discussion. He walked straight up to Lynn and tugged at Lynn's arm. Lynn, are you done yet? Lynn then snapped out of her thoughts and turned to look at Mia, who was frowning beside her. All right, I'm troubling you again, Mia. As expected, Winterfell still needs Mia. Mia's brows instantly relaxed, she proudly puffed out her chest, and her little face was full of smugness as she continued to praise me. As I walked to the side of the field ridge, ancient and profound incantations were chanted incessantly. The weather in the sky changed drastically in the next instant. Just moments before, the sky was clear and blue, but now, at a speed visible to the naked eye, thick, dark clouds rapidly gathered, and a vast and pure water elemental energy was frantically converging in the sky. Hundreds of farmers who were working in the field stopped what they were doing and looked at the sky in confusion. What is that? Why did it suddenly get dark? Is it going to rain heavily? The farmers cried out in alarm, having never seen such a strange celestial phenomenon. Under everyone's watchful eyes, at the center of the dark clouds, a giant dragon head made entirely of water slowly emerged from the clouds. Hundreds of farmers, seeing this for the first time, were completely terrified. They dropped their tools, their legs went weak, and they knelt down, bowing to the water tap in the sky. Chapter 30 Subsequent Development Plans. Splash, splash. The huge faucet suddenly plunged downwards, turning into a torrential downpour. Large raindrops pounded heavily on the parched land, and the newly dug furrows and irrigation ditches quickly filled with precious water under the irrigation of this heavy rain. The heavy rain lasted for several minutes before it gradually stopped. The dark clouds dispersed, and the sun reappeared. Lynn looked at the scene before him with a sense of emotion and walked over to Gale, who was still immersed in the great shock. Gale, the irrigation problem is temporarily solved. Now it's up to you to make sure everyone in Winterfell has enough to eat. As for the water wheel issue, I will resolve it later. I will also resolve the alchemist issue at the same time. Gale snapped out of her daze, looked at Lynn, then at the little girl in the distance whose face Anna was wiping the rain from, and her eyes filled with boundless reverence. Before we knew it, a month had passed quietly amidst the busyness and construction. Winterhold, this once lifeless border town, has now been completely revitalized. The city wall was renovated, and although it was still very short, Lynn thought that Winterhold would need to be expanded in the future, so he did not reinforce it further. From the farms north of the city, the sounds of magical beasts and livestock could be heard. After a month of hard work, many of the animals were pregnant, and would soon be able to provide revenue for Winter City. In the fields to the west of the city, green seedlings have already broken through the soil, rippling in the summer breeze like a hopeful green wave. Inside the military camp outside the south of the city, 300 city defense soldiers were sweating profusely. Although they were covered in sweat and had dark skin, their eyes were incredibly determined, and their actions and training already resembled those of an army. The faces of the city's inhabitants were beaming with smiles they had never seen before. They had work to do, food to eat, and money to earn. Everyone was filled with hope for the future. Everything is thriving. However, beneath this prosperous facade, a new crisis is quietly unfolding. Even at night, the study in the city lord's mansion was still brightly lit. Lynn was making final revisions to a newly drawn blast furnace sketch. With coal in hand, Lynn was also preparing for future iron smelting. Young master. A soft call interrupted Lynn's thoughts as Anna approached him with a cup of hot tea. Anna gently placed the hot tea on the table, but instead of leaving as usual, she took a thick ledger from her hand, opened it to the last page, and handed it to Lynn. Young master, this is Winterfell's financial expenditure report for this month. Anna's tone carried a rare, almost imperceptible, seriousness. Lynn put down his quill and took the report from Anna. After a month of learning and practice, Anna has fully adapted to her new role as a trainee home official. Anna is no longer the little maid who only followed Lynn around and knew nothing about politics. Anna is now adept at compiling reports and checking accounts, and she handles many things even better than Lynn. Lynn now delegates some less important daily tasks to Anna. Lynn glanced at the ledger, and his brows furrowed. The report contains a large number of numerical records, which ultimately form a shocking figure. The daily salaries of recruited employees and soldiers, the procurement and consumption of food, and the expenses for constructing various facilities all amount to a huge expenditure. The gold coins and food that Charles brought back, along with Lynn's own savings, have almost run out in the past month. Young master, as of yesterday, we had 597 gold coins and over 1,500 silver coins remaining. If we maintain our current expenditures, we can only last another 3 months. However, given the various reforms you are implementing, I estimate we'll run out in 2 months. 2 months? Lynn leaned back in her chair, her fingers tapping lightly on the table. Yes, young master. Anna's face was full of worry. If we don't have a stable source of income, we'll have no choice but to follow the example of other nobles and forcibly conscript our people to work. If that happens, the trust we've worked so hard to build will completely collapse, and everyone's enthusiasm will quickly revert to its previous lifeless state. In that case, all of young master's recent efforts will have been in vain. Lynn looked at Anna with relief. The girl in front of him was no longer the little maid who knew nothing and could only wait foolishly for him in the courtyard every day. They now possessed the ability to think independently, and have the strategic vision of a qualified ruler. You're right, Anna. Indeed, we've worked so hard for so long, we can't just give up like this. Lynn stood up and paced back and forth in the study, his mind racing, but for a moment, he couldn't come up with a good solution. The grain supply is currently only enough to meet self-sufficiency. Even if there is a surplus, it wouldn't be worth much money to sell. The farms are not of any use in the short term. Although many of the livestock are pregnant now, it will take at least 6 to 12 months to raise them after they are born, so they cannot be of any help for the time being. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Lynn's mind. Anna, what if we built our own market in Winterfell? A market? Anna was puzzled. Yes, in the name of the City Lord's mansion, we hereby announce the establishment of a free trade market in Winter City, where everyone can trade freely. We promise that all transactions conducted within the market will be protected by Winter City. Lynn held up one finger and explained his idea to Anna in detail. As the official entity, we collect a 1/10 transaction tax. This not only attracts visitors and revitalizes Winter City's economy, but also provides us with a stable and continuous source of tax revenue. At the same time, we will also establish a Winter City Merchant Guild. We will personally purchase local specialties around Winter City and then take them to Northern Fortress or other places for sale. We will also purchase goods from those big cities and bring them back to Winter City for sale. The profits from this round trip will be quite considerable. After listening, Anna followed Lynn's train of thought for a while, and then put forward her own idea. Young master, it will take time for the market to prosper, and the same goes for the Merchant Guild. The profits in the beginning will definitely not be much. Will this be enough for us to continue developing Winter City? Lynn nodded, looking at Anna with bright eyes. Regardless, it's a direction we're heading in. Even if we can't afford the expenses of Winterfell right now, we certainly can in the future. Anna, you'll be in charge of setting up the Chamber of Commerce and planning the market. I'll have Barry fully assist you. Anna hesitated for a moment, but seeing the trust in Lynn's eyes, she nodded firmly. Yes, young master. Just then, a series of light, quick footsteps came from outside the door. Without turning around, just by listening to the sound, one could tell who had come. Chapter 31. It turns out Mia is a little rich girl. The door was pushed open, and Mia poked her little pink head in. Seeing that Lynn and Anna were both there, she immediately ran in happily. Lynn, Anna, what fun things are you talking about? Lynn looked at Mia, not expecting her to have any ideas, but still affectionately ruffled her hair and briefly explained their current predicament. I'm short of money. To everyone's surprise, Mia's eyes lit up when she heard that they were short of money. Looking at Lynn with excitement, Lynn, where I sleep, there are lots and lots of shiny stones. They don't taste good, but it seems like you can exchange them for a lot of gold coins. Lynn was stunned for a moment. The shiny stone could be exchanged for money. Lynn immediately pressed on. Mia, what kind of stone are you talking about, and where is it? Mia tried hard to remember, and said cheerfully. It's right in the cave where I sleep. I used to hunt monsters in the forest when I was looking for food. They often had hard stones in their stomachs, which were hard to eat and gritty. So before eating them, I would pry them out and pile them up in the corner where I slept. I don't know if they're still there now. Inside the body, there was a hard stone. As Lynn pondered these keywords, an unbelievable guess suddenly occurred to him. Kidney stones. Bah, the magic core inside a monster. This thing is definitely valuable. Hunting now mainly involves capturing animals alive, making it impossible to obtain magic cores. Occasionally, killing one can yield magic cores, pelts, and other items, which can then be sold for a dozen or so gold coins. Mia is a dragon that has been sleeping for countless years. That corner piled with unpalatable stones is probably a treasure trove filled with all kinds of high-level magic cores. Mia! Lynn excitedly picked up Mia and said, Take me to the cave where you sleep. With hope of resolving the financial crisis, Lynn's motivation exploded. Barry, Hawk, and Gale were summoned overnight for an impromptu meeting. Anna was given full authority over the plans to establish the free market and the Winter Merchant Guild, with Barry assisting her. He then explained to the group that he needed to go out for a while, and that Anna would make all the decisions regarding matters within Winterhold. After arranging everything, Lynn once again took Mia and quietly left Winter City, heading straight into the monster forest. In the Warcraft forest, Lynn pushed aside a clump of ferns taller than a person in front of him, and looked at Mia beside him, panting. Mia, are you sure this is the right direction? This was their third day in the forest. Mia led the way, hopping and skipping like a happy rabbit. Lynn struggled to keep up with Mia, and what lay ahead could no longer be called a road. One moment there are steep, slippery mountain walls, the next there are tangled roots of ancient trees, and then there are rushing rivers to cross. If it weren't for Mia's presence, the absence of attacks from monsters and other creatures nearby, and Lynn's improved physique from occasional training with the soldiers over the past month, they wouldn't have made it this far. It's over here. I can feel the presence of my sleeping place. Mia turned around, her little face showing no sign of fatigue. After crossing another mountain ridge, Lynn came into view a deep valley hidden behind a huge waterfall. Mia pointed to the entrance of the valley and said cheerfully, "We're here." Lynn, supporting his knees, let out a long sigh and looked at the rugged road before him, unable to help but sigh. "Mia, this place is so hard to navigate. How did you manage to get around here before?" Upon hearing this, Mia giggled, a smug look of triumph spreading across her face. "I used to just fly over here in a flash, I never walked." It flew over. Lynn was taken aback before realizing that dragons naturally fly in a straight line home, unlike humans who would traverse mountains and valleys. "Oh no, I've been drawn into Mia's intellectual realm and easily defeated by her." Lynn looked at Mia and asked in confusion, "Mia, why didn't you just fly me here this time?" Mia tilted her head, her golden eyes gleaming mischievously in the sunlight, and said with a confident smile, "Because it's fun." Mia ran to Lynn's side, took his hand, and shook it, saying, "If they fly over in one go and then fly back in another, wouldn't it be over quickly? Lynn would be busy with other things after he gets back, and wouldn't have time to play with Mia at all. Like this, I can play in the forest with Lynn for many days." Lynn was slightly taken aback. Looking at Mia's pure and innocent smile, which seemed to express a desire to spend more time with her, the softest part of my heart was gently touched. The reason this road is so long is simply because this pink-haired girl is prolonging this journey that belongs only to the two of them in her own way. A warm feeling welled up in Lynn's heart, and she held Mia's small hand even tighter. "Yes, Mia is right." Lynn's voice held a gentleness he himself was unaware of as he took Mia's hand and continued walking forward side by side. Suddenly, I felt that the road beneath my feet was no longer so difficult to walk. Lynn led Mia through the enormous waterfall, and a deep cave entrance appeared before Lynn. Upon entering, a dry and warm atmosphere immediately greets you, a stark contrast to the damp and cold outside the cave. Lynn led Mia slowly into the legendary dragon's lair. Although it is called a cave, it is more like a hollowed-out mountain belly. The cave ceiling is so high that you can't see the end, and you can only vaguely see some stars-like light. The ground is unusually flat and smooth, and there is not a trace of dust or odor in the air. The dark, damp, and bone-strewn scene that Lynn had imagined did not appear. The place was very clean and tidy. Lynn couldn't help but look at Mia with curiosity. "Mia, did you clean all of this?" "Cleaning?" Mia tilted her head, looking bewildered. "No need. I'll use dragon magic before I go to sleep, and this place will become very clean." Lynn was stunned for a moment before realizing that he had once again been viewing dragons through a human lens. The two continued deeper into the cave. On one side of the cave, an underground river flows slowly, its water crystal clear, and along its banks grow patches of glowing mushrooms and plants laden with crystal-like fruits. These would be considered rare treasures for alchemists. In the center of the cave, there is an enormous bed made of some kind of unknown gemstone. The gemstone bed is half the size of a square, and is obviously where Mia slept in her dragon form. Chapter 32: Mia's Attack. "We're here, this is it." Mia cheered and, pulling Lynn along, ran towards a corner at the deepest part of the cave. In the deepest corner of the cave, a small mountain made of countless gemstones quietly radiates a colorful glow. Lynn slowly walked forward, and when he saw the true face of the gem mountain, he couldn't help but gasp. That's not a gem mountain at all. That was clearly a pile of magic cores made up of countless magic cores of all kinds. The size of a fist, in various colors, encompassing all magical elements, were piled together in a chaotic mess. "These are it," Mia said, proudly picking up a magic core that emitted an icy blue light and handing it to Lynn. It's this kind of stone, hard as a rock, and doesn't taste good at all. Lynn took the Cool Touch magic core, but soon sensed something was wrong. Judging from its energy level, this is at least a 4th tier or higher magic core, but the energy intensity it emits is similar to that of a 2nd tier magic core. It's like a magic core that has been used by a magician and whose magic power has been reduced by half. Could it be that the magic has been lost due to the long period of time it has been stored away? Mia, go wait a moment, I'll come and take a look at these unpalatable stones. Lynn's voice trembled slightly as he immediately began searching the magic core mountain. Sure enough, with just a simple search, they found a large number of magic cores that had become dull and lifeless due to the depletion of magic power. No one can resist the power of time. Even the most solid magic crystals lose their magic after being left for hundreds or thousands of years. Lynn carefully moved the dull, discarded magic cores aside and collected the ones that were still glowing. Although most of these magic cores have lost a lot of magic power over the years, they may have dropped from the original 4th tier to the 3rd or 2nd tier, or from the 3rd tier to the 2nd or 1st tier. Even after being scaled down, it still has considerable value. Even a 3rd tier magic core that has lost most of its magic power is still far more valuable than a perfect 1st tier magic core. Lynn unfolded the huge package he had brought and put the selected magic cores into it. Seeing the package stuffed full, Lynn finally stopped, satisfied. Although most of these magic cores have been lost, it might actually be a good thing for Lynn. If the magic core is intact, Lynn can only sell it secretly to avoid attracting the covetous eyes of other nobles. Now look at this, a bunch of centuries-old artifacts. They can just say they've unearthed a treasure. The monster forest is so vast that it's not uncommon to find treasures or relics of powerful individuals. When Lynn sells these magic cores that have lost their magic power, the other nobles will only think that Lynn is lucky. With these magic cores, Winter City now has the funds for its future development. Lynn and Mia sat contentedly by the lake outside the dragon's lair, gazing at the shimmering surface of the water and grinning foolishly for a long time. Lynn was happy because the problem that had been bothering her was solved. Mia was happy because she saw Lynn was so happy. However, this joy did not last long, as Lynn realized a very real problem. It took us 3 whole days just to walk here, and the journey back was just as long. After 3 days of trekking through mountains and valleys, Lynn felt utterly exhausted. If he had to do it again, he would probably be completely worn out. Lynn glanced at Mia beside him, who was sitting carefree by the lake, playing in the water with her little feet, and went over to discuss it. Mia, shall we fly back this time? Mia, who was playing in the water, paused, and a look of displeasure immediately appeared on her face as she pouted and said, No, we can fly back in no time. I want to spend a few more days playing in the forest with Lynn. Lynn gave a wry smile, rubbed his sore shoulders, and said, half jokingly and half seriously, Look, these past few days of walking have been more tiring than a month of training in the barracks. My whole body aches now. If I walk back like this, and I'm not careful, I might get ambushed by some poisonous snake or monster hiding in the grass. I might really die here. Die here. Mia's reluctance vanished instantly, replaced by panic. She jumped up from the lakeside and nervously looked Lynn up and down, as if checking if he was injured. Seeing that Lynn was still unharmed, Mia breathed a sigh of relief, sat back down, and began to think with a frown. Lynn stared curiously at the pink-haired girl, not understanding what she was doing. The next moment, Lynn saw Mia's eyes light up, as if she had thought of a brilliant idea. Before Lynn could react, Mia suddenly grabbed Lynn's arm, lowered her head, opened her small mouth, and bit down hard. A sharp pain shot through Lynn, who was startled and instinctively tried to pull her arm back. But he quickly realized that Mia would never hurt him. If she really wanted to, she wouldn't need to do such a thing with her strength. Even though he felt Mia bite his wrist, Lynn resisted the urge to pull his hand away. He was incredibly curious as to why Mia had suddenly bitten him. Suddenly, a huge and complex magic circle, shimmering with golden light, unfolded on the ground, centered on Lynn and Mia. Countless mysterious dragon runes flowed within the magic circle, tightly binding the two together. Before Lynn could even process what had happened, he felt a special connection between himself and Mia that originated from the depths of their souls. He can clearly sense Mia's location, feel Mia's emotions, and even call out to Mia directly in his mind. Immediately afterwards, a surge of immense energy exploded within Lynn's body. The cultivation bottleneck that had plagued Lynn for years was directly broken through by this energy, allowing him to advance directly to the intermediate level. Even the battle chi, which he hadn't mastered before, was instantly mastered now. Not only that, Lynn also sensed an even more terrifying and powerful strange energy lurking deep within his body. You can mobilize this energy at any time if you want to. As long as he uses this power, he can easily kill even a high-level warrior. At this moment, Mia finally released Lynn's wrist, and the small bite mark disappeared instantly. Mia, seeing Lynn's shocked expression, chuckled and said with a smug look on her face, "Lynn, I've signed an equal pact with you, which means you can borrow my power. You won't have to worry about being ambushed anymore." Chapter 33: A Different Dragon Knight. Equal contract. Lynn stared blankly at her perfectly intact wrist, then looked at the pink-haired girl in front of her who was practically praising her, and her mind went blank for a moment. The Kingdom of Ella does have records of contracts, but those records are mostly about powerful mages using complex rituals to forcibly imprint a mark on the soul of a magical beast, establishing a mandatory master-servant contract. The Kingdom of Ella did not record the equal contract that Mia completed with just one bite, or perhaps this knowledge was hidden from outsiders. Lynn could clearly feel that he had improved a lot all of a sudden, not to mention the dragon power hidden deep within his body. By simply signing a contract, he transformed himself from a mediocre beginner warrior into a mid-level warrior with battle aura, and even gained a trump card capable of instantly killing advanced warriors. Lynn stared at Mia in disbelief, his voice trembling slightly. "Mia, do you know what you just did?" "I know." Mia tilted her head and answered matter-of-factly. "This is the most powerful way we dragons make friends, so I'm using it on Lynn." "Is this just how you make friends?" Lynn was both amused and exasperated. "Yes, that's right." Mia nodded seriously. "However, this also has limitations. A dragon can only sign an equal contract with one creature in its lifetime. After signing, that creature becomes my best and most important friend. I can share some of my power with him, and I will know if he encounters danger. This way, I will never have to worry about Lynn suddenly dying again." Mia's logic was simple and pure. Because she was worried that her best friend Lynn would suddenly die, she did not hesitate to use the only equal contract in her life. There were no complicated considerations, no weighing of interests. It was simply about wanting to protect my best friend from harm. Lynn's heart was overwhelmed by an indescribable feeling. He had been using Mia all along, tempting her with delicious food, binding her with a comfortable life, and regarding her as his biggest trump card. But Mia always considered herself her best friend. This pure and unwavering trust made Lynn feel guilty for the first time. "Mia, thank you." Lynn's voice was slightly hoarse as he gently pulled Mia into his arms. "From now on, I will protect you." Although Mia didn't quite understand why Lynn was suddenly so serious, she felt an unprecedented warmth and security in Lynn's arms. She also reached out her arms and hugged Lynn tightly. Yes, Mia will protect Lynn too. By the lake, their shadows intertwined at that moment. On the way back, Lynn refused Mia's suggestion to fly back. Instead, he bent down, half-squatted in front of Mia, and patted his back. "Come on up, Mia, I'll carry you this time." "Hee hee, yay! Yay!" Mia cheered, nimbly climbing onto Lynn's broad back and tightly hugging his neck. Lynn supported Mia with both hands behind her back, slowly stood up and walked forward. After forming a contract with Mia, his physical strength, speed, and endurance were greatly enhanced, and he also had the power of dragons within him to assist him. The mountain path that was once so difficult to walk on now became so easy under Lynn's feet. Even with Mia on his back, his steps remained steady and light as he traversed the dense forest without feeling any fatigue. Lynn, run faster, have fun!" Mia lay on Lynn's back, feeling the scenery rushing past on both sides, happily swinging her little legs, her silvery laughter echoing through the forest. Hearing the cheerful laughter coming from behind him, Lynn's lips involuntarily curled up slightly, his heart filled with emotion. "I guess I can finally be considered a true Dragon Knight now." Perhaps the reason why no legends of Dragon Knights have appeared on this continent for so long is not fundamentally due to strength. Fifth-tier powerhouses like Sword Saints or Archmages might be able to defeat, or even capture a fully grown dragon with their absolute strength. However, such conquest based on force is unlikely to gain the approval of the dragons, let alone subdue the proud dragons. Therefore, they cannot become dragon knights. As for himself, he had neither unfathomable strength nor world-destroying magic, yet he still gained the dragon's approval. Thinking of this, Lynn couldn't help but chuckle to himself. But upon closer reflection, I realized that my own behavior as a dragon knight was somewhat abnormal. Other people's dragon knights ride majestically on the backs of giant dragons, soaring through the heavens. But he, the dragon knight, was the opposite, being ridden on the back of a dragon, huffing and puffing as it rode through the mountains and forests. Moreover, the dragon would occasionally whisper commands in his ear. Lynn, to the left, there's a red fruit over there that looks delicious. Lynn, to the right, I think I see a rabbit. How about we roast a rabbit for lunch? Lynn sighed helplessly, but his feet honestly turned in the direction Mia was pointing. Oh well, I've come out on top after all. Whether he was a dragon knight or a dragon knight, he accepted it. After several days of travel, when the outline of Winterfell came into view again, even Lynn felt a wave of fatigue. We're back. Outside the city lord's mansion, before Lynn could even speak, Mia excitedly shouted out. Inside the city lord's mansion, Anna, who had been eagerly waiting, finally showed a relieved joy on her face when she saw the two familiar figures. Young master, Miss Mia, you're finally back. Anna ran up to the two of them, and the first thing she did was to carefully look them over from head to toe. Only after confirming that Lynn had no wounds and that Mia was still lively did Anna finally feel relieved, her heart, which had been hanging in suspense for several days. That's great, you're all right. The next moment, Anna suddenly noticed an unusual change in Lynn. Although it was the same person, it was obvious that the young master's temperament and appearance were different from before he left, and his eyes had become sharper. Young master seems a little different than before, Anna asked curiously. You figured it out. Lynn smiled smugly, making a bodybuilding pose by bending his arm to show off his biceps, and proudly boasted. The young master encountered a master in the woods who gave him guidance. He had an epiphany overnight and successfully broke through to the intermediate warrior level, and even awakened his battle chi. Anna's eyes instantly lit up with surprise. Great! Young master has become even stronger! Lynn looked at Anna's adorable appearance, his heart fluttered, and he couldn't help but lean close to Anna's ear and whisper. Want to know just how much stronger the young master has become? Let Anna experience it for herself tonight. Young master. Anna's cheeks flushed red instantly, and she gently punched Lynn's chest. She pulled up Mia, who was looking at the two of them with a curious expression, and turned to walk quickly towards the city lord's mansion. Lynn watched her adorable retreating figure, and the smile on his lips grew even brighter. Chapter 34: The Great Development of Winterfell. The next morning, all the current administrators of Winter City were present in the reception room of the city lord's mansion. Lynn sat in the main seat, with Anna standing beside him, holding a prepared report in her hand. Below, Mayor Barry, City Defense Officer Hawk, Agriculture Officer Gale, and Hunting Team Captain Logan all stood solemnly. The meeting began with Anna giving a summary report. During the Lord's absence, all affairs in Winterfell ran smoothly. The city's defense forces, under Lord Hawk's training, were now combat-ready. The irrigation system for the farmland, under Lord Gale's command, was nearing completion, and the main structure of the outer walls of the livestock farm was finished. Anna's voice was clear and articulate, no longer showing the awkwardness she had when managing affairs. Anna quickly and concisely reported all the major and minor events that had occurred in Winterhold during this period, without any omissions. Subsequently, Barry, Hawk, Gale, and others stepped forward one by one to provide details about their respective areas of responsibility. After listening to everyone's reports, Lynn nodded in satisfaction. Judging from the current situation, Winter City has gradually gotten back on track and can operate smoothly on its own even without my personal supervision. Anna, in particular, truly lives up to her reputation as the woman I've chosen. Her growth rate has far exceeded my expectations, and she is now capable of handling most of the duties of a lord. Very good, you've all done a great job. This time, I'm leaving Winterfell to resolve our financial problems. After these past few days of hard work, finances are no longer an issue. After Lynn finished speaking, Amidst the puzzled looks of everyone, he directly carried the huge package that had been prepared in the forest onto the conference table. Splash! With a sharp, teeth-grinding clanging sound, Lynn untied the ropes of the package and dumped all its contents onto the large table. In an instant, the entire reception room was enveloped in a dazzling, magical glow. On the table, a small mountain of various magic cores had been piled up, and many of them had fallen to the ground because there wasn't enough space on the table. Although these magic cores have lost a lot of magic power due to their age, and their light is somewhat dim, their high quality and large quantity make up for it. Even the weakest one emitted energy fluctuations far exceeding those of a first-tier magic core, and there were even more than a dozen that still emitted energy fluctuations of a third-tier magic core despite their declining magic power. Bang! City official Barry was so shocked that he staggered and fell to the ground, but he immediately stood up and stared ahead. Even the city's defense officers, Hawk and Logan, two tough men who had seen countless deaths, were dumbfounded. Gale trembled as she watched. What appears to be a magic core to everyone is more like a mountain of gold coins, which can be exchanged for mountains of food, countless fine weapons and armor, and various special magical items, enough to completely transform Winter City. My lord, this is... Barry was barely able to speak properly, his voice trembling as he pointed at the mountain of magic cores on the table. Seeing everyone's bewildered expressions, Lynn smiled slightly and calmly explained using a pre-prepared, half-true, half-false excuse. I bought this when I was a child. It was supposedly a treasure map left behind by a legendary nobleman. At the time, I didn't believe it. If there really was treasure, how could it be sold? It must be something you had to dig up yourself. But this time Winter City was short of money, so I went to look for them and actually found these magic cores. With these magic cores, Winterfell will have no shortage of funds and can go all out to make a big splash. Lynn's explanation sounds reasonable, but it's not entirely reliable. Looking at the magic cores that showed obvious signs of age and had lost most of their magic power, the crowd doubted Lynn's words, but didn't know how to question them. After all, apart from the idea of ancient treasures, they really couldn't think of any other way to obtain such a huge amount of high-level antique magic cores at once. After a brief moment of shock, the atmosphere in the reception room quickly transformed into an unprecedented excitement. Ignoring their excitement, Lynn tapped the table with his finger to bring everyone's attention back and began to assign the next tasks. Barry and Lynn first looked at the city magistrate. Now that the money problem is solved, the development of Winterfell must be accelerated. All the infrastructure projects that were previously suspended due to insufficient funds must now be launched. The brick kiln I mentioned before can now be started. I want to ensure that the city's inhabitants can live in sturdy and warm brick houses before winter. The roads in the city need to be repaved, and the drainage system needs to be built. You are in charge of all of these. If you don't have enough money, come to Anna to apply for it. If you don't have enough manpower, continue recruiting. Our Winterhold city has too few people right now. I need you to use the channels of the Chamber of Commerce we are about to establish to promote Winterhold city's low taxes, high returns, and 60-40 food revenue sharing. I want all the homeless people in the west and north, and the serfs who are exploited by other nobles, to know that Winterhold can give them a way to live. By the way, the population of our Winterhold will definitely increase significantly in the future. This small Winterhold will soon be unable to accommodate so many people, so the planning for the new city needs to be started in advance. Barry was thrilled and loudly agreed. Yes, sir, I guarantee I will complete the mission. Lynn's gaze shifted to Gale, the agricultural officer standing next to Barry. Gale, agriculture is our foundation, and that will never change. Now that we have money, the design and construction of water wheels must be put on the agenda immediately. Whether you hire craftsmen at high salaries from the northern fortresses or study it yourself, I must see the first water wheel standing on the banks of the Winter River before the autumn harvest. The reclamation of farmland must continue to expand. Our goal is not only to make Winterfell self-sufficient, but also to make food a commodity that we can sell to others in the future. Yes, sir, rest assured, I will definitely find a way to build the water wheel. Gale's eyes burned with excitement, just like Barry's. Hawk, if Winterfell continues to develop, it will inevitably attract the covetous eyes of others. The current 300 city guards are only enough to maintain the security of Winterfell. We need a real army, An army that can protect Winterfell and can also go to war in critical moments. From today onwards, the city defense force will be expanded to 1,000 men. You must continue to intensify training. I need you to train a disciplined winter army for me in the shortest possible time to deal with potential future threats. Hawk clenched his fist in front of his chest, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Yes, sir, I will never let you down. Finally, Lynn looked at Logan, the leader of the hunting team. Logan, the hunting team will continue to focus on capturing monsters with breeding value. But now we don't lack funds. You can take some money to the surrounding area to buy a large number of ordinary calves, lambs, and piglets to expand the basic scale of our farm. Yes, sir. After assigning tasks to everyone, Lynn turned to Anna, who had been standing quietly beside him, and her tone became much gentler. Anna, next, I'm going to the northern desert fortress myself. The magic cores to be sold this time are far too valuable. If not handled properly, they could bring disaster instead of wealth. I must personally go this time to ensure everything goes smoothly. During my absence, I entrust all matters concerning Winterfell to you. Chapter 35: A New Journey. Even at night, the city lord's mansion remained brightly lit, as final preparations were made for the lord's upcoming journey. Lynn had just stepped into the room. Lynn, where are you going? A slightly nervous voice came from the doorway. Mia, dressed in adorable pajamas and carrying a small dragon doll made by Anna, came running over, her golden eyes filled with unease. Lynn stopped what he was doing, came to Mia's side, and explained softly, I have to go on a long trip to the distant northern fortress to exchange those unpalatable stones we took from where you were sleeping for gold coins. The northern fortress? I want to go there too. Mia immediately realized. No, you can't go this time. Lynn quickly stopped Mia and patiently explained. Mia, the northern desert fortress is the core of the western frontier. Unlike our winter city, it's crowded and chaotic, with many powerful individuals. I'm not sure if there are any sword saints or archmages as powerful as you, but there are definitely fourth-tier powerhouses like great warriors and archmages. I'm afraid Mia would be discovered by them. If they find out, it will be troublesome. They might even start fighting in the city, which could eventually lead to a kingdom-wide attack. But I'm very strong, I'm not afraid of them at all. Mia persisted, pulling on Lynn's arm, her little mouth pouting, as if she wouldn't let go until he took her. Seeing Mia's adorable appearance, Lynn's heart softened. Lynn could understand Mia's reluctance to part. Since they met in the monster forest, the two of them had never been apart except when they were sleeping. Now that they are suddenly separated for such a long time, Mia, who has always lacked friends, must feel uneasy and panicked, afraid that she will be living alone again like before. Lynn no longer refused forcefully, but instead used a gentler approach. He gently pulled Mia into his arms and patted her back soothingly. Mia, have you forgotten the contract we made? Lynn raised his wrist, showing the spot where Mia had bitten him. Although there were no visible marks now, Mia understood immediately. Look, we've already signed a contract. No matter where I go, you can feel my presence, and I can feel you at any time. We haven't really separated. Sensing that Mia's emotions had calmed down a bit, Lynn looked seriously into Mia's eyes. Moreover, I have an even more important task to entrust to Mia as I leave this time. The mission. Mia's curiosity was immediately piqued. Yes. Lynn's eyes became incredibly serious. Winterfell is our home, isn't it? Mia nodded vigorously. Anna and I are Mia's best family, aren't we? Mia nodded again. Anna and you are the most important family members to me. Now I'm entrusting our most important home and my most important family members to Mia's protection. Only with the strongest Mia guarding the home can I go out and handle things with peace of mind. Only Mia can accomplish this task. After being coaxed by Lynn and entrusted with such an important task with such solemnity, Mia's reluctance and unease were instantly replaced by a great sense of mission. A bright smile returned to her face, all her previous grievances vanished, and she straightened her back, put her hands on her hips, and assured Lynn. Okay, don't worry, Lynn, leave Winterfell to me. Mia will definitely protect our home and Anna. After comforting Mia, Lynn returned to her room. Anna was already packing her things when she saw Lynn walk in, and she stopped what she was doing. Young master, shouldn't Anna come with you? Lynn shook his head. Anna, this time I need you to keep an eye on Winterhold. I don't trust anyone else, I only feel at ease when you're here. If you have any troubles that you can't solve, you can go to Mia. Although Mia isn't very smart, she can sometimes come up with some interesting solutions. Anna chuckled. Young master, if Miss Mia heard you say that, she'd definitely beat you up. How dare you say she's not smart? Lynn laughed, then sat down on the edge of the bed with Anna in her arms. Anna, you don't know, Mia isn't just not smart, she's adorably silly. You don't know. Lynn briefly recounted to Anna the process of Mia signing the equal contract with him. Anna stared blankly at Lynn, her little brain not quite processing what was happening, her face full of disbelief. Young master, are you saying that Miss Mia signed an equal contract with you, and that you became the legendary Dragon Knight, gaining the power of dragons and greatly increasing your strength? Lynn looked at Anna, breathed softly into her ear, and whispered something. Anna already knew about the young master's strength last night, didn't she? He's stronger than before. Anna blushed instantly and lowered her head. Young master. A night of passion. The next day, at the east gate of Winterfell. Young master, please be careful on your journey. Anna carefully straightened Lynn's collar, her eyes filled with concern and reluctance. Young master, you don't need to worry about the matter in Winterfell. I will handle it well. Yes, I believe you. Lynn smiled and gave Anna a farewell hug. Lynn! Come back soon. Take me out to play when you get back. Mia held Lynn's hand and urged him, her face showing a serious expression that said, I have an important mission. Lynn smiled and hugged Mia, then said goodbye to the two of them again before leaving with his guards. Following behind Lynn were Charles and 30 guards from the Marquis' mansion, escorting a carriage that looked ordinary on the outside but contained all sorts of magic cores inside. After leaving the familiar area of Winterfell, the scenery on both sides of the road gradually became desolate. Lynn's gaze swept across the barren land as he walked. The first village they passed through was almost a ruin. Most of the wooden houses had collapsed, and the entire village was deserted. Charles explained from the side. Sir, this is Grey Rabbit Village. Last year, because we couldn't pay the taxes owed by Earl Grey Wolf, we were demoted to serfs by him. Lynn silently stared at the scene before him. Even after living in this world for so long, he still felt furious every time he heard such news. Lynn used to be helpless and powerless to change things, but things are different now. Given time, Lynn believes he can definitely change everything. Chapter 36, Revisiting the Northern Desert Fortress. The group continued toward the northern fortress and finally came across a village that was still inhabited. The scene in the village was equally tragic, with the villagers looking pale and emaciated. The villagers, seeing Lynn's well-equipped cavalry, were filled with fear and fled back into their dilapidated houses, lest they be a tax-collecting corps sent by some nobleman. Lynn reined in his horse and turned to give Charles instructions. Charles, tell everyone to stop and go tell the villagers that we are not here to collect taxes, but that we are the lords of Winterfell and to publicize the new policies of Winterfell. Amidst the villagers' fearful yet curious gazes, Lynn dismounted and loudly announced Winterfell's new policies in the simplest and most understandable language. To all those displaced in the western frontier, my territory of Winterfell is recruiting all those willing to work. Winterfell is currently tax-free, and you can keep 60% of the land you cultivate. The rest will be paid by the Lord's Mansion for the commoners who work there, and the Lord's Mansion will provide you with food and lodging. After finishing his speech, Lynn did not linger and led the group away amidst the shocked and doubtful gazes of the villagers. After Lynn and the others left, the village immediately became lively. The villagers gathered at the village entrance, watching Lynn and his group with curiosity. Old Han, do you think what that lord just said is true? A woman in her 30s, dressed in tattered clothes, asked a man in his 40s, also dressed in tattered clothes, a question. The man stared at Lynn and the others' backs for a long time before speaking. Whether it's true or not doesn't matter anymore. If things continue like this, we'll either starve to death here or be levied grain by other lords and then become serfs. Several people nearby also sighed. Yes, if this continues, we'll all starve to death. It doesn't matter if I starve to death, but my little puppy is only 8 years old and has never had a good life. Yeah, my silly son is the same way. He's always complaining of being hungry, but I really have no food left. As they were talking, everyone suddenly fell silent. Suddenly, a young voice rang out. Why don't we go check it out first? If it's true, then we can go over there. Everyone's eyes lit up as they turned to look at the young figure who had spoken. Over the next few days, Lynn repeated the same thing every time he passed through a village or settlement. Winterfell is in dire need of rebuilding and is short of manpower everywhere. These civilians are clearly on the verge of starvation, so it would be better for them to go to Winterfell than to stay here. Lynn didn't know if the villagers would believe him, or if they would even go, but since he was already there, he was willing to give it a try. Perhaps these villagers are still unable to make up their minds today, but they certainly remember what Lynn said. When they face food shortages or are on the verge of freezing to death again, they might remember that there is a city called Winter, where the Lord said that everyone can eat their fill, stay warm, and have food to eat. If one more person goes to Winterfell, it means one less person might freeze or starve to death. Along the way, they spread the word, and after several days of trekking, Lynn finally saw the magnificent black fortress, the Northern Desert Fortress. Even though he had lived in the Marquis' mansion since childhood, Lynn was still amazed by the magnificence of the Northern Desert Fortress, its impregnable walls, its powerful elite soldiers, and the bustling caravans that streamed through the city gates. Thinking back to his own small, dilapidated Winterfell city walls, which were still under repair, Lynn couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. The difference is huge, even bigger than the difference between a human and a dog. Lynn felt no inferiority, even though his city was neither as magnificent nor as prosperous as this place. But Lynn possesses strength that no other city lord has. Lynn has a complete set of modern management methods and the most powerful dragon on the continent. Lynn believed that given enough time, Winterhold would soon reach the scale and prosperity of Northern Fortress, and perhaps even surpass it. Lynn and his group went straight to the gate of the Northern Desert Fortress. Upon seeing that it was a young nobleman's cavalry, the congested procession immediately made way for them. Charles stepped forward and handed the captain of the guards the 6 silver coins for the city entrance fee. When the captain of the guards saw the insignia on Lynn's chest that represented his baron status, he forced a fawning smile and, without even conducting a search, immediately signaled his men to let him pass. This is the privilege of the nobility. Even the lowest-ranking baron in the imperial system still enjoys conveniences that ordinary people cannot imagine. The group slowly entered the bustling city center. On the wide stone-paved street, passers-by, upon seeing Lynn and his group, voluntarily stepped back to the sides of the street, lowering their heads, fearing they might invite trouble. In the kingdom of Ella, the law favors the nobles. If a noble kills a commoner in the street, he can simply pay a sum of money to offset his crime. Lynn was already used to the awe-inspiring gazes around him. With a calm expression, he led the group to the inn, intending to settle down and rest briefly. After changing into clean and presentable casual clothes, Lynn led Charles and the others, escorting the heavy wooden crate full of treasure, straight to their first destination, the Molten Fire Trading Company. Inside the Molten Fire Trading Company, a thin, middle-aged shopkeeper with a beard was wiping things behind the counter. Seeing Charles walking ahead, his eyes lit up, and he greeted him warmly. "Oh, my friend, it's been quite a while." The manager of the Molten Fire Trading Company approached him warmly. "My friend, is there anything else you want to sell this time?" "Don't worry, our Molten Fire Trading Company has the fairest prices in this area, and we guarantee your satisfaction." "Manager Barr, it's been a long time," Charles replied with a smile, then turned to the side and respectfully introduced Lynn, who was standing to the side. "Shopkeeper, this is my lord, Lord Lynn Austin of Winterfell." Barr's smile froze instantly, and his shrewd eyes quickly scanned Lynn. Although the young man before him was not dressed in particularly high-class clothes and was only an ordinary baron, Ball still dared not underestimate him and immediately greeted Lynn. "So it is your excellency the baron in person. Forgive my rudeness." Bale's voice became extremely respectful. "I was unaware of your presence, sir. Is there anything I can do to assist you?" "Rest assured, the Molten Fire Trading Company will certainly satisfy you." Clearly, even though the Molten Fire Trading Company was backed by the powerful Duke of the Golden Lion, Ball still dared not offend the authority of a nobleman. Chapter 37: A Big Gain. Lynn ignored Ball's enthusiasm and calmly walked to the counter, gesturing to Charles behind her. Charles walked directly to Lynn and placed the heavy wooden box he was carrying on the counter. "Shopkeeper, please tell me how much these things of mine are worth." Lynn opened the wooden crate and dumped its contents onto the counter. With a series of crisp clanging sounds, a dazzling array of magical light instantly shone forth. Seeing this scene before him, the shopkeeper Baal's breath hitched. Even Baal, who was used to dealing with all kinds of treasures, could not calm down at this moment. He froze on the spot, motionless, his body trembling slightly. The ice blue one is the magic core of the blizzard wolf, the crimson one is the magic core of the lava giant lizard, and there is even a magic core of the fifth-tier magical beast, the purple lightning thunder eagle. Shopkeeper Baal held the magic cores with trembling hands. The next moment, his eyes widened slightly as he suddenly realized that something was wrong with the magic cores. Shopkeeper Baal immediately stepped forward, carefully sensing the energy fluctuations emanating from those magic cores. Strange, although the aura of this purple lightning thunder eagle's magic core is still there, the magic power fluctuations it contains seem to be only at the peak of the third tier. Furthermore, the magic power of these fourth-tier magic cores has also declined to around the second tier. Baal carefully examined the magic cores on the counter. The lowest level among them was Tier 3, and there were even several Tier 5 cores. The only pity is that the magic power of these magic cores has been severely depleted, and the actual magic power they contain is only at the first to third level. But even so, it cannot overshadow the value of these magic cores. Even with just a simple calculation, Baal felt a sense of suffocation. The pile of magic cores before them was valuable enough to make even the Golden Lion Duke take notice. Baal cautiously raised his head, his eyes filled with awe and a hint of barely perceptible fear as he looked at Lynn, his voice becoming slurred. "Your Excellency, my esteemed Baron, may I ask where you obtained these treasures?" Lynn stared sternly at Baal, knowing that once he took out these things, the news was bound to be exposed. "No matter how I explain, no one will believe me, so I might as well not explain and let others speculate. Ancient treasure maps purchased from some mercenaries." After saying that, Lynn said no more, leaving the other party to guess. A treasure. As Baal chewed on the word, recalling Lynn's identity and the location of Lynn's territory, he made a series of wild guesses and immediately believed it to be about 70 to 80%. Only legendary treasures could possibly contain so many high-quality magic cores that also bear obvious signs of age. Baal glanced at Lynn's impatient expression and dared not ask any more questions, for fear of angering the young nobleman in front of him. They quickly summoned the most senior appraiser in the business to begin rapidly compiling statistics and estimating the value. According to the rules of the trading company, a first-tier magic core is worth 1 to 10 gold coins, a second-tier core is worth 11 to 100 gold coins, and a third-tier core is worth 101 to 1,000 gold coins. Although the magic cores Lynn took out had lost some energy, their quality was still the highest among those of the same level. After final evaluation, all of them were acquired at the highest standard of their respective class. After a tense period of statistical analysis, the final figures were released. "My lord, our store is willing to purchase all of this shipment for 67,000 gold coins." 67,000 gold coins. Even though Lynn was somewhat prepared, she was still stunned for a moment. This sum of money is almost equivalent to the entire wealth accumulated by some middle and lower nobility over several generations. Even in a bustling military and commercial town like the Northern Desert Fortress, with a population of over 100,000, the annual tax revenue is only 20,000 to 30,000 gold coins. Lynn's income this time was more than twice as much as the annual tax revenue of this core fortress in the western border. At this moment, the Molten Fire Trading Company was deathly silent, and everyone stared at Lynn. Suddenly, an awkward voice came from in front of Lynn. Your Excellency Baron," Baal said, rubbing his hands together and forcing a smile that looked more like a grimace onto his fat face. "It's true that this batch of goods is worth this much, but our Molten Fire Trading Company doesn't have that many circulating gold coins. Let alone my small branch, even if you include the entire Molten Fire Trading Company branch, you simply cannot generate such a huge amount of cash." For Bear, being unable to eat the fatty meat that was right in front of him was an absolute torment. Upon hearing this, Lynn frowned and immediately realized that he had overlooked this issue. How could a merchant house in a city possibly have so much liquid capital? If any merchant house in any city could come up with this much money, just how wealthy would the Duke be? "So what do you plan to do?" Lynn asked calmly. My lord, this batch of goods is indeed too much for my Molten Fire Trading Company to handle alone. If you don't mind, I can immediately invite the other major trading companies in the Northern Desert Fortress to join forces. We will definitely be able to raise the funds then. Lynn nodded. Anyway, the news would spread soon, so it didn't matter if there were more or less companies. With Lynn's consent, Bar immediately sent someone to inform them. In less than half an hour, the most powerful managers in the Mobe Fortress business community gathered at the Molten Fire Trading Company, panting heavily. As soon as they entered, they were dazzled by the colorful magic cores on the counter. The reactions of the next few people were similar to Bale's. First, they were incredibly shocked, and then they were overjoyed. After all, with such a large order, just being able to participate would bring a huge reward. After a tense negotiation and allocation process, with the combined efforts of the 5 major merchant guilds of the Northern Desert Fortress, Lynn's exorbitantly priced goods were finally successfully acquired. Bar walked directly to Lynn with a box in his hand. Baron, here are the Ella gold tickets worth a total of 67,000 gold coins. With this gold note, adults can exchange it for an equivalent amount of gold coins at any Ella money exchange in mainland China, or use it directly to pay for large sums of goods. It is absolutely safe and reliable. Lynn nodded in satisfaction, accepted the gold note, and then took out a pre-prepared shopping list from his pocket. Now that all of you are here, and since Winterfell is in dire need of supplies, I'll trouble you all. Lynn smiled and handed over the procurement list. The list was densely packed with various items that Winterfell urgently needed. Large quantities of grain, livestock, and construction tools. Enough armor and spears to equip an army of 1,000 men. Advanced alchemical instruments, various rare herbs and magical materials. Finally, there's that third-tier enchanted longsword that Charles sold. Chapter 38: The Spread of News. The managers of the 5 major trading companies were overjoyed and immediately provided Lynn with all the goods at the most favorable prices and with the fastest speed. Such a simple decision led to such a large deal, and those present gradually realized that the Marquis' son was not as simple as rumored, but rather possessed considerable decisiveness. The only thing that bothered the shopkeepers was that Lynn's requirement was to deliver everything to Winterfell. Although none of the 5 shopkeepers wanted to accept the terms, they ultimately succumbed to the prospect of this deal worth nearly 10,000 gold coins. Lynn nodded in satisfaction after seeing that the 5 shopkeepers had accepted the terms of the escort. After all, Lynn used to be a nobody, and nobody paid any attention to her, so it was easy for her to go anywhere. But after today, Lynn's name will probably resound throughout the entire kingdom of Ella. After all, even if he spent 10,000 gold coins, the remaining 50,000 gold coins would be enough to transform Lynn from a down-on-his-luck marquis into a rising baron. After resolving these 2 crucial issues, Lynn finally felt relieved and began to stroll around the Northern Desert Fortress with Charles and the others. As night fell, the city lord's mansion in the Northern Desert Fortress remained brightly lit. The walls of the study were adorned with the heads of enormous monsters and a variety of exquisite weapons. A tall, resolute-looking middle-aged man sat behind his desk, perusing military reports from the western border defenses. Knock, knock, knock. A respectful knock sounded on the door. "Come in," Marquis Rupert said without looking up. A lean man wearing black leather armor and with a scar on his face walked in and knelt on one knee. "My lord, something interesting happened in town today." "Explain." "Lynn Austin, the newly appointed Baron of Winterfell, has arrived at Northern Fortress today." "Oh, the son the Marquis of Thunder abandoned? What's he doing at the Northern Fortress? Is he unable to withstand the pressure from Winterfell?" Marquis Rupert paused, continuing to read the report. "No, sir, he's here to sell something." A slight ripple appeared in the lean man's voice. He had sold magic cores worth 67,000 gold coins in one go at the Molten Fire Trading Company. With a thud, Marquis Rupert stood up abruptly, his body crashing into the desk. "How much?" 67,000 gold coins. "Are you sure you didn't say the number wrong?" "Absolutely true, sir," the capable-looking man reported in detail. "According to our informants, Baron Lynn sold a batch of magic cores, the lowest tier being 3rd level, and even a 5th-level purple lightning eagle magic core whose energy had deteriorated. Ultimately, it took the combined efforts of the 5 major merchant guilds to acquire this shipment. Judging from the quality of the magic cores, This is a batch of ancient artifacts, estimated to be hundreds of years old. The energy of the 5th Order magic core has been reduced to the 3rd Order, and the rest only have energy levels of the 1st to 3rd Order. It is said that Baron Lynn claimed to have found the treasure in the monster forest. Last time, Baron Lynn's chief guard sold a batch of weapons and magic scrolls, and his subordinates believed that they must have obtained the treasure in the monster forest. A long silence fell over the study. Marquis Rupert's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, clearly deep in thought. An 18-year-old boy who was abandoned by his family and had mediocre talent. A desolate winter city so barren that no one wanted to take it over. A fortune that would make any nobleman envious. These events, when put together, reveal something strange and illogical. What else did he do? The Marquis asked in a deep voice. Baron Lynn used the money for a large-scale procurement, enough to equip an army of 1,000 with standard weapons and armor, as well as a large amount of alchemical equipment, herbs, and food seeds. It seems that Baron Lynn is planning to make a big splash in Winterfell. Marquis Rupert's lips curled into a cold smile. To go all out in Winterhold, a piece of rubbish that even orcs wouldn't want to occupy. It's simply a waste of money. But soon, the Marquis of Rupert realized that things were not as simple as they seemed. Is a family outcast who can come up with such a huge amount of wealth really an outcast of the family? Or perhaps that old fox, the Marquis of Thunder, is plotting something? But it's unlikely, since even if the Austen family wanted to part with this wealth, it would be a painful blow. Is it really possible to find such a treasure in the Warcraft Forest? Although the Warcraft Forest does have many treasures, it has been a long time since we found one of such great value. Marquis Rupert's voice rang out again. Go, investigate for me. Find out what Lynn Austen did, who he met, and what happened in Winterhold after leaving the Marquis of Thunder's territory. I need to know where his treasure came from. On the other side. After completing this large transaction, the managers of the 5 major trading companies immediately reported everything that had happened that day to their true backers through their most secretive channels. Letters encrypted with magic flew from the northern desert fortress to all corners of the world through various special channels. Duke of the Golden Lion in the Southern Territory, Duke of the Bauhinia in the capital city of Holy Radiance, and Marquis of Rhodes in the Northern Territory. The contents of the letters were largely the same. Lynn Austen, son of the Marquis of Thunder and Lord of Winterhold, sold a batch of ancient magic cores of unknown origin at the Northern Fortress today, with a total value of 67,000 gold coins. Not only these nobles, but also other merchants in the Northern Desert Fortress heard the news through various channels. Have you heard? The Molten Fire Trading Company made a super big deal today. It wasn't just the Molten Fire Trading Company. I saw the other 4 managers rushing over as if they had joined forces to complete a big deal. What kind of business is it? Has another gold mine been discovered in the kingdom? My uncle's nephew's relative works as a guard at the Molten Core Trading Company. He secretly told me that he is a young nobleman who sold a large number of high-level magic cores. What? A bunch of high-level magic cores? How much did they sell for? I dare not say the exact amount, but I have heard about it. 1 tells 10, 10 tell 100. Within a single day, almost the entire Northern Fortress knew about it. Countless eyes began to focus silently on Lynn. Lynn Austen. This name, which was previously insignificant within the aristocratic circle, became known to almost everyone in the entire Northern Desert Fortress on this day. Everyone knows that this newly crowned baron has acquired a great treasure and completed a major deal. This deal was so large that it exceeded the annual tax revenue of the Mobe Fortress. Chapter 39 Dragon Blood Horse. The next day at breakfast, Lynn had just woken up when Charles's voice suddenly came from outside the door. My lord, an attendant from the city lord's mansion is waiting outside the door. He says he has a letter from Marquis Rupert that he wants to deliver to you personally. Marquis Rupert. Lynn was slightly taken aback, then realized that yesterday's events must have caught the attention of the master of the Northern Desert Fortress. He hadn't expected the other party to act so quickly. Okay, tell him to wait a moment. A moment later, Lynn leisurely dressed and walked downstairs, where he saw a humble attendant waiting at the door. Upon seeing Lynn, the attendant first saluted respectfully, then produced an exquisitely crafted invitation sealed with sealing wax, inviting Lynn to the city lord's mansion that evening for a small, private dinner. Please convey my gratitude to the Marquis. I will keep my appointment on time, Lynn said calmly. Inside the city, Lynn wasn't worried that this was some kind of trap. His noble status was his best protection. Even if the Marquis Rupert were incredibly powerful, he would never dare to lay a hand on a baron protected by the kingdom's laws without a suitable reason. After dismissing the attendant, Lynn, accompanied by Charles and several guards, walked onto the bustling streets of the northern desert fortress, intending to personally inspect the city's commercial layout. As Lynn and his friends passed by the central square, a series of enthusiastic cheers and applause attracted their attention. A large open space in the center of the square was fenced off, and it was packed with onlookers, 3 or 4 deep. In the center of the arena, a magnificent steed proudly raises its head and paws restlessly. The horse was covered in fiery red fur, and was taller and stronger than an ordinary horse. Its limbs had smooth muscle lines, and it was somewhat similar to the red hair that Lynn had seen in his previous life, but even larger. Dragon blood horse? Charles gasped softly from the side, his eyes filled with shock and longing. My lord, this is a dragon blood horse. Although it is only a first-term magical beast, it is extremely difficult to tame because it contains a very faint trace of dragon blood. Its rarity and value are even higher than some ordinary second-term magical beasts. On the sidelines, a shrewd businessman was holding a money bag and loudly hawking his wares. Come and take a look. This is the dragon blood horse, which possesses a trace of dragon blood. Its speed and stamina far surpass those of ordinary war horses, making it the knight's best companion. Today, our guild is holding an event. 1 gold coin grants 1 chance. Whoever can tame it will receive this dragon blood horse, worth 100 gold coins for free. Listening to the merchant's words, many mercenaries and knights who considered themselves to be exceptionally strong were eager to try, their eyes filled with longing for the dragon blood horse. Soon, a burly knight who appeared to be a mid-level warrior stepped forward, paid a gold coin, and mounted his horse. Off the field, cheers erupted. However, as soon as the burly knight settled in, the dragon-blooded horse let out an angry neigh, reared up on its front legs, and began to bounce and leap wildly, trying to throw the rider off its back. The knight tried his best to steady himself, but he only lasted for less than half a minute before he was thrown to the ground. Next, several more high-level warriors went to challenge it, but without exception, they were all defeated in a short time. The dragon blood horse seemed to not allow anyone to ride on its back. The merchant's smile grew even brighter as he looked at the ever-growing number of gold coins in his purse. Lynn's eyes lit up instantly when he saw the magnificent dragon blood horse in the arena. This is really good stuff. Even if you don't ride it yourself, taking it back to Winterfell as a stallion will definitely allow you to cultivate a powerful cavalry force in the future. With that thought in mind, Lynn no longer hesitated and walked straight forward. Oh, so this gentleman also wants to try. The merchant's face lit up with an even more cunning smile as he saw the noble badge on Lynn's chest. From a businessman's perspective, these pampered young noblemen are just rich fools who probably can't even ride a horse and are simply there to throw money away. Lynn casually tossed a gold coin into his money bag, then slowly walked up to the dragon blood horse. The dragon blood horse proudly raised its head, snorted, and didn't even glance at Lynn. Lynn didn't care. He took a deep breath, pushed off with his legs, and lightly leaped onto the horse's back. Hiss. The dragon blood horse let out another furious neigh and began to use the same trick again, twisting and jerking wildly, trying to throw off the weak human who dared to ride on its back. Lynn gripped the horse's belly tightly with his legs, using his back and waist to fight against the enormous force of the jolting. Faced with such a bumpy ride, Lynn finally understood why the previous knights couldn't keep going. This dragon-blooded horse was indeed powerful, and with such a bumpy ride, it had no point of leverage. Just as Lynn was wrestling with the dragon blood horse, the dragon power within him, which originated from Mia, seemed to be drawn by the faint aura of the same origin on the dragon blood horse's body, and involuntarily released a trace of it. The dragon-blooded horse, which was being violently jolted, suddenly shuddered. The next moment, the dragon blood horse suddenly stopped moving, frozen in place, and slowly lowered its proud head. The noisy cheers and discussions in the square also stopped. The businessman was stunned, and all the onlookers were completely dumbfounded. Everyone stared blankly at the man and horse in the arena, wondering what had happened. Lynn paused for a moment, then seemed to remember something and tentatively called out, "Go forward." Strange things happened. The dragon-blooded horse walked forward slowly without hesitation. "Run a lap around the field." The dragon-blooded horse immediately set off on all fours and obediently ran a lap around the arena. Now everyone understood that the dragon-blooded horse had actually been tamed by this young nobleman. The merchant's mouth trembled as he looked at the dragon-blooded horse, which had become as docile as a lamb, his face more grim than if he were crying. But seeing Lynn leading the dragon-blood horse over, the merchant forced a smile. "Congratulations, Baron. May I ask your name? You have done an incredible feat by subduing the dragon-blood horse." "Lynn Austin, Lord of Winterfell." For a moment, the merchant was stunned, staring dumbfounded at the boy in front of him. As a businessman, he must have heard the legend of Lynn yesterday, but he never expected that such a rising nobleman would appear in front of him like this. Ignoring the countless envious and jealous glances from the crowd, Lynn led the magnificent dragon-blood horse and leisurely left the square. Chapter 40: The Dirty Slave Market. After bringing the unexpectedly acquired dragon-blood horse back to the inn, Lynn continued towards the dirtiest area of the northern fortress, the slave market. The kingdom of Ella does not outwardly practice a cruel system of slavery. Even if a commoner goes bankrupt or commits a crime, he will at most be demoted to a serf to work for the nobles. Although he loses his freedom, he at least retains his basic human dignity. However, the slave trade did not disappear. The slave markets here sold prisoners of war or captured civilians from hostile countries, including orcs, dwarves, and even, occasionally, rare elves, in some black markets. Border frictions between countries on the continent never ceased. Captured foreign tribes either waited for their own countries to ransom them, or were thrown into slave markets as cheap commodities. The western border borders the Orcish Empire, so the slave market here is never short of slaves from the Orcish kingdom. Lynn's goal this time was very clear. Since good talent had not yet been recruited, he would go to the slave market to take a look. Perhaps there are talented people here who have become slaves for various reasons, but possess special skills. Whether they are skilled in planting and breeding, knowledgeable in mechanical manufacturing, or even possess certain special magic or abilities, he wouldn't mind buying them back as long as they are useful. When Lynn arrived at the entrance of the slave market, he immediately attracted the attention of the shopkeeper. A portly merchant, whose fingers were adorned with jeweled rings, immediately brightened up and greeted him with a beaming smile. "Oh, which distinguished noble lord has graced us with his presence? I am so sorry for not greeting you properly." When the obese merchant learned from Charles that the young nobleman before him was none other than Baron Lynn, who had become rich overnight, his eyes widened in disbelief, as if he were seeing not a person, but a moving mountain of gold. "So you are Baron Lynn of Winterfell. Please come in. I will now introduce you to our finest goods." Fat Fox Jory, the owner of the slave market, bowed and scraped as he led Lynn into the inner area of the market. Upon entering the inner area, Lynn smelled a stench that was a mixture of sweat and blood. Then you see huge iron cages lined up along both sides of the road, like cages for imprisoning wild animals. The cages were crammed with numb-looking slaves, barely clothed. They wore heavy shackles, their eyes vacant, as if they had lost their souls. Some buyers would point and scrutinize the slaves in front of the cages like livestock, and even whip the slaves to check if they were obedient. "My lord, please follow me." Fat Fox jolly obsequiously led Lynn to a separate, relatively ornately decorated area. "These are exquisite items that I specially prepared for distinguished guests like you." The room contained more than a dozen young and beautiful girls from different races. There was a hot cat girl with wild charm, a pitiful dog girl wagging her fluffy tail, and a petite fox girl with a stubborn face. These bastard girls were much better off than the slaves outside. They wore clean clothes and their faces were free of blood. "My lord, please look. These bastard girls are all incredibly beautiful and have superb figures. Most importantly, they are all still virgins. If you buy them and train them a little, they will definitely give you a unique kind of pleasure." As Fat Fox Joey spoke, a wicked smile appeared on his face. "That's enough." Lynn frowned and coldly interrupted Fat Fox Joe's sales pitch. Although these beautiful and charming bastard girls were indeed attractive, Lynn even had a slight urge to buy them. But reason told Lynn that he was not here to satisfy his own desires, but for the development of Winterfell. I need a group of slaves with special skills, whether they are dwarves who know how to mine, or orcs who are good at planting, or those who know alchemy or magic, as long as they have special abilities. Fat Fox Joey's smile froze for a moment, but he immediately realized what was happening and hurriedly bowed and apologized. Yes, it was my fault for being so slow. I'll take you there right away. Sir, this way please. Fat Fox Jory quickly led Lynn through this erotic area to another room. The number of slaves imprisoned here is not large. Although they are also shackled, their eyes show less numbness and more resentment. Lynn could even see that, in addition to the ordinary orcs, there were also several short, stocky dwarves with full beards being imprisoned inside. Noticing Lynn's gaze as he looked at those people, Fat Fox Jory immediately stepped forward. Please take a look, sir. Each one here is a slave with special talents, and their price is naturally much higher. Those dwarves are experienced miners who also know basic forging. This minotaur is incredibly strong and used to be the best farmer in the tribe. Fat Fox Joey, like a seasoned salesperson, eloquently introduced these high-end products. Lynn listened patiently, his gaze slowly sweeping over each slave in the stone chamber. Finally, they settled in several separate cages deep within the stone chamber. There, a few unusual people were imprisoned. In one of the cages was a gaunt foxman, dressed in tattered prison clothes, but with some strange marks remaining on his fingers. In the other cage was a young rabbit-eared girl whose eyes were filled with fear and unease. What are they doing? Lynn asked, pointing to the two cages. Fat Fox Joey's eyes lit up instantly, and his smile became even more fawning. Your eyesight is excellent, sir. That foxman claims to be a novice alchemist. And that little girl with rabbit ears is a magic apprentice with magical talent. With a little training, she will definitely become a powerful magician in the future. Alchemist, magic apprentice. Lynn's heart skipped a beat. He was just worried that Winterfell lacked technical and magical talent, but he never expected to encounter them here. After a brief confirmation and questioning, Lynn no longer hesitated and pointed to everyone in the stone chamber, including the dwarf miners, minotaur farmers, fox alchemists, and rabbit-eared magic apprentices. I want everyone here. I want them all. Fat Fox Joey was so shocked he could barely speak, staring blankly at Lynn, never expecting Lynn to be so decisive. Upon hearing Lynn's words, the slaves locked in the cages showed no joy at being freed. Instead, they all raised their heads and stared intently at Lynn and Jory with eyes full of hatred and resentment. Chapter 41 Nia's Little Theater. Fat Fox Jory naturally noticed the situation and rubbed his hands together to remind Lynn. Don't worry, sir. Each of them wears a slave shackle around their neck. As long as you master the control spell, you can detonate the shackles at any time and blow their necks off. However, you must be careful, sir. If these slaves really have murderous intentions, you must not be soft-hearted. Every year, there are quite a few foolish masters who are killed by their slaves. I understand. Lynn nodded calmly, showing no concern whatsoever about the potential risk. Once they arrive in Winterfell, and witness firsthand what it's like there, and experience the respect and opportunities Lynn has given them, all their hatred and wariness will naturally disappear. Charles, pay up. Yes, sir. Holding the nearly 1,000 gold coins handed to him by Charles, Fat Fox Jory's eyes narrowed with delight as he went off to deal with the slaves with a beaming smile. Soon, Fat Fox Jory led the slaves Lynn had chosen to Lynn's side. In addition to the simple slaves, Fat Fox Jory was followed by a graceful fox girl wearing shackles. Lord Lynn, this is just a small token of my appreciation, said Fat Fox Jory obsequiously. This fox person is a new catch I just captured last month, and she's still a virgin. Consider it a free gift this time. If you ever want to buy slaves again, please remember to come back to me, and I guarantee you the best price. Lynn initially wanted to refuse, but then he thought that as a young and ambitious nobleman with immense wealth, his lack of interest in women would easily arouse suspicion and unnecessary speculation. Fine, I'll accept it then. After convincing himself, Lynn simply signaled Charles to take the fox girl away as well. Winterhold. In the backyard of the city lord's mansion, Mia sat alone on the stone steps, her chin resting on her hands, swinging her legs idly, lost in thought. I miss Lynn on the first day he's gone. The day after Lynn left, I missed him and the barbecue he used to make. On the third day since Lynn left, I still miss him. Lynn is not here. Mia's mind was like a movie, constantly replaying all the fun things she had done with Lynn. My first time eating barbecue, the tranquility of stargazing for the first time, my first time playing in the water, and so on. There was even that strange scene that puzzled Mia before, why the black rock boar was riding on a sow. Mia found herself increasingly bored and finally decided to find some fun for herself. First, he ran to the outskirts of the city to see the wheat seedlings that were growing vigorously. Before she knew it, the fields had grown into lush green wheat fields, which were indeed very beautiful as they stretched as far as the eye could see. But after a few minutes, Mia got bored again. Then I went to the breeding farm and saw more and more animals there, including pigs, sheep and cows, which slowly began to form their own groups. Looking at the scurrying carnivores, Mia couldn't help but swallow hard. She knew she wouldn't lack meat anymore. Before leaving, Mia ran to the black rock pig's spot and watched it move with a swaying motion. For some reason, Mia suddenly felt a little embarrassed. She remembered Lynn's words and quickly looked away, running towards the outer edge of the monster forest. Unfortunately, even in human form, the monsters in the monster forest ran away as if they had seen a ghost when they saw Mia. It's even more boring when there's no one to play with. In the end, Mia could only run back to the city lord's mansion dejectedly to find the only friend she could talk to now. Anna, are you done with your work? Play with me. Mia rushed into the large room of the government building, only to find Anna and Mayor Barry sitting around a huge table, having a heated discussion. On the table was a simple map of Winterfell, marked with different colored stones to indicate various areas. Anna looked up at Mia, her face showing a hint of apology and barely concealed exhaustion. Mia, please wait for me a little longer, okay? I have a lot of important things to take care of. Anna was dressed in a smart casual outfit, her long hair simply tied back, her eyes focused and serious, exuding the air of a mistress of the house. Mia watched as Anna continued to work, so she could only wander around by herself. Inside the government building, Anna and Barry were still discussing. Miss Anna, this morning, more than 70 more refugees arrived. The temporary shelters in the city are almost full. We must plan a new residential area immediately, otherwise, trouble is likely to break out. We can't expand any further south. Anna shook her head, clearly refuting Barry's suggestion. The trade route to the northern fortress is to the south, and it cannot be blocked by residential areas. I suggest that the new resettlement site be located to the north, where there are still plenty of spaces available. And just like that, Winterhold suddenly experienced a small population boom. At first, there were just some refugees who had nowhere else to go in their respective territories. Clinging to their last hope, they followed the directions and came to this border city. When they cautiously stepped through the city gate and discovered that there were no traps as they had imagined, but instead they were given food, paid work, and even wages, their long-suppressed joy suddenly erupted. As the first wave of refugees who tasted success risked bringing their families and friends from the same village to join them, Winterhold's reputation quickly spread among the lower classes. In addition, Lynn's deliberate propaganda along the way to the northern fortress, and the unintentional mentions made by the mercenaries and merchants hired by Barry in taverns around the country. 1 tells 10, 10 tell 100. The legend of Winterfell, with its guaranteed food, salaries, low taxes, and 60-40 land distribution, was nothing short of a blessing from a goddess to the common people struggling on the brink of collapse. More and more people are risking arrest by fleeing to Winterfell with their families. As more and more commoners took action, it naturally aroused the vigilance and anger of many nobles. Earl of the Blue Wolf's territory. Your Excellency, this is the latest report. The butler respectfully handed a scroll to the man who was wiping his long sword. In the past month, more than 50 serfs have escaped from several villages in the southeast corner of our territory. According to the interrogation of the few who were captured, their destination was Winterhold in the northwest. Bang! Earl of the Wolf slammed his beloved longsword on the table with a dull thud. Escape? No, that's not escaping, that's theft. That scumbag who was kicked out of the Austen family is stealing my personal property. A bunch of lowly people who eat my food and live on my land dare to betray me. A cruel glint flashed in Earl Tsunglung's eyes. Immediately issue my order. Send troops to block off the roads leading to Winterfell. Seize a few of the ringleaders and hang them in public. Let the rest of the fools see what happens to traitors. Yes, yes, sir. The steward nodded repeatedly in fear. Earl of the Blue Wolf paced a few steps inside and continued to add. Send people to spread the word that Lynn Austin has gone bankrupt and that Winterhold is just a ploy to lure people there as cannon fodder to fight the orcs, and that once they go, they shouldn't expect to come back alive. Earl of the Azure Wolf picked up his longsword again, his gaze fixed on the northwest, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. A greenhorn dares to poach my men? I'll see how many rounds of turmoil that dilapidated city can withstand. Similar scenes are not limited to the territory of Earl of the Blue Wolf. Several other nobles in the north and west reacted equally strongly when they discovered that commoners in their territories had fled. What? Another dozen or so households have run off to Winter City. Immediately strengthen the patrols and keep a close watch on the border. If I hear of anyone running away again, the patrol captain himself shall become a serf. Winterhold, that discarded pawn of the Thunder Marquis, he doesn't know his own limitations. Let the Rattlesnake mercenary group take care of him. I want to see what he has to fight me with. At this time, news of Lynn's acquisition of a huge fortune in the northern fortress had not yet spread, and these nobles still thought that Winterfell and Lynn were easy targets. Chapter 42 Hope for Everyone. Northern Desert Fortress. When Lynn led his special group of dozens of slaves back to the inn in a grand procession, they immediately attracted the attention of everyone on the street. The news spread quickly throughout the northern desert fortress, especially among the nobles and merchants who knew that Lynn had sold a batch of magic cores yesterday. Look! Isn't that the treasure baron of Winterfell? Good heavens, after making their fortune, they went to the slave market and bought so many people, including what looks like dwarves. Wow, what a lavish spending spree! It's good to be rich. He bought so many slaves, fox people, and rabbit people all at once. The baron certainly knows how to enjoy life. Various discussions rose and fell in the northern desert fortress, and the story of Lynn's deeds spread throughout the fortress. Young and impetuous! He just got a windfall and he's already squandering it like this, a merchant sipping his beer remarked enviously. The mercenary next to him chimed in sourly. That's typical nouveau riche mentality. He keeps buying things as soon as he has a little money. Let's see what he does when he runs out of gold coins. Various sour and gloating comments have become the latest topic of conversation among the upper class of the northern desert fortress. Lynn had already anticipated all the possible consequences. Lynn didn't care about the impact, and even gave herself a thumbs up in her heart. Nouveau riche, spendthrift. This is exactly the effect I wanted. Lynn knew very well that given Winterhold's notoriously poor and dangerous location, it was impossible to attract merchants to it on their own initiative. Without merchants there is no trade, and Winterhold will never develop. Therefore, Lynn had to send a signal to the entire Westerlands and North in the simplest and most direct way. Lord Lynn Austin of Winterhold is very wealthy and very willing to spend money. Whether it's being seen as extravagant or as a spendthrift, as long as the impression of Winterfell's wealth and power is formed in the minds of every merchant, Lynn's goal will be achieved. Everything can be deceiving, but gold coins don't lie. No matter how these merchants behave now, they will eventually take their goods and embark on the trade route to Winter City in order to earn more gold coins. When they finally arrive in Winterhold, they will discover a commercial paradise completely different from other places. Here, there are no strange and exorbitant taxes, and the inhabitants possess strong purchasing power. Once word of mouth spreads about Winter City's business environment, it will naturally be revitalized. Lynn's gaze was far-reaching. Winterhold's location seemed to be surrounded by enemies on three sides. But conversely, this place is the intersection of three major forces: the human kingdom, the orc empire, and the monster forest. As long as Lynn can prove two things to the outside world, that Winterfell has absolute strength to protect the safety of all merchants and citizens, and that Winterfell also has enormous wealth and a huge consumer market, then this small border town can be transformed into a transportation hub and trading center for the entire continent. Mercenaries can resupply and rest in Winterhold City before venturing into the monster forest. The special trade between humans and orcs can also find its safest haven here. At that time, a steady stream of wealth and talent will flock to Winter City. When Lynn led this diverse group of talented individuals back to the inn, a sense of oppression instantly enveloped the entire backyard. Charles directed the guards to gather everyone in the center of the courtyard before handing out water and food. Many slaves had their heads bowed, and many of them had numb or empty eyes, as if they had completely given up resisting their impending fate. After the slaves had eaten and drunk their fill, Lynn slowly appeared before them. In an instant, all the slaves' eyes were focused on Lynn, some wary, some hateful, and some fearful. Lynn looked at everyone and calmly began to express his thoughts. I know what you're thinking, and I know you don't trust any human nobles. You probably think that endless labor awaits you, or that you'll become some kind of plaything until the very last moment of your lives. Lynn's words caused some of the slaves to tremble slightly, and their hands involuntarily clenched. Lynn changed the subject. But I didn't buy you back for these reasons. The first thing I want to tell you is that in my territory, even slaves have the opportunity to regain their freedom. My territory, Winterhold, lacks all sorts of talent, miners to mine the mines, farmers to cultivate the land, and alchemists to research tools. And you are exactly the kind of people I need. From this day forward, I will treat you as ordinary citizens of Winterfell. You will be engaged in work that matches your abilities, and you will be rewarded as long as you work hard. When your contributions to Winterfell are enough to offset the gold coins I have paid you, you will be able to redeem your freedom and become truly free people. After Lynn finished speaking, the entire courtyard fell into a deathly silence. Many slaves looked at Lynn with a changed gaze. The fear and hatred were gone, replaced by a look of bewilderment and disbelief. The young dwarf miners exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with hope. The rabbit-eared girl, trembling with fear, raised her head and looked timidly at Lynn with her big, watery eyes, as if trying to confirm whether she was dreaming. Of course, not everyone was moved by Lynn's words. The foxman who was called the alchemist merely raised his eyelids and gave a cold smile, then lowered his head again, as if listening to a huge joke. The older dwarves remained stubborn and unconvinced, clearly not believing that Lynn would be so kind. Lynn took it all in and knew that it was impossible to convince everyone with just a few words. Lynn didn't care about this. As long as these people didn't cause trouble, they would naturally understand that everything Lynn said was true once they arrived in Winterfell. After leaving some guards behind, Lynn turned and left. After Lynn's figure disappeared from everyone's sight, a murmur finally broke out in the courtyard. The guards looked at the crowd but didn't intend to pay any attention, letting them discuss the matter. Lynn returned to his room alone. The days of running around and scheming, even with the blessing of the dragon's power, left Lynn feeling somewhat exhausted. However, just as Lynn pushed open the door, he paused slightly. Chapter 43: The New Little Maid. A magic crystal lamp emitting a soft glow had been lit in the room some time earlier, and a graceful figure stood quietly under the lamp, waiting for Lynn's return. Lynn glanced over and immediately recognized the fox-girl that fat fox Jory had given him. At this moment, the fox-girl had changed into a clean maid's uniform provided by the inn. Although the clothes were simple, they could not hide the fox-girl's graceful figure. Her long, smooth brown hair cascaded down her back, and her delicate face was filled with a pitiful expression. The most striking features were the pair of slightly trembling, same-colored fox ears on the girl's head, and the large, fluffy tail behind her that swayed nervously with small movements. At this moment, the fox-girl was tightly clutching the hem of her clothes, her bright eyes filled with tension and unease. Seeing Lynn's gaze fall on her, the girl tensed up even more, as if she had mustered all her courage. She carefully moved to Lynn's side, lowered her head, and said in a trembling voice, "Master, please let this servant serve you." Lynn didn't speak immediately, but quietly observed the girl in front of her. Orcs are a truly magical race, with orcs having animal heads and human bodies, similar to minotaurs, dog-headed people, and wolf-headed people. Although these orcs look quite different from humans, they are all powerful races with beast-like strength, and they are the main force of the orc race. But there are also half-beast races like the fox-girl in front of us, whose appearance is almost indistinguishable from humans, except for some cute accessories, such as fox ears, cat ears, rabbit ears, plus a matching tail. Their combat strength is vastly different from that of the orcs, but their looks are absolutely top-notch. It may not conform to the aesthetics of orcs, but it definitely conforms to the aesthetics of humans. Lynn continued to scrutinize the fox-girl before him. Her exquisite face was filled with fear and unease, yet she possessed a unique allure. She exuded a distinctive fragrance, and her uneasy fox ears and fluffy tail made one want to pull her into their arms and fondle her thoroughly. Fortunately, Lynn was different from other nobles. Although she had some romantic thoughts, she was able to control herself well. Lynn was about to send the foxgirl back, as he didn't need her service. But then I thought, this frail foxgirl in front of me has no ability to protect herself. If I make her work to redeem herself like everyone else, it would be better to keep her by my side as a little maid. During this time when Anna was not by his side, Lynn suddenly realized that he had been spoiled and ruined by Anna. Having been meticulously cared for by Anna since childhood, Lynn had become accustomed to being waited on. During Anna's absence, Lynn felt extremely uncomfortable, from tidying up clothes to arranging daily routines. Her independent living skills from her previous life had completely atrophied after being served by Anna. As Anna increasingly takes over the administration of Winterfell and becomes his true right-hand woman, he will indeed need a new personal maid to manage his daily life. The foxgirl before them was undoubtedly an excellent choice. Whether she's pretty or has animal ears, she perfectly matches my aesthetic. The fox people are known for their intelligence and ability to read people's expressions, making them very suitable as maids. With this in mind, Lynn made a decision. "May I have your name?" The foxgirl trembled, cautiously raised her head to glance at Lynn, then quickly lowered it again, answering softly. "This servant girl's name is Fina." "Fina? Okay, from now on you'll be my personal maid. Go back and rest for a bit, then come see me again tomorrow." Fina stared blankly at Lynn, her lips slightly parted as if she wanted to say something, but she couldn't utter a single word. The young nobleman who had just become her master did not rush to possess her body like other slave owners. Instead, he was gentler than others. Night slowly enveloped the northern desert fortress. With Fina's slightly awkward assistance, Lynn changed into a black aristocratic dress that had been prepared beforehand. Despite being told to rest first, Fina was surprisingly stubborn and immediately took on the role of a maid, starting to serve Lynn. Having someone to serve you makes all the difference. With Fina's help, you were able to put on this complicated aristocratic dress very quickly. Looking at his handsome face in the mirror, which, though young, possessed the composure and sharpness that his peers lacked, Lynn nodded in satisfaction. Surrounded by Charles and 4 elite guards, Lynn rode in a rented, luxurious carriage directly to the Marquis Rupert's mansion. Marquis Rupert's mansion is located in the highest part of the northern fortress, and is more like a city within a city than a mansion. On the tall, sturdy walls, guards wielding spears scan anyone who appeared with sharp eyes, demonstrating the power of the land's owner. Led by the butler, Lynn walked directly into the luxurious mansion of the Western Territory overlord. The first thing you see is a huge garden with a fountain in the center, and the air is filled with the refreshing fragrance of flowers. Beyond the garden lies the brightly lit main castle, where melodious string music drifts from the open French windows, mingling with the laughter of the nobles. The banquet hall was adorned with a huge, special crystal that illuminated the entire hall as if it were daytime, and large oil paintings depicting war hung on the walls. The nobles, dressed in fine clothes, gathered in small groups, holding crystal glasses filled with wine, chatting and laughing. Although their smiles were elegant, their eyes revealed a calculating nature. The noble ladies and aristocratic young women, dressed in gorgeous gowns, were like the most beautiful flowers in a garden, adorned with dazzling jewelry, their eyes scanning each young talent present with either alluring or reserved gazes. The moment Lynn appeared at the entrance of the banquet hall, the previously noisy hall instantly fell silent. The next second, almost everyone's eyes were focused on Lynn. "Look, that's Lynn Austin from Winterfell. Good heavens, is this Baron Lynn? He's much younger and more handsome than rumored. I heard that he acquired enough wealth overnight to buy half a city. So young and so wealthy, I really hope to become Baron Lynn's partner." At first, it was just whispers among the crowd, but soon, a group of nobles and wealthy merchants, holding wine glasses and with smiles on their faces, surrounded Lynn. Chapter 44: Rejection of the Arranged Marriage. "Baron Lynn, I have long admired your name. I am the president of the Silvermoon Merchant Guild. If Winterfell needs anything in the future, please feel free to contact me. We've heard that the Baron has discovered a legendary treasure in the monster forest. Could you perhaps reveal a little about it to us? Baron Lynn, our merchant guild has a large amount of grain and various supplies needed by Winterfell. I wonder if we could establish a deep cooperation?" Lynn was immediately surrounded by countless flattery, probing questions, and invitations. Faced with all this, Lynn maintained a polite smile, neither confirming nor denying, and treating everyone with courtesy. He kept talking about Winterfell, its current situation, and future development plans. Many people realized Lynn's meaning at this point. It was a well-known fact that Winterfell lacked supplies, and Lynn was using the banquet as an opportunity to let others know that Winterfell was rich and that everyone should come and do business. Lord Lynn, I am Chris, the youngest daughter of Marquis Rupert. I wonder if I would have the honor of dancing with you. Amidst the conversation of numerous nobles and merchants, a beautiful young woman in a light purple dress suddenly appeared, blushing as she extended an invitation to Lynn. The Marquis Rupert's youngest daughter, interesting. A smile appeared on Lynn's face, and countless possibilities flashed through his mind, but the most likely one was undoubtedly a honey trap. Lynn usually doesn't refuse a beautiful woman's polite invitation. He gently supports the girl's slender waist, holds her soft little hand, and looks at her delicate face. Regardless of what kind of person the Marquis Rupert was, his youngest daughter was indeed beautiful and had a stunning figure. If it were some young nobles, they would probably be completely infatuated with her. Unfortunately, Lynn had lived 2 lives and had seen all sorts of war gods in his previous life, so this little bit of beauty couldn't affect Lynn at all. When the song ended, Lynn released the girl whose face was slightly flushed. After dancing with several beautiful young women, Lynn politely declined them all, citing slight discomfort, and returned to the noble group to recount various events in Winterfell. Just as the banquet was drawing to a close, a majestic figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The crowd parted automatically to make way, and Marquis Rupert had already passed through the crowd, looking at Lynn with a smile. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lynn immediately performed a standard aristocratic bow, saying, "Your Excellency, Marquis." "No need for formalities, Lynn." Marquis Rupert smiled warmly and patted Lynn on the shoulder. "It's truly remarkable for a young person to achieve such success. I have some things I'd like to discuss with Baron Lynn. Come to my study, and we'll have a good talk." Amidst the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd, Lynn followed the Marquis through a long corridor and into an antique study. Inside the study, Marquis Rupert personally poured Lynn a glass of his treasured elven fruit wine and began to chat casually. "I have known your father, the Marquis of Thunder, for a long time. It was a foolish thing for him to send you to Winterfell. That place is so dangerous. One wrong step and you could lose your life. Fortunately, you lived up to expectations and stood firm even in such a difficult environment thanks to your tenacious perseverance." Marquis Rupert sighed, then changed the subject and got straight to the point. "Lynn, this windfall is both an opportunity and a disaster. You are alone in Winterfell, and you are weak and vulnerable. It will be difficult for you to keep this wealth." Marquis Rupert gave Lynn a deep look before revealing his plans. "My youngest daughter, Chris, just turned 16 this year. Her looks and intelligence are among the best in the entire Westerlands. You should have seen her just now. If you are willing, I can give her to you in marriage, so that our 2 families can be united by marriage. After that, you will be my son-in-law, and no one in the Western Territory will dare to covet what is yours." Lynn held his wine glass, listening quietly to the seemingly generous help, which was nothing more than an attempt to tie himself and his treasure to the Rupert family's chariot through marriage. For these nobles, exchanging a young daughter for tens of thousands of gold coins was definitely a good deal. Lynn put down his glass, his face still bearing that calm smile. "Many thanks for your kindness, Your Excellency Marquis, but such a major life event should be decided by one's parents, and I dare not make such a decision on my own." The Marquis Rupert's smile froze slightly, and the atmosphere in the study instantly became subtle. Lynn's statement, which sounds nice because it's her parents' decision, could also be seen as a rejection. The Thunder Marquis is unaware of the situation yet, and if Lynn agrees, things will be much easier to handle. Once the Marquis of Thunder finds out, this enormous sum of money will be impossible for anyone else to obtain. Young man, don't rush to refuse. Sometimes, making the right choice can save you a lot of detours. I still call the shots in the western regions. Even your father is no match for me." The Marquis's voice had lost its initial gentleness and become much more somber, with an invisible pressure permeating the air. "I'm sorry, Your Excellency, but I cannot make a decision privately without my father's permission." But Lynn remained unmoved. Despite the Marquis's menacing threats, he still dared not do anything to Lynn here. The news has now spread throughout the entire northern fortress. If Lynn were to suffer any mishap at the Marquis's mansion today, no matter how it is explained, the Rupert family would be branded as murderers for money. If word gets out, no one will dare to do business with the Rupert family again, which would be an unbearable loss for a great noble family. Finally, it was Marquis Rupert who broke the silence first, revealing a smile, as if the pressure he had just exerted had never happened. Haha, you're right, I was too impatient. Come on, let's drink. A tense confrontation began and ended in silence. Lynn knew that although he was safe for the time being, the feud had been formed and he would definitely face the wrath of the Marquis Rupert later. As Lynn left, the Marquis Rupert's fake smile vanished instantly, replaced by a gloomy expression. Someone come here. The study door opened, and a lean man wearing black leather armor and with a scar on his face quietly appeared, kneeling on one knee. Grown-ups. Keep a close eye on him. The Marquis's voice was devoid of any emotion. I need to know everything Lynn Austin does inside the northern fortress, who he meets, what he buys, as soon as possible. Remember, just keep an eye on him, and don't let anyone touch a hair on his head until he leaves the city. Yes, sir. Marquis Rupert slowly sat back in his chair, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. I never expected to lose to a young guy, but so what? What is meant to be will eventually come back. Marquis Rupert certainly wouldn't dare to lay a hand on Lynn on his own turf. But once Lynn leaves the northern fortress, whether he encounters unfortunate bandits or is attacked by monsters, it will have nothing to do with Marquis Rupert. Chapter 45: Lynn's Escape Plan. On the other side, after leaving the Marquis's mansion, Lynn boarded the carriage to return to the inn. His brain was racing. The silent exchange in the study had made Lynn clearly sense that danger was imminent. Although things didn't go exactly as planned, everything was still going according to Lynn's plan. The purpose of this trip to the northern fortress has been achieved. Through this seemingly reckless display of wealth, Lynn has successfully disseminated two key messages. First, Lord Lynn of Winterhold is very wealthy and willing to spend money. Secondly, Winterfell lacks everything and needs everything: food, weapons, livestock, slaves, and even people who can work. These messages have now spread to every corner of the northern desert fortress, and with the departure of caravans and mercenaries, they will soon radiate throughout the entire western and even northern territories. At that time, those astute merchants will naturally begin to plan how to get to Winter City. There was a wealthy baron who spent money like water, and a burgeoning market in dire need of development. These were irresistible temptations for businessmen. Similarly, those displaced people and serfs who were on the verge of starvation would surely have a spark of hope ignited in their hearts upon hearing the rumors of Winterfell. Next, as long as Lynn can safely return to Winterfell with the money, there will be a steady stream of caravans actively developing trade routes to Winterfell. Winter City's development will soon be on the fast track. The only problem now is how to leave the northern fortress safely. Lynn knew very well that this sturdy fortress was now both his protective umbrella and an invisible prison. Here, the Marquis Rupert would certainly ensure his safety to clear himself of suspicion. But once Lynn stepped out of the city gates, the situation changed completely. Lynn was certain that countless greedy eyes, both inside and outside the city, were staring intently at him. Now I am a giant, walking gold brick, and bandits, mercenaries, and nobles are all waiting for me to leave. But was he really in such danger? A faint, almost imperceptible sneer crept onto Lynn's lips. Upon returning to the inn, Lynn immediately summoned Charles and all the guards. The plan needs to be changed, Charles. I need you to do two things immediately. First, you will take all your guards, assemble a team, and transport all the slaves and supplies we have purchased back to Winterfell from the North Gate early tomorrow morning. I will provide cover for you in the city. Charles was startled by this and immediately objected. Sir, this is too dangerous. If we all leave, what will happen to your safety? Don't worry, I'm safe here. Nobody dares to touch me. Your mission is very important. These people must be brought back to Winterfell. Lynn's tone was full of confidence. I will make it public that I will only leave Winterfell after you have safely returned to it. This way, at least outwardly no one will dare to make a move easily. After all, as long as you haven't returned to Winterfell, I will stay in the northern fortress, and their schemes will not succeed. They will even secretly escort you to Winterfell so that I will dare to leave. Charles was stunned, seemingly understanding Lynn's intentions, but still asked in confusion. My lord, how will you leave? Perhaps I can bring the soldiers of Winterfell to escort you back. Lynn shook his head, a ruthless glint in his eyes. It's no use. Even if we bring everyone from Winterfell, it won't make a difference. The temptation this time is too great. We have to scare them, otherwise, even if we manage to return to Winterfell safely, we won't be safe. Don't worry, I have a plan. After Lynn and Charles confirmed the plans for tomorrow, they waved for everyone to disperse and prepare. As soon as Lynn opened her bedroom door, she suddenly smelled a faint scent of flower petals. In the room, Fina had prepared everything. The huge wooden bathtub was filled with hot water at just the right temperature, with a few flower petals floating on the surface. Clean clothes were also neatly folded. Seeing Lynn enter, Fina quickly lowered her head, her fluffy fox ears turning slightly red, and nervously clasped her hands in front of her. Master, the hot water is ready. Lynn was surprised by how quickly the little fox Fina had changed. From initial fear and numbness to current caution and obedience, it had only taken a day. As Lynn removed his outer clothes and entered the bathtub, Fina immediately stepped forward, wanting to wipe Lynn's back like Anna had done. Under the light, the little fox Fina's face was flushed, full of shyness. Although her movements were still a little awkward, her eyes were extremely serious. Add to that the slightly trembling fox ears and the fluffy tail behind it that keeps swaying because of shyness and nervousness, and you have a very alluring picture. Lynn's heart was stirred, and she sighed inwardly. The fox people truly lived up to their reputation. Only by truly experiencing that indescribable charm can one understand why King Zhou couldn't resist it. Even I, after days of tension, almost wavered in my resolve when faced with such a beauty. After a quick wash, Lynn told Fina to go back to her room. After all, there were more important things to do tomorrow, and she couldn't indulge herself at a time like this. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, the backyard of the inn was already packed with people. Charles directed his guards to gather all the slaves and supplies, and a large and imposing procession was ready to set off under the watchful eyes of countless people. Lynn stood on the steps, watching the massive procession slowly disappear at the end of the street, his expression growing serious. After the caravan had been traveling for a while, Lynn, like an ordinary nobleman, leisurely walked onto the main street of the northern desert fortress, heading straight for the most eye-catching shop in the city, Ella's Money Exchange. The moment Lynn stepped out of the inn, empowered by the dragon's power, he could clearly feel the air around him suddenly become tense. Behind the windows of tea-houses lining the street, in the shadows of alleyways, and even under the roof tiles across the street, countless discreet gazes were fixed on him. Lynn's lips curled up slightly. He knew in his heart that these people were staring at him because they wanted to confirm who had that enormous fortune. If it were still in Lynn's hands, then those who were watching Charles would naturally retreat. But if it were in Charles's hands, then Charles and his men might never return. What Lynn needs to do is to give them a clear answer through her actions. Chapter 46: The Arrival of Crisis. Ella Bank, backed by the kingdom and located throughout the Ella Kingdom, is undoubtedly one of the safest buildings in the city. The two guards standing at the entrance were wearing enchanted armor, and were at least high-level warriors. Upon entering the magnificent hall, a well-dressed steward immediately came to greet us. Your Excellency Baron, is there anything I may do to serve you? I need to exchange for gold coins, Lynn said calmly, while showing off a stack of gold notes. The manager's expression suddenly changed, and his tone became even more polite. Your Excellency, please come to our VIP room to discuss matters. No need, the lobby is fine. The manager didn't understand why Lynn wanted to handle such an expensive matter in the lobby, but since it was the guest's request, the manager could only agree. A moment later, a money shop manager with white hair and beard personally brought in tea. Lord Baron Austin, I have long admired your name. Without wasting any words, Lynn spread out the stack of gold notes, totaling more than 60,000 gold coins on the table. Each gold ticket is made of special magical paper, radiating unique magical energy. In an instant, Lynn keenly sensed that the atmosphere in the entire VIP room and even the bank's lobby had suddenly become oppressive. Lynn sensed the atmosphere around him and knew that his plan was complete, so he casually pulled out the smallest denomination gold note and pushed it over. I need to verify the authenticity of these gold notes, and also exchange them for 100 gold coins for me. The old shopkeeper's gaze lingered on the stack of gold notes for a moment, and even though he was used to grand occasions, a barely perceptible shock flashed deep in his eyes. He immediately picked up the gold notes, scanned them lightly with a special magic crystal, and after confirming that they were correct, immediately ordered his men to bring the gold coins. After confirming with everyone that the huge sum of money was still on him, Lynn took 100 gold coins and left the money exchange. Sensing the gaze of at least half the audience, and after confirming ownership of the gold ticket, they quietly withdrew, clearly having already made their decision and now eager to return and report. A barely perceptible smile appeared on Lynn's lips. By so openly exposing the gold notes to everyone, Charles was essentially under no pressure. After all, they were only escorting a group of slaves worth no more than 1,000 gold coins and some ordinary supplies that were inconvenient to carry. This small amount of money is not worth exposing to someone who is still eyeing the large sums of money they have. Inside the study of the Marquis Rupert's residence. Sir, the target just came out of Ella's money exchange. A dark figure appeared silently and knelt in the shadow of the fireplace. The target publicly displayed all the gold notes, and exchanged them for 100 gold coins. According to information from the money exchange's informant, the huge sum of money was indeed still on him. Marquis Rupert was slowly and meticulously trimming his nails with a small silver knife, a cold smile gradually creeping onto his lips. He carried all the gold notes with him, as if afraid others wouldn't know. He was too naive. I thought he had some clever method. What about Charles's team? Reporting to you, sir, most of the force's covert operations have withdrawn after confirming that the gold ticket was not with that team. Now, almost all attention is focused on the target himself. As expected, Marquis Rupert put down his silver knife, wiped his fingers with a silk handkerchief, and looked down with indifference. Notify the Shadow Wolves to prepare as well. Remember to be absolutely sure and leave no trace that could lead us to them. Yes, sir. The shadowy figure disappeared again. The northern fortress, inside a secluded manor in the south of the city. Your Excellency, the news is confirmed. A man dressed as a butler was reporting to a middle-aged nobleman who was toying with 2 iron gallbladders. That kid from Winterfell had taken all the gold notes with him. His army, filled with slaves and rags, was now just an empty shell. A wolf-like greed flashed in Earl Houston's eyes. What a fool! Still playing games? Do you think you can slip away from a pack of hungry wolves? Send the order back all our men and have them keep an eye on Lynn Austin. The steward bowed and accepted the order. Yes, sir. Inside a small tavern on the northern side of the Mobe fortress. Commander, it's confirmed that all the gold notes are with Baron Lynn. That guard team was just escorting the slaves back. They didn't have any gold notes on them. Reese, the leader of the Bloodblade mercenary group, stared at the map in his hand, his eyes flickering as he looked at his subordinates. Things are getting more and more complicated. At this rate, we probably won't have a chance. If we could have taken advantage of the chaos before, now that everyone is focused on Baron Lynn, we probably won't have a chance. A burly man with a scar on his face revealed a ferocious look and whispered. Commander, how about we just take him out in the city? That way we can keep all the money for ourselves. Idiot! Commander Reese slapped the scarred man across the face. Do you want to die? Marquis Rupert is protecting him now, preventing him from getting into trouble at the northern fortress. If we dare to make a move, he definitely won't be able to leave the city. Commander, that's impossible. Marquis Rupert wouldn't dare to make a move, but he wouldn't protect him either. No, Marquis Rupert will protect him. If Lynn dies here, besides the damage to his reputation, the gold notes will only go back to Lynn's father, and he will get nothing in return. But as long as Lynn gets out of the northern desert fortress safely, then it will all be none of his business. With Lynn's actions, the entire force of the northern desert fortress was affected. Many nobles and powerful figures, upon learning of Lynn's plan, revealed disdainful sneers. A weak and isolated baron attempted to use this petty cleverness to fight against the various forces in the entire northern desert fortress. Everyone tacitly made the same decision, to focus all their energy and attention on Lynn. In an instant, the assassins and mercenaries who had scattered all over the place suddenly regrouped from all directions and gathered near Lynn. In the eyes of these old nobles and local bullies in the northern fortress, Lynn was no longer a living person, but a treasure waiting to be divided up. The only thing they need to consider now is how to get Lynn to leave the northern fortress on his own, since everyone now agrees that Lynn cannot be allowed to get into trouble in the city. And how can one get the fattest piece of meat while being constrained by numerous forces? Chapter 47: The Mage's Arrogance. On the other side, after bidding farewell to Lynn, Captain Charles led his men directly to the city gate. As the group passed by, countless eyes looked at them with curiosity, greed, or pity, as if they were hunters eyeing their prey. Charles, walking at the very front of the group, gripped his sword hilt tightly. Even as a seasoned intermediate warrior, he couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. Charles could clearly sense that the gazes hidden in the shadows were filled with undisguised malice, as if they could suddenly launch an attack at any moment. Charles sighed bitterly to himself. Although the Lord was exceptionally intelligent, his foundation was ultimately too shallow. My group of 30 guards would be the elite in Winter City, but in the northern fortress, they wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. If the other side were willing, they could probably wipe out their entire force with just a small mercenary group, leaving them no chance to even send the message back to Winterfell. The procession slowly approached the city gate in a somber atmosphere. Just as the group was about to reach the towering city gate, the menacing gaze that had seemed so real vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. Charles was startled for a moment, then instantly realized that the Lord had already begun to act. Charles could imagine that the Lord must have used some extremely high-profile method to draw everyone's attention to himself. An indescribable warmth suddenly surged into Charles's heart. Having been by Lynn's side for so long, he had long been accustomed to the Lord's unconventional and whimsical ideas. But Charles never imagined that a high-ranking nobleman would put himself in the most dangerous situation in order to protect the safety of his subordinates. Charles suddenly felt inexplicably irritated. How could a subordinate like himself need his lord's protection? A sense of resentment welled up in his heart, and he wished he could turn around and protect his lord. But the next moment, a cute figure suddenly flashed through Charles's mind, standing with his hands on his hips and a smug look on his face. Miss Mia. Charles's heart skipped a beat, and a sense of relief washed over him. That's right. As long as Miss Mia is there, the master will definitely be able to turn danger into safety. The most important thing now is how to contact Miss Mia. Having figured this out, Charles's last trace of worry vanished, replaced by an unprecedented calmness and confidence. He suddenly pulled on the reins, turned around, and shouted loudly at the group. Everyone, listen up! Speed up! We must get back to Winterfell as quickly as possible. Yes. Although the other guards didn't understand, seeing the confident look in their captain's eyes, they all agreed in unison. After passing through the city gate, the massive procession suddenly accelerated and sped off towards Winter City. After completing this crucial step, Lynn felt much more relaxed. He ignored the lurking surveillance cameras and continued his exploration of this bustling city. After passing through several wide streets, a building unlike any other, with a pale blue magical glow flowing across its surface and a huge energy crystal floating atop its tower, came into Lynn's view. This is another powerful force independent of the aristocratic system, the Mage Guild. Lynn straightened his robes and calmly walked up the steps. Unlike the hustle and bustle of the streets outside, the hall of the Mage Guild was very quiet, and those coming and going were all mages dressed in various robes, with an air of arrogance or mystery. Even when he saw Lynn, an outsider dressed in aristocratic attire, he only gave him a cold glance before going about his own business. Lynn walked directly to the task desk, briefly explained his identity and purpose, and the staff member in charge of receiving him immediately changed his expression. Soon, a high-ranking mage wearing a dark blue robe and a 3-ringed insignia on his chest emerged from the inner hall. Respected Baron Lynn, I am Marcus, the deacon of the Mage Guild. Baron, have you come to our Mage Guild to purchase magic scrolls or to entrust us with some tasks? Clearly, Marcus was aware of Lynn's current predicament, and assumed he wanted the Mages Guild to help him return to Winterfell. None of those. Lynn shook his head and said bluntly, I'm here to recruit magicians. Marcus's smile faltered for a moment, but he quickly recovered and led Lynn to the reception area. Of course, our guild also offers talent recruitment services. I wonder what type of mage Baron Lynn needs. As long as Baron Lynn can afford the price, we can contact any magician below the 5th ring level on the mainland. Yes, I need some ordinary mages who can cast earth and water magic, and who can accurately cast spells like loosening soil, rainfall, and earth wall. I hope they can come to my territory to help me with farmland improvement, water conservancy facilities, and other construction projects. Marcus's smile froze instantly. He stared blankly at Lynn in front of him, and the enthusiasm in his tone vanished, replaced by an undisguised arrogance and aloofness. Baron Lynn may have some misunderstandings about the duties of us magicians. We are noble magicians. The arcane power we wield is for exploring the truth of the world and defeating enemies on the battlefield, not for mixing mud or irrigating fields. Several magicians who overheard this made no attempt to hide their scornful laughter. If it weren't for Lynn's noble status, he probably would have been kicked out by these people. Lynn sighed inwardly. Sure enough, even if he had money, he still couldn't change anything. I see. Lynn calmly stood up, made no further pointless arguments, nodded slightly to Deacon Marcus, and turned to leave. Since recruiting mages is not an option, the only remaining solution is to train them ourselves. The image of the rabbit-eared girl appeared in Lynn's mind. A bold idea quietly sprouted in Lynn's mind. For the rest of the time, Lynn continued to wander around like a street urchin. They visited alchemist shops one moment, and weapon shops the next, to learn about the current state of weaponry. Lynn lived a leisurely life, but the spies who followed him and the nobles who were always waiting for news suffered. Every time he heard the news brought back by the sentry, he was completely bewildered, not understanding what Lynn was doing. Chapter 48: Mia's Disappearance. After several days of arduous travel, Charles's party finally returned to Winterfell. Upon receiving the news, Anna, Barry, Hawke, and the others immediately dropped what they were doing and rushed to the city gate. As Charles's entourage slowly entered the city gate, everyone looked on with anticipation, but their hearts sank suddenly. The group included weary guards, bewildered news slaves, and carts loaded with supplies, but their lord was nowhere to be seen. Captain Charles, where is the young master? Anna was the first to rush forward and ask anxiously. With a heavy expression, Charles walked up to Anna and recounted in detail what Lynn had done at the northern fortress and his plan to use himself as bait. What? After hearing Charles's account, everyone present turned extremely pale. What is your lordship doing? This is practically playing with your life. City Magistrate Barry was sweating profusely and pacing back and forth in a panic. The northern desert fortress is the core of the entire Western Territory, with a large number of noble forces there. How could you possibly handle it alone, sir? Why don't we write to Lord Thunder Marquis for help? At worst, we can give half of our gold notes to the Marquis. Barry paced anxiously, muttering unrealistic ideas over and over. I will go and assemble the troops right now to bring the master back. Even if all of our city defense troops are killed, we will escort the master back safely. City Garrison Commander Hawke was more direct, drawing his long sword sharply from his waist, his eyes burning with rage. Everyone calmed down. Just as everyone was in chaos and leaderless, a clear and firm voice instantly silenced all the noise. Anna stood before the crowd, her usually gentle eyes now filled with an undeniable authority. What use would you be if you went there now, except to cause trouble for the Lord? Anna's voice wasn't loud, but it calmed everyone down. With only 300 city defense troops, you couldn't even break through the gates of the northern desert fortress. What use are you now, Lord Barry? If you write a letter now asking for help, it will be too late by the time the letter arrives. Besides, the Lord does not want the Marquis of Thunder to get involved. Anna looked around at everyone, took a deep breath, and her tone became extremely firm. Don't panic, I have a solution. After saying that, Anna ignored the astonished looks of the crowd and turned to walk quickly toward the city lord's mansion. Seeing this, Charles had a sudden inspiration and immediately followed suit. Hawke, Barry, and the others looked at each other, wanting to follow and see what was going on, but Anna stopped them without turning her head. You all stay at your posts. Winterfell must not be thrown into chaos now. Wait for my message. Anna and Charles walked quickly across the courtyard, one after the other, and arrived at the back hall of the city lord's mansion. Miss Mia! Anna called out anxiously. The only one who could break the deadlock and bring Lynn back safely was probably that unfathomably powerful pink-haired girl. Charles had the same idea, and the two searched separately, but found that they could not find the lively and active pink figure in the entire city lord's mansion. Anna's heart tightened, and she immediately summoned the maid who was in charge of taking care of Mia's daily life. Miss Anna, the maid was somewhat apprehensive. Miss Anna, after hearing that Captain Charles and the others had returned, Miss Mia ran off by herself and hasn't come back since. Mia ran out. Anna's heart sank again, and she rushed to the city gate to ask the guards. Miss Anna, the guard replied respectfully. Miss Mia did indeed leave the city, but we don't know where she went. Mia is the Lord's sister. In everyone's eyes, Mia's status is second only to Lynn. In the entire Winter City, Mia can go wherever she wants, and no one will stop her or question her. Charles was stunned by these words. He staggered and leaned against the wall, his face drained of color, muttering to himself incessantly. Oh no, Miss Mia is gone. Now, who can save the master? Anna initially felt a brief moment of panic, but quickly forced herself to calm down. The words Lynn had said to her in the room before leaving flashed through her mind. Mia isn't unintelligent, she's just adorably foolish. She signed an equal contract with me, and we have a spiritual connection. In an instant, all the panic vanished. Anna regained her composure, turned to look at the distraught Charles, and spoke with absolute certainty. Captain Charles, don't worry, Mia didn't run away. If I'm not mistaken, the young master must have made arrangements with Mia beforehand. After confirming your safe return, Mia immediately went to meet the young master. Charles stared blankly at Anna, still somewhat incredulous. Charles, the young master doesn't do things he's not sure of. Since he dared to stay behind alone, he must have left behind a crucial backup plan. Anna's tone was full of unwavering trust in Lynn. Anna then returned to the city lord's mansion and summoned Hawk, Barry, and the others who were filled with worry, sharing her speculations and judgments with them. Rest assured, everyone, the Lord has already laid out a plan and will return safely soon. Hearing this, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the girl in front of me, who was usually gentle and delicate but was now calm and composed, I couldn't help but feel a sense of respect. They knew very well that everything about Anna, her honor, her disgrace, and her life, was inextricably linked to Lynn. Since Anna is so certain, it proves that the Lord will be all right. Northern Desert Fortress. As Lynn listened to Mia's chattering voice in his mind, constantly complaining about how boring it had been and how no one was playing with her, a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. Lynn could even picture Mia hurrying toward the Northern Desert Fortress while constantly complaining with a frown on her face. Lynn was also missing Mia quite a bit at this moment. It has to be said that without Mia, the source of joy, daily life was indeed much less fun. With Mia around, wherever you go, you can always hear giggling and hear all sorts of strange questions from her. Since it's always by my side, I didn't really notice it. But like this time, after being away for half a month, I suddenly felt empty inside. Lynn hadn't expected that in just this short time, her bond with Mia would have become so deep. Fortunately, Lynn has already signed an equal contract with Mia, so he doesn't have to worry about this lovely little bundle of joy leaving him. Chapter 49: The Thunder Marquis's Actions. The treasure incident that Lynn stirred up at the Northern Fortress quickly spread throughout the heart of the Kingdom of Ella. Through ravens, magical messages, and word of mouth among caravans, the news that Lynn Austin, son of the Marquis of Thunder, had discovered an ancient treasure in the Beast Forest and become rich overnight reached the ears of every noble in the kingdom. Lynn Austin's name quickly became the hottest topic of conversation at all the aristocratic dinner tables. Countless messengers and investigation teams, both overt and covert, set out from all directions in an attempt to uncover the truth behind this bizarre incident. The Austin family castle, the study of the Marquis of Thunder. Unlike the luxurious style of the Northern Fortress, the decoration style here is more majestic, with portraits and military achievements of the Austin family ancestors on the walls. The Austin family is a typical military aristocracy in the Kingdom of Ella. They were given the name Thunder by the Kingdom of Ella, and they cherish honor and tradition. The pride of warriors and the defense of order flow in their blood. Lord Barton Austin, the Marquis of Thunder, sat behind his desk, listening to his subordinates' reports. Despite being nearly 50, his face remained resolute, and his hawk-like eyes would inadvertently reveal the fierce aura of someone who had been through many battles. two young men stood in front of the Thunder Marquis. The eldest son, Kane Austin, is 25 years old. He is a burly and exceptionally talented high-ranking warrior, the family's designated heir, and is known for his arrogance. The second son, Bryce Austin, is 22 years old. He is relatively thin and handsome. Although he is not as talented as his brother, he is very good at interpersonal relationships and gets along well with most of the sons of the powerful and wealthy in the capital. Lynn Austin, the Marquis's youngest son, was a mediocre warrior who also proposed heretical ideas such as improving agriculture, treating serfs well, and developing the economy, which the Marquis of Thunder considered a stain on the honor of the nobility. A weak and unorthodox son is not only unable to bring glory to the family in the eyes of the Thunder Marquis, but is also a potential stain and a laughingstock. Therefore, the day after Lynn's coming-of-age ceremony, the Marquis of Thunder directly petitioned the court to appoint Lynn Austin as a baron and send him to serve as the Lord of Winterfell. The kingdom's nobles naturally understood that this was a ruthless separation. It was called investiture, but in reality, it was exile. Marquis Thunder never expected that his long-abandoned son would re-enter his life in such a way. "Father!" Kane, the eldest son, cried urgently, his face filled with barely suppressed greed. "The news has been confirmed. That good-for-nothing, Lynn, really got incredibly lucky, winning 67,000 gold coins." "Yes, father!" Bryce, the second son, quickly echoed, his eyes also gleaming with greed. "More than 60,000 gold coins. This amount is enough to double our family's private army and even elevate our influence in the capital." The two couldn't wait to head to Winterfell and snatch that windfall from Lynn's hands. Marquis Thunder remained silent, tapping his fingers lightly on the table as he pondered Lynn's situation. The Austin family is indeed wealthy, but most of their wealth consists of fixed land, castles, mines, and shops. It would be almost impossible to come up with tens of thousands of gold coins in cash. The wealth in Lynn's possession was also an extremely rich fortune for the entire Austin family. "Father, why don't we just send someone to Winterfell and bring him back?" The eldest brother, Kane, offered his suggestion directly. "Fool!" Marquis Thunder slammed his fist on the table and roared. "Lynn is now a baron appointed by the king, and Winterfell is his territory. Without the kingdom's order, you sent your private army to arrest a nobleman. Are you trying to frame the Austin family for treason?" The eldest brother, Kane, turned pale from the scolding and lowered his head, not daring to say another word. "Father, my eldest brother is also anxious." My second brother, Bryce, quickly smoothed things over and then offered his own plan. "Since we can't resort to force, let's use family ties. Lynn is, after all, his father's son and a member of the Austin family. The treasure he obtained should rightfully be handed over to the family. Father, we can bring Lynn back first. We can say that the environment in Winterfell is harsh and not conducive to my brother's growth. We will petition His Majesty the King to grant him a new, wealthy fiefdom near Thunderlord." A glint of malice flashed in Bryce's eyes. "As for where the new fiefdom will be, that's up to us. We'll bring it back first, and then we can do whatever we want with the money." A hint of approval finally appeared in the eyes of the Marquis of Thunder. "This is a good plan. It conforms to the rules of the nobility, and is full of a father's love for his son. Let's do it this way." Marquis Thunder stood up abruptly, his eyes gleaming with greed. With over 60,000 gold coins, if he makes good use of them and adds to his past military achievements, he might still have a chance to become a duke in this lifetime. "Bryce, prepare the paperwork immediately. Kane, take a team of elite soldiers and head to Winterfell to bring back Lynn and his treasure. I will personally write to His Majesty the King to grant Lynn a new fiefdom." Lord Thunder had not considered whether Lynn would agree, nor what this money meant for Winterfell. In the eyes of the Marquis of Thunder, everything Lynn possessed, including his life and wealth, belonged to the Austin family. Outside the northern fortress, behind a rocky slope outside the official road. "Damn it, boss, is that kid coming out or not?" a mercenary muttered. "We've been lying in this godforsaken place for days, and we haven't seen a single ghost." The one-eyed, burly man, known as the leader, was now watching the surroundings with agitation. "Shut your filthy mouth," the one-eyed man hissed. "The Viscount's orders are for us to wait here and observe the surrounding area. If you don't want to do it, you can get lost." The mercenary shrank back, not daring to say anything more, but still muttering under his breath. Only 500 gold coins? For such a small amount, dozens of our brothers, are left to starve here. This place is dozens of kilometers away from the northern desert fortress. It's unlikely that the kid will pass by here. Another mercenary couldn't help but chime in. Boss, that kid's guards have already left. He's left alone in the city now. He's probably too scared to come out. If he doesn't come out, how long are we supposed to wait? Boss, how about we turn around and raid his stronghold? That rundown place called Winterhold must be poorly defended. We can disguise ourselves as bandits, rob that dilapidated city, and maybe there's even treasure in his castle. A sinister voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 50 Pink Flash. This suggestion caught the attention of many mercenaries present. A flicker of doubt crossed the one-eyed man's mind as he considered the possibility. Waiting here idly is not a solution. If the other party leaves from somewhere else, wouldn't all their efforts be in vain? Just as the one-eyed captain was hesitating about whether to change his plan. Swish. A pink light flashed past their heads without warning. What is it? The one-eyed man suddenly looked up, but there was nothing in the sky, as if everything he had just seen was just his imagination. Boss, did you see that? The mercenary beside him was trembling. A pink light seemed to pass by from the sky. Nonsense, you're seeing things! One-eyed dragon scolded his subordinate, but a strange unease was growing within him. He frantically scanned his surroundings but couldn't find anything unusual. Meanwhile, in another secluded valley, another group of people was lurking here, and these people were better equipped, clearly the private army kept by a nobleman. Captain, how much longer do we have to wait? A young soldier asked in a low voice. The captain didn't answer, but just stared warily into the distance. Their mission was simple: wait here to pick up any leftovers and then create an accident. Just then, the mage next to the captain suddenly exclaimed, "Huh!" and abruptly looked up at the sky. What's wrong? The captain asked immediately. The mage's face was filled with shock, and he stammered. Just now, I felt a huge wave of magical power sweep across the sky. This magical power was at least 100 times my own, at least the magical power of a mage. Archmage, do you mean an archmage has arrived nearby? Captain, I don't know. The mage's face was a little pale. I'm just an intermediate mage, and I can't sense the other party's situation. Similar scenes were playing out repeatedly on the route between the northern fortress and Winterhold. Whether it was an assassin hiding in the woods or a mercenary lying in the ravine, most people caught a glimpse of that fleeting pink light, or felt the lingering, unsettling magic. But the pink light came and went too quickly. When they came to their senses, there was nothing left in the sky. Inside the stables of the inn at the northern desert fortress, Lynn gently stroked the smooth mane of the dragon-blood horse, feeling the warmth and strength emanating from his palm. Lynn's mind was not on his 100 gold mount at all. Lynn, I'm near you now. There's a huge castle in front of me. Should I just rush in? Mia's cheerful voice rang in Lynn's mind. Lynn sighed helplessly in his heart, and immediately stopped Mia. No need, wait there for a moment, I'll come find you soon. Was the journey smooth? Did anyone spot you? Don't worry, I'll listen to you and fly carefully high in the sky. The people below definitely can't see me. There's no one here, it's so boring. Upon hearing Mia's reply, Lynn couldn't help but rub his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. Through the soul contract with Mia, Lynn could sense that Mia's presence had appeared not far outside the northern fortress city. It has only been half a day since Charles and his group safely arrived in Winter City. The distance between Winterhold and northern fortress is hundreds of kilometers, and it took me several days to travel there, but Mia arrived in less than half a day. A sense of foreboding rose in Lynn's heart. Could it be that this cute pink-haired dragon had completely ignored her advice to keep a low profile, not let anyone find out, and to take it slow? It immediately locked onto its coordinates, and then flew over at a straight-line distance. A picture involuntarily appeared in Lynn's mind, a pink streak of light, moving at a speed too fast for the naked eye to see, ignoring everything below, and simply and brutally flying towards him. Thinking about this, Lynn felt a headache coming on. Since things have come to this, it's too late to say anything. In that case, let's just take action. Lynn flipped himself onto the back of the dragon-blood horse, gently patted the horse's neck, and said in a low voice, half joking and half serious, Red Hair, you'd better hold on tight when you see Mia. This is a crucial moment. If you get so scared by her that your legs go weak and you collapse, I won't care whether you live or die. In that case, I'll have no choice but to abandon you and return to Winterfell with Mia. Do you understand? Herod. As if Lynn had truly understood what he was saying, the dragon blood horse Red Hair suddenly reared up and let out a high-pitched neigh, as if in response. Lynn looked ahead, a confident smile on his face. He gently squeezed the horse's flanks and gave a low shout. Giddy up! Red Hair instantly burst out of the stable and galloped toward the north gate of the Mabe fortress. Lynn's move instantly affected all forces in the entire northern desert fortress. The target moved. He left the hotel. The target rode his horse towards the north gate. Quickly inform the adults, the fish has set off. In an instant, countless sentries and spies sprang into action. The moment they received the news, countless nobles and leaders of powerful factions had their eyes light up with excitement and greed. The Marquis Rupert's residence. When the news of Lynn's departure arrived, the Marquis of Rupert finally breathed a sigh of relief. At first, Marquis Rupert thought that since Lynn was still in the city, the initiative was completely in his hands. But as time went on, more and more forces were drawn to this huge prize, and the situation was quickly slipping out of Marquis Rupert's control. If Lynn died at the northern fortress, he would be unable to clear his name of suspicion. Even more terrifying is that if Lynn dies and the gold notes worth over 60,000 gold coins are stolen, the trouble will be even greater. In order to clear himself of suspicion of murder for money, Marquis Rupert will have to personally find the murderer and recover the fortune in order to quell the storm that could plunge the Rupert family into an endless abyss. Pass on my order. Once Lynn steps out of the city gates, everything that happens to him is none of our business. Marquis Rupert immediately gave the order to the shadowy figure beside him. Tell our men to keep a close eye on Lynn, and by whatever means necessary, I must see that gold note appear before my eyes. Chapter 51 Mia's Move. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, Lynn rode alone to the north gate of the northern desert fortress. The guards at the city gate and the spies hidden in the shadows held their breath, watching as Lynn left the city without stopping for a moment. As Lynn's figure gradually disappeared on the horizon at the end of the official road, the lurking figures inside and outside the city walls also vanished instantly, silently giving chase. On an old tree beside the official road outside the Mobe Fortress city, a petite pink figure sat on a thick tree branch, idly swinging her two fair legs, her golden eyes occasionally glancing towards the direction of the northern desert fortress. Did he even sigh, as if he had encountered some setback in life? Suddenly, the pink-haired girl's eyes lit up, and she stood up from the tree branch without hesitation. In an instant, she transformed into a pink blur and rushed towards the official road. On the official road, Lynn was riding Red Hair at breakneck speed. Even at such a high speed, he could still clearly feel faint waves of malice lurking behind him. Just then, Red Hair beneath Lynn suddenly stopped, letting out a series of uneasy neighs and pawing the ground restlessly, almost throwing Lynn off its back. Red Hair, how? Before Lynn could finish speaking, a pink figure appeared in front of him with a fragrant breeze and suddenly threw herself into his arms. Lynn instinctively hugged the soft body she hadn't seen in so long tightly, feeling the familiar warmth and fragrance, her face full of helpless laughter and tears. Mia, if you use any more force, you're going to knock me straight back to the northern desert fortress. Mia playfully snuggled against Lynn, raised her head, stuck out her little tongue, and pretended that nothing had just happened, curiously looking at the trembling horse under Lynn. Lynn, what is that big red thing? Lynn then realized what was happening and looked down at the trembling Red Hair beneath him. To Lynn's surprise, although Red Hair was terrified, it did not collapse to the ground like the other horses and stubbornly remained standing. Lynn quickly patted Red Hair's neck reassuringly. Don't be afraid, Red Hair, this is one of our own. Mia reached out her little hand and gently stroked Red Hair's mane, saying in a soft, sweet voice, Red Horse, don't be afraid, I won't eat you. Strangely enough, under the comforting care of the man and the dragon blood horse Red Hair's violent trembling actually gradually subsided. It snorted, seemingly accepting the fact that this terrifying being was an ally, and regained its composure. Lynn adjusted his position, picked Mia up, and made her sit more comfortably in front of him. He then wrapped his arms around Mia's waist and spurred his horse forward again. Mia nestled happily in Lynn's warm embrace and began to complain incessantly. Lynn, you big bad guy. You went out to play without taking me with you, leaving me all alone in Winterfell, so bored. Since you left, Anna has been busy every day and hasn't had time to play with me. They suddenly called me over, forcing me to rush here, and now I have to rush back. I haven't even had a chance to see the good food and fun things to do in the city. As Lynn listened to Mia's energetic complaints, his tension quietly dissipated, and he asked with a smile. Yes, I told you to hurry on your way. How did you manage to get here? Didn't you listen to me and try to keep a low profile? Mia's smile froze instantly. His golden eyes darted around, and after stammering for a long time, he couldn't come up with a coherent answer. Suddenly, Mia pointed ahead and exclaimed, Lynn, look! The woods over there are so beautiful! This is now confirmed. Lynn knew the result without even asking. The pink-haired girl hadn't listened to his instructions and had most likely flown over directly. Lynn affectionately patted Mia's head, didn't ask any further questions, and instead looked at the woods ahead, following her words. Yes, it's very beautiful. Suddenly, Lynn turned around and glanced at the seemingly peaceful but actually treacherous wilderness behind him, then whispered to Mia in his arms. Mia, there might be some bad guys coming to kill us. Lynn's voice was still as gentle as ever, but the content was icy and chilling. When the time comes, you should take direct action. Remember, don't let any of them return alive. Upon hearing Lynn's words, Mia's eyes lit up instantly. All her previous boredom and complaints vanished, replaced by an excited anticipation. Okay, Lynn, watch me fight, I'm really good. After saying that, Mia even rolled up her little sleeves with a serious expression, as if she was about to rush out and smash all the enemies away. Seeing Mia's adorable, eager expression, Lynn's last bit of nervousness completely dissipated. The 2 men and 1 horse traveled swiftly along the official road. Suddenly, figures moved in the dense forest on both sides of the road ahead, and a large group of soldiers wielding sharp blades and wearing uniform leather armor emerged. Without uttering a word, the group charged directly toward Lynn with icy eyes. Lynn's eyes narrowed, but he remained firmly seated on the horse, only calling out softly, Mia. The moment Mia received the instruction, a glint of excitement flashed in her eyes, and her little mouth began to chant a series of ancient and obscure syllables. Exploding fireball. The next instant, the group of noble private soldiers who were charging forward suddenly felt the sky above their heads brighten. Everyone instinctively looked up, their pupils instantly contracting to their maximum size. Above them, a massive fireball, over 10 meters in diameter, had appeared out of nowhere, burning with raging flames. The fireball, like a miniature sun, radiated a despairing heat and light, crashing directly down on them. Quick, run! From within the group, someone let out a terrifying roar. However, it was all too late. Boom! The deafening explosion instantly engulfed the dense forest. The enormous fireball crashed to the ground, unleashing towering flames and shockwaves. Soil, rubble, and human bodies were blown away, leaving only a huge, charred crater in the entire area. Those menacing noble private soldiers were wiped out of the world before they could even utter a complete scream. All that remained was a pile of wreckage. Chapter 52 Ambush on the Road. Mia, as if she had just finished a fun game, clapped her fair little hands, looked up, and gave Lynn a bright, self-satisfied smile. Lynn, it's all done. Lynn patted Mia's head to encourage her, then calmly glanced at the deep pit still emitting black smoke, his heart unmoved. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. Since these people are aiming to kill me, I should be prepared to be killed myself. Lynn wasn't some saint. Since they wanted to kill him, Lynn naturally wouldn't hold back. Ignoring the horrific battlefield, Lynn said indifferently. Let's go, let's continue on our way. Without any intention of taking a detour or hiding their whereabouts, they simply took Mia and swaggered straight towards Winter City. Since these people want my life and money, then let them have it. Only by defeating them all at once can we resolve future troubles. Otherwise, even if Lynn returned to Winter City, he still wouldn't be able to get rid of these people's harassment. A narrow valley pass. They've arrived. The Bloodblade mercenaries, who were lying in ambush on both sides of the mountain wall, all started breathing heavily when they saw the figure of a man on horseback appear. "Archers and mages, prepare!" The one-eyed captain's eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light. "Use armor-piercing arrows on him, and kill him instantly. Don't let him escape." Hundreds of experienced mercenaries drew their strong bows, the arrowheads gleaming metallically in the sunlight. Armor-piercing arrows are special arrows that can give even high-level warriors a headache. However, just before the Bloodblade mercenary group was about to unleash the first volley of arrows. Oh, the wind is blowing. Without warning, a gentle breeze began to blow through the valley. Immediately afterward, the gentle breeze suddenly escalated into a terrifying hurricane that tore through the air in just a few breaths. One could see streams of blue air, composed of pure wind elements and visible to the naked eye, spinning rapidly within the valley, leaving scratches on the hard rocks. "Fire arrows! Fire arrows now!" The one-eyed dragon sensed something was wrong and roared madly. Whoosh whoosh. Hundreds of armor-piercing arrows were fired out in a dense, overwhelming barrage. However, a desperate scene unfolded. Those arrows, powerful enough to pierce steel armor, were blown apart the moment they were shot, as if they had hit an invisible wall. "This is bad. This isn't ordinary magic. It's at least high-level wind magic. There's a mage lurking in the shadows. Retreat!" Before the one-eyed man could finish his warning, the hurricane suddenly expanded outward, and countless wind blades compressed to their limit, like the scythe of death, swept across the mountain walls on both sides. Pft. The sounds of flesh being cut and rocks being cleaved intertwined to create a symphony of death. Whether it was hard rock or the seemingly sturdy leather armor worn by the mercenaries, they were all as fragile as paper in the face of these invisible wind blades. Just a moment later, the screams stopped abruptly. When the storm subsided and Lynn rode his horse through the valley, all that remained on the mountainside were deep, bone-revealing cuts and countless broken limbs and remains. Seeing this scene, Lynn felt a wave of nausea wash over her as she looked at the pink-haired girl sitting obediently in front of her, a cute smile on her face. The dragon's destructive power is indeed terrifying. Even now, in human form, it remains incredibly powerful. Most importantly, the dragon showed no mercy. As mentioned at the beginning, it simply slaughtered them all. Mia immediately took action without any hesitation. Perhaps in the eyes of dragons, humans are no different from other magical beasts and wild animals. No wonder humans are so terrified when they hear about dragons. Fortunately, things are different now. The pink-haired girl in front of me has a contractual relationship with me and has my own limitations, so she definitely won't do anything too outrageous. A wide, open plain. This time, what stood in Lynn's way was no longer a mob. It was a column of more than 50 heavily armored knights. The war horses beneath them were all clad in heavy iron armor, and the leading knight was a high-ranking warrior wielding an enchanted lance, exuding a fierce fighting spirit. The other team members were no ordinary people either, and they exuded a subtle fighting spirit. Clearly, this is a special cavalry force composed entirely of mid-level warriors. Heavy cavalry are equipped with expensive gear, and since they are composed entirely of mid-level warriors, ordinary nobles certainly can't handle them. At the very least, only counts and above have the capability. Baron of Winterfell, hand over your wealth, and I may grant you a dignified death. The knight commander raised his lance high, his voice booming like a bell, filled with aristocratic arrogance. Lynn didn't answer, but instead whispered to Mia in his arms. "Mia, I'm leaving you to my care." Mia nodded. This time, Mia didn't chant any spells. She simply peeked out her little head and opened her pink lips towards the array of knights who were standing ready for battle. Roar! A tender, seemingly soul-piercing roar erupted from Mia's small body. This is no ordinary sound, but a kind of awe-inspiring power originating from the highest level of life, the might of a dragon. An invisible pressure swept across the entire plain like a tsunami. Those 50-odd well-trained heavily armored knights, along with their elite war horses, seemed to be frozen in place for a moment, all their movements completely still. Immediately afterwards, a primal fear, originating from the depths of their souls, surfaced in their eyes. Their prized war horses performed even worse. Humans could resist with their courage, but war horses could not. The war horses began to tremble violently and uncontrollably. The next moment, like dominoes, one after another, the heavy steel bodies fell straight to the ground without any resistance, directly throwing the knights on them to the ground as well. These heavy cavalrymen stared blankly ahead, then at their fallen warhorses, their small heads filled with big question marks, completely bewildered as to what had happened. However, the advantage of heavy cavalry lies in charging. Now that they have lost their warhorses and their high speed, their combat power has been reduced by at least half. The outcome was the same as before. Without any resistance, these people were all killed by Mia's dragon language magic. Lynn rode slowly past their scattered bodies, never drawing his longsword from his waist. Chapter 53: Mia's Exposure. The journey home that followed turned into a bloody and bizarre adventure. The ambushes and obstructions never ceased along the way. There are assassins lurking in the shadows, bandits setting traps, private armies charging head-on, and mercenary groups supported by nobles. But no matter who they are, no matter how powerful they are, whether they are intermediate warriors or advanced mages, ultimately, all of these people met the same fate. They were completely annihilated by Mia's seemingly playful yet devastating power, leaving not a single survivor. Lynn, with Mia by his side, braved bloodshed and made no attempt to conceal their advance, steadily approaching Winterfell. As Lynn moved further and further away from the northern desert fortress, he gradually realized that the crisis was not over. In fact, it was becoming increasingly dangerous. The enemies we faced before were too simple, as if they weren't there to kill us, but merely to test us. The real test is yet to come. Sure enough, as the distance to Winterfell shortened, two people suddenly appeared on the plain ahead. One was an old man dressed in a gray robe, holding a staff, surrounded by visible shadow elements. The other was a middle-aged man clad in heavy armor, carrying a broadsword as large as a door on his shoulder, his powerful fighting spirit flowing slowly across his body as if it were tangible. Judging from their aura, neither of them is simple. One is at least a powerful mage, and the other is at least a powerful warrior. Baron Lynn. The Archmage spoke first, his voice hoarse as if sandpaper were being rubbed. Hand over the gold notes you have, and we might consider letting you leave safely. The middle-aged Grandmaster did not speak, but he still held the great sword behind him in his hand, with battle-chi fluctuations flowing across the sword as if they were tangible. Lynn ignored the two of them, and only whispered to Mia in his arms. Mia, be careful. These two are different from the previous ones. They're using their full strength right away. Okay. Mia cheered and leaped off Red Hair, her petite body landing gracefully in front of the two fourth-tier experts. You two big oafs, with Mia here, she won't let you hurt Lynn. Court death! The Grand Master was clearly more hot-tempered, showing no pity for Mia, even though she was just a cute girl. With a roar, the broadsword, as thick as a door, was instantly enveloped in intense battle aura, transforming into a massive sword beam that slashed down towards Mia. Faced with this terrifying attack, Mia neither dodged nor avoided it, but simply raised her delicate little fist. A loud bang. The tiny fist collided violently with the enormous sword aura of battle energy. The expected scene of her petite body being torn apart did not occur. Instead, the violent sword aura shattered inch by inch. The small, fair fist that withstood the blow remained completely unharmed. What? The Grand Master's pupils constricted sharply. Upon seeing this, the mage beside him felt a sudden tightness in his chest and immediately unleashed his signature move. Shadow Cage. Dozens of pitch-black chains made of pure shadow energy emerged from the ground like venomous snakes, instantly binding Mia's small body tightly and frantically contracting inward, attempting to crush Mia into a pulp. Hee, does it tickle you? Mia's clear laughter came from inside the cage, and her small body suddenly trembled. The seemingly indestructible shadow chains suddenly creaked and groaned, then snapped with an unimaginable force. After breaking free of her restraints, Mia lightly touched the ground with her small feet and charged towards the Archmage like a cannonball. The Archmage's expression changed drastically, and he began chanting rapidly, instantly casting several control spells. Earthbound Hands. Gravity Suppression. However, the magic that could easily bind a third-tier magical beast only slowed Mia down for a moment. Damn it! Seeing this, the mage could only awkwardly dodge to the side, avoiding Mia's powerful punch. On the other side, the Grand Master had also come to his senses, roaring as he once again wielded his broadsword and engaged Mia in battle. For a time, the chaotic rock forest echoed with continuous roars, and the brilliance of battle chi and magic mingled together. The battle became extremely intense. These two well-coordinated fourth-tier powerhouses were indeed formidable opponents. The Grand Division held the enemy at the front, their defenses were impenetrable, and every attack was powerful and heavy. The mage hovered around, constantly harassing Mia with all sorts of tricky curses and weakening spells, like flies buzzing around. Although Mia has the upper hand for the time being thanks to her abnormally powerful dragon body, she is not able to end the battle as easily as before. Her clothes were torn in several places by the surging energy, turning them dusty and gray, and her little face was also covered in dust. What kind of monster is this? It's impossible! How could a human be so strong? Even a sword saint couldn't have such a powerful physique. The battle between the Grand Master and the Archmage grew increasingly alarmed. The little girl before them possessed unbelievably strong physical abilities, ridiculously high magical resistance, and the ability to use magic of multiple elements, a talent that no human could possibly have. After a fierce battle, the mage finally found an opportunity. Arrow of Dark Erosion. A black arrow, imbued with extreme corrosive energy, pierced Mia's shoulder with perfect anticipation from the Archmage. Laugh. The tough skin was pierced, and a spurt of golden blood gushed from the wound, radiating a sacred light in the sunlight. Mia winced in pain and let out a soft, dissatisfied groan. Upon seeing that golden blood, the usually composed Grand Master's eyes narrowed sharply, and a look of terror flashed across his face as he cried out in alarm. Golden blood? Impossible! How could this be? You're actually a dragon! Meanwhile, Lynn, who was hiding to the side, felt a sudden tightness in his heart when he saw Mia injured. He hadn't expected the guy in front of him to be so powerful. To make matters worse, Mia's identity has been discovered by the two of them. They must not be allowed to spread this news, otherwise the situation in Winter City will become even worse than it is now. Mia, go all out, leave no one alive. Upon hearing Lynn's murderous order, Mia, who had been feeling aggrieved about her injury, had her golden eyes instantly filled with a brutal and fierce light. Roar! Mia roared to the sky, and a dazzling golden light burst forth from her body. Under the horrified gazes of the two powerful figures, Mia's petite and adorable body rapidly swelled and deformed. Chapter 54: The Terror of Going All Out. It has ferocious giant horns, a massive body covered in silver scales, flowing with dark gold light, and a pair of enormous wings that blot out the sky. In just a few breaths, a petite girl transformed into a giant dragon nearly 100 meters long, exuding a world-destroying aura. The balance of power shifted instantly. The two were completely dumbfounded. They were merely servants of the Rupert family, commissioned by the Marquis Rupert to deal with an ordinary baron. But why did things turn out this way? A pink-haired girl with extraordinary strength and magic appeared beside the baron. That's understandable. After all, someone who dares to sell over 60,000 gold coins worth of magic cores at once must have some trump cards up their sleeve. But as the fight went on, he suddenly couldn't win and transformed into a giant dragon. Was that magic? Run! The once arrogant mage was now terrified and immediately tried to activate the Wings of Wind spell to escape. This is a genuine dragon. Even the weakest dragon is comparable to a 5th-tier expert, which is far beyond the capabilities of the two 4th-tier experts. Mia, in her dragon form, merely raised her mountain-like claws with disdain and gently clenched them in the void. The next moment, countless large fireballs appeared in the sky, even larger than Mia's human form. Rumble, rumble. The earth trembled, the mage's protective magic collapsed instantly, he spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. The dragon opened its blood-red maw, and endless fire elements gathered wildly, transforming into a golden dragon breath. Murphy, run! The Grand Master roared, concentrating all his battle aura onto his broadsword in an attempt to withstand the terrifying dragon breath. But in the face of that golden dragon breath that purified everything, the Battle Master's battle aura was as fragile as paper. It only lasted for a short while before it completely dissipated. Immediately afterwards, the Great War Master's body was completely engulfed by golden flames. With a terrifying explosion, after the smoke cleared, only a lying wreckage and a figure leaning against a broken great sword, half of whose body had been melted away, remained on the spot. The Grand Master looked ahead with difficulty, his mouth moving slightly. I never imagined that I would be killed by a dragon. Is this the power of a dragon? It's ridiculously strong. Then the Grand Master slowly turned towards Lynn's direction. Lynn Austin, everyone underestimated you. Who knew your ultimate weapon was a dragon? I really want to see the look of horror on other people's faces when they see your trump card. But no one at the scene could hear it. All that greeted him was a golden dragon breath as enormous as the one before. In just a few moves, these two fourth-tier powerhouses, who were capable of dominating the kingdom of Ella, were completely annihilated. After the battle, Mia glanced at the scorched earth on the ground and the two people who had been completely burned to ashes. The enormous dragon body was once again enveloped in golden light, transforming back into its tattered human form, and it trotted back to Lynn's side. Lynn looked at the pink-haired girl in front of him, who was covered in dirt and had several wounds that had not yet fully healed, and felt an indescribable heartache. Mia, are you all right? Does your wound hurt? Don't move, let me bandage it for you. However, Mia didn't care at all. She proudly puffed out her little chest, put her hands on her hips, and her face was full of praise. Lynn, look, I've killed them all. This little injury will heal on its own soon. Lynn didn't care about any of that, and quickly rummaged through the package to find gauze and water. First, I carefully washed the dust off Mia's face and the bloodstains from her wounds with clean water, then tore off a piece of clean gauze and clumsily bandaged Mia's wounds. After doing all this, Lynn led Mia and looked at the group of spies and sentries following behind him. As soon as Lynn left the city, there were more than a dozen black figures hanging silently behind him, hundreds of meters away. These shadowy figures were sentries from various factions within the northern desert fortress. Their mission was to follow Lynn, ensure the target's location, and assist their own assault teams. Strangely, since they started tracking him, Lynn has had no other guards besides a pink-haired girl. But even with just these two people and one horse, the protective force they displayed was shrouded in mystery. The initial battle ended too quickly, and these sentries could only deduce from the aftermath that an extremely powerful mage was hiding behind Lynn. This mysterious magician seemed to be proficient in magic of multiple elements, and the magic he cast was incredibly powerful, instantly obliterating any obstacles in his path. But as the journey progressed, things became increasingly strange. They passed through multiple ambush sites, and the sights they saw became more and more terrifying each time. A dense forest was struck directly by a huge fireball, like a meteorite, leaving a deep crater that still emits black smoke to this day. A valley, its two sides of the mountain walls were cut like a honeycomb by countless sharp wind blades, and the corpses of hundreds of mercenaries were hanging on them. The scene was too gruesome to bear. On a plain, a well-trained squad of heavily armored knights was annihilated by powerful magic before they could even launch a charge. These battlefield traces don't look like the work of a single person. The ferocious destructive power suggests that an entire elite mage unit was wiped out. The sentries were all ruthless characters who had crawled out of piles of corpses, but seeing these horrific scenes, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. A young scout's face turned pale, and his pace slowed noticeably. Captain, should we continue following him? That guy is too strange. If we keep following him, we might all become the next battlefield ruins. The captain's heart was also in turmoil, but the Marquis's order could not be disobeyed, so he could only grit his teeth and whisper. Shut up, all of you, keep your distance, and quickly, write down everything you see. Just then, an unprecedentedly violent energy fluctuation suddenly erupted from the desolate, rocky forest ahead. Boom, boom. The light of battle aura and magic soared into the sky, the earth trembled, and rocks flew everywhere. The terrifying aftershocks of the battle could be felt even from hundreds of meters away. All the spies were on tenterhooks, cautiously approaching the battlefield, trying to uncover the truth behind this top-level duel. The next moment, these sentries witnessed a scene they would never forget. Dragon? It was a real dragon, one that only existed in legends. At that moment, everyone's mind went completely blank. Fear, like an icy tide, instantly overwhelmed their reason. Chapter 55: The Mysterious Magician. At that moment, they finally understood. The mysterious magician army and the powerful guard force were all fake. The person accompanying Lynn Austin was neither a bodyguard nor a peerless expert. A giant dragon followed him. A real dragon, one that most people have only heard of but never seen. The hearts of the many sentries suddenly sank, a sense of fear spreading from their hearts to their entire bodies, causing them to tremble. As for why there is a dragon here, and why Lynn is able to command this dragon, these people have no idea anymore. Because even greater despair is yet to come. Just as the numerous sentries were preparing to retreat and escape this dangerous place, the battle in the distance had ended, and the young baron who had just finished fighting slowly turned his head. Even from a great distance, my gaze fell directly on each of them. That gaze was cold and calm, as if looking at a group of dead people. Immediately afterwards, the pink-haired girl who had just transformed back into human form, nestled in the baron's arms, gave a lovely smile towards the direction where they were hiding. This adorable pink-haired girl, with her lovely smile, sent a shiver down the spines of many seasoned sentries, who felt as if they were being stared at by a ferocious beast, their hair standing on end. "Run, run!" A scout let out a desperate roar and turned to run away. But it was too late. For some reason, the sky suddenly brightened up, as if countless suns had appeared. Hundreds and thousands of meteorites of varying sizes, burning with raging flames, appeared densely above their heads. Dragon language magic, meteor shower. This time, the magic's reach was no longer limited to a small battlefield, but extended to an area within several kilometers. This was a devastating, all-encompassing attack that left no blind spots. Such an attack might be useless against a strong opponent, but it is enough to kill a sentry. "Run!" All that came out was a miserable roar from the crowd. Boom! 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 The earth is wailing, the sky is burning. When everything settled down, apart from countless bottomless meteorite craters, no trace of anyone had ever existed on this desolate land. Lynn quietly looked at the scorched earth and, after confirming that there was no longer any sign of life, gently stroked Mia's head and said softly, "Mia, let's go, we're going home." The Dragon's Pine Mountains are located at the border between the western and northern borders of the Kingdom of Ayla. The climate here is cold, and there are few people. The mountain peaks pierce the clouds like the spine of a giant dragon, shrouded in thick fog year-round. Even the boldest mercenaries and the most experienced hunters never dare to venture deep into them. But hidden within such harsh conditions lies a wondrous, secluded world. A magic tower loomed faintly from the mountaintop shrouded in mist. Inside the magic tower, on a dome made of countless constantly glowing magic crystals, countless metal golems shimmering with magical runes are busily working in an orderly fashion. Some are like little housekeepers, holding feather dusters, meticulously cleaning every corner. Some resemble fluttering metal butterflies, their wings carrying various rare materials as they move between rooms. There were also some magical alchemy dolls gathered around a huge experimental table, completing a complex task. In the very center of this space, which resembles both a laboratory and a library, a young woman who looks to be around 20 years old is lounging lazily on a deck chair made of floating crystals. The girl had long, light purple hair that cascaded down to her waist, her skin was as white as snow, her features were delicate, and her eyes were like amethyst, containing depth and wisdom. Only her slightly pointed ears revealed that the girl had elven blood. Arya, a special powerhouse who disappeared from the continent's top elite circles for decades, was once the youngest archmage in the history of the Kingdom of Ella, and also a peerless genius with the same attainments in the field of alchemy. At this moment, Arya was idly flipping through an ancient magical book when a rabbit-shaped magical alchemy doll beside her was considerately peeling a crystal grape and feeding it to Arya. Suddenly, Arya stopped abruptly. The fingers that were turning the pages stopped in midair, and those originally lazy purple eyes instantly became extremely serious. Slowly raising his head, his gaze seemed to pierce through the heavy mountains, looking into the distance. "Who caused this magical fluctuation?" Arya murmured to herself, her voice clear and melodious. Just a moment ago, an extremely powerful surge of magical energy suddenly appeared. This fluctuation was violent and pure, and the level of power it contained was definitely at the same level as his own. It wasn't that old man Orlando, nor the church, nor did it seem to be from the orcs, nor the elves. Arya's brow furrowed slightly. As the continent's top archmage, that special magical fluctuation he just unleashed was filled with an inhuman wildness. Interesting. When did such a powerful expert appear in the Kingdom of Ella? Some alchemical dolls nearby began to move quickly, and books kept appearing in front of Arya. Arya continued to lie lazily in the chair, intently looking at the recorded data. Strange, this magical fluctuation seems so much like that of an ancient creature. When did such ancient creatures appear within the kingdom of Ella? Something's not right. If such an ancient creature had appeared in the kingdom of Ella, the kingdom shouldn't be so peaceful. There hasn't been a single rumor about it. But if it weren't an ancient creature, it wouldn't have exhibited such fluctuations. Arya found it increasingly strange, and her curiosity, which had been dormant for nearly a few decades, began to quietly resurface. Arya tossed the book to the alchemical doll beside her and stood up abruptly. Ellie 1, activate the highest level of the omnipresent concealment barrier. Command confirmed. The omnipresent concealment barrier has been activated. It is expected to resist all detection spells below the 5th rank for 1 year. Have a pleasant journey, Ms. Arya. A monochromatic, emotionless female voice echoed from the dome. Arya nodded in satisfaction, and with a casual gesture, a magnificent staff made of starwood and inlaid with a wind core suddenly appeared in her hand. He gently sat down on the magic staff, and his whole body transformed into a pale purple stream of light, silently passing through the barrier inside the mountain and flying rapidly towards the direction from which the magical fluctuations came. Chapter 56 Anna's Changes. Winterhold, at the city gate. After Mia left, Anna reassured everyone with an unquestionable demeanor before turning her attention to the group of new faces who had been standing silently and warily at the back of the group, the special slaves. Captain Charles, these are... Anna's voice returned to its usual gentle tone. Miss Anna. Charles briefly introduced the identities and expertise of these people. This is the dwarf Balin. He and his people are experienced miners and also know basic forging. This is the Minotaur. This is... Charles's introduction was methodical, until he reached the last person in the group, a striking figure with brown hair who kept his head down. Suddenly he stopped talking. Charles opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words as to how to introduce this young master's new personal maid to Lynn's personal maid. In the brief moment that Charles paused, Anna instantly noticed Charles's embarrassment and the beautiful young girl. Anna walked forward curiously, looking at the beautiful fox girl. Look up, what's your name? Fina's body trembled violently. For some reason, Fina felt that the beautiful girl in front of her exuded a kind of majesty that made her feel fear. It was as if the mistress had met the wife, making Fina so nervous that her tail almost froze. But Fina still mustered her courage and slowly raised her head, meeting Anna's clear and deep eyes. My name is Fina. Fina's voice is as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Yes, I am Lord Lynn's maid. Maid, Anna repeated softly, her eyes subtly scrutinizing Fina from head to toe. It must be said that the girl in front of me was indeed beautiful, with a face no less beautiful than mine, and she also had a pair of attractive fox ears and a fox tail, as well as a graceful figure that could not be hidden even when she was dressed in ordinary clothes. As Lynn's personal maid for many years, Anna had heard Lynn talk about beast-eared girls countless times. The fox girl in front of her was clearly a perfect match for Lynn's fondness for beast-eared girls. Anna didn't ask any questions or show any emotion. She simply nodded calmly and then gave instructions to the maid beside her. Let's take Miss Fina back to the city lord's mansion to rest first. Yes, Miss Anna. Charles watched as Fina was led away by the maid, wanting to say something to explain, but seeing Anna's calm profile, he wisely chose to remain silent. Anna seemed completely unconcerned about Fina's situation, refocusing her attention on the remaining slaves and beginning to systematically arrange the work. Winterfell is now in dire need of rebuilding, and every area desperately needs manpower, especially talented individuals like yourselves. Anna's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in everyone's ears. I know you might not believe this so easily, but I'm sure you'll soon discover that Winterfell is different from other places. Here, as long as you're willing to work with your own hands and wisdom, you'll definitely earn your due reward and ultimately redeem your freedom. Anna pointed to the Winterhold citizens around them who were looking at them curiously. If you don't believe me, you can ask them if they were struggling with hunger and despair just like you a few months ago. After saying that, Anna began to assign tasks to everyone based on Charles's instructions. Balin, you and your dwarves, go and assist the agricultural officer Gale for now. I need your forging skills to create a batch of new farm tools and water wheel parts for us. Minotaur Joe, go to the farm. They need your help to expand the fence and move feed. Apart from the foxman Savi, who claimed to be an alchemist, and Lily, the rabbit-eared magic apprentice who was still trembling with fear, they were temporarily placed outside the city lord's mansion, and the others were quickly assigned to the positions where they were most needed. Finally, Anna called Charles aside and gave him some serious instructions. Captain Charles, go and inform Hawk, Gale, and Barry, and have them spread the word to everyone. In Winterfell, everyone is equal. Whether human, orc, or dwarf, as long as they abide by the requirements of Winterhold and work for Winterhold, they are one of us. Regardless of their past identities, no one is allowed to bully or discriminate against them here because of their race or past. Once discovered, whether they are principal offenders or accomplices, they will be severely punished. With Anna issuing her orders, Winterfell began operating efficiently once again. Agricultural Implement Forging Workshop. When the dwarf Balin and his few unshaven tribesmen appeared, they immediately attracted the curious onlookers of all the human craftsmen. After all, in Winterfell, a place thousands of miles away from the dwarf kingdom, dwarves were almost never seen. Some of the younger workers couldn't help but point and whisper, while some of the older workers revealed malicious smiles, seemingly looking for an opportunity to bully these newcomers. Just then, Agricultural Officer Gale walked in, followed by 2 security guards carrying spears. The city lord's mansion has decreed that Master Balin and his clan are special guests invited by our Winter City. From now on, they will be the chief technicians of our forge. Anyone who dares to disrespect them or gossip behind their backs will be sent to farm for a month. In Winterfell, everyone is equal. Anyone who dares to bully a newcomer is going against the entire city of Winterfell. After hearing this, everyone put away their contempt. Although they were still curious, the ill intentions in their eyes when they looked at the dwarves were gone. A breeding farm. The incredibly strong minotaurs were assigned to move heavy timber and stones. The terrifying power of the orcs left all the human laborers dumbfounded. At first, many people were afraid of them because of their orc identity and kept their distance. After all, Winterfell is located on the border between the kingdom of Ella and the Orc kingdom. Winterfell has also been attacked by orcs many times, so naturally people have a certain fear and vigilance towards orcs. But soon the people of Winterfell discovered that although these minotaurs looked frightening, they were actually unusually kind-hearted. Under the organization of the person in charge, human laborers were responsible for the meticulous construction work, while minotaurs were responsible for the heavy physical labor. The cooperation between the two sides was surprisingly tacit, and the project progressed several times faster than before. Despite Lynn's absence, Winterfell continued to operate rapidly under the leadership of Anna and other officials. These former slaves were gradually accepted and assimilated by Winterfell. Chapter 57 Lynn's Return. Winterhold, at the city gate. When Lynn's magnificent dragon-blood horse, carrying him and Mia, appeared in Winterfell, Anna, Charles, Hawk, Barry, and the others who had been waiting could no longer contain their excitement. "My lord, you're finally back." "Young master." The crowd quickly came forward, their eyes filled with a relieved joy and an undisguised exhaustion. Lynn dismounted and took Mia, who was almost asleep in his arms, down with him. Looking at his core team in front of him, especially Anna's noticeably thinner face and the faint dark circles under her eyes, he felt a mix of emotion and guilt. "I'm back. You've all worked hard. I never imagined that Winterfell would be so well organized and thriving while I was away." Lynn smiled at everyone, his voice soft but carrying a calming power. "Okay, we'll discuss the specifics of the work at tomorrow's meeting." Lynn waved, patted Hawk and Barry on the shoulder, and addressed the group. "Today, everyone go back and get some rest. Charles, you take the brothers to collect double pay and food and drink. Hawk, give the city garrison half a day off too. Barry, you too, stop frowning all the time." "Yes, sir." Everyone responded in unison, and relaxed smiles appeared on their faces. After Lynn reassured them, everyone dispersed. After everyone around her left, Anna could no longer hold back her emotions. A layer of glistening mist instantly filled her eyes. She quickly stepped forward and threw herself into Lynn's arms, burying her face deeply in Lynn's chest and tightly hugging him with her arms. Lynn gently soothed the trembling body in her arms, her eyes filled with tenderness. During his absence, all the complicated government affairs of Winterfell, the chaos brought about by the surge in population, and the worries about his safety all weighed heavily on the young girl who had been his personal maid just over a month ago. The physical and mental torment was enough to crush any adult man, but Anna endured it all until she returned safely. Lynn gently embraced Anna, his hand tenderly stroking her long, smooth hair, and whispering comforting words. Okay, it's all over now. I'm back. It's all right. You did a great job, Anna. You did even better than I expected. Mia, who had just been half asleep, was now completely awakened by the scene before her. Her little head was full of big question marks. She looked at the two people who were hugging tightly, and then at herself. She didn't quite understand why Anna was crying so sadly, while Lynn seemed to be very happy. After a long while, Anna finally calmed down and realized her loss of composure, her pretty face turning bright red. She hurriedly broke free from Lynn's embrace, lowered her head, and nervously twisted the hem of her clothes with her hands. Suddenly, Anna finally noticed Mia standing next to Lynn, who had several conspicuous bandages wrapped around her body. "Miss Mia!" Anna exclaimed, her face instantly filled with heartache and worry. Previously, all attention had been on Lynn, but now they noticed that Mia was covered in wounds. Anna quickly moved closer to Mia, carefully lifting Mia's small arm wrapped in gauze, her voice trembling slightly. "Oh my God, Miss Mia, how did you get hurt? Does it hurt? Let me see." Seeing Anna's nervous expression, Mia proudly puffed out her chest, put her hands on her hips, and began to boast vividly. "Anna, look! These are all my achievements. I helped you and Lynn fight off so many bad guys. It was so much fun!" Anna couldn't listen to any of that. She said anxiously, "Miss Mia, don't move. I'll go get you the first aid kit." "Oh, no need," Mia said, her face showing a hint of impatience as Anna continued to ask about her injuries. The next moment, to Anna and Lynn's astonishment, Mia reached out her little hand and ripped the gauze off her arm with a tearing sound. "Anna, look, I already said it's okay." "Mia, don't move!" Anna was startled and quickly stepped forward to stop her. But Anna's hand froze in midair, and she was completely stunned. Beneath the torn gauze, Mia's arm showed smooth, jade-like skin, fair and delicate, without a trace of wound or even a scratch. Anna blinked in surprise, looking at Mia, who was completely unharmed, and then looked at Lynn in confusion. Lynn's face showed a slight embarrassment as he checked Mia's wound again, and indeed there was not a single scratch. Mia was even more smug now, and with her hands on her hips, she began to complain to Lynn. "I told you it was a minor injury that had healed on its own, but Lynn just wouldn't let me rest and insisted on wrapping it up with all this stuff. It's stuffy, uncomfortable, and looks awful." Although Mia complained, her crescent-shaped eyes sparkled with undisguised joy and sweetness. As night fell, a sumptuous dinner was laid out in the city lord's mansion. There was a mountain of roasted meat, Mia's favorite, as well as several light and refreshing stir-fries, which Lynn preferred. Lynn, Anna, and Mia sat around the table, enjoying this heartwarming moment. Mia was engrossed in a huge roasted lamb leg, her eyes crinkling with happiness. While serving Anna food, Lynn smiled and recounted some interesting anecdotes from their trip to the northern fortress, making Anna chuckle from time to time and temporarily forget her fatigue from the past few days. The atmosphere inside the restaurant was warm and harmonious. Just then, a slender figure, carrying a pot of freshly brewed hot tea, quietly walked in. Fina changed into a more fitted maid's outfit, her long brown hair neatly tied back, making her look capable yet charming. He carefully refilled Lynn's empty teacup, then stood silently to the side with his hands at his sides and his head bowed. The atmosphere in the restaurant instantly became somewhat subtle. Mia looked up and glanced curiously at the beautiful new woman, then continued to gnaw on her lamb leg. Lynn looked at Fina, who was standing quietly by, and then at Anna, who was smiling at him from the side. For some reason, he suddenly felt a little guilty. Just as Lynn was feeling awkward, Anna smiled nonchalantly. His gaze fell on Fina, his tone gentle and natural. "Fina, you've had a long day too. Don't stand, sit down and eat with me." Fina's body trembled violently. She looked up, flattered and surprised, and subconsciously glanced at Lynn beside her, then at Anna's sincere smile. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. Anna asked you to sit down, so please sit down, Lynn said casually. Yes, Miss Anna. Fina then carefully pulled out the chair furthest away and joined Lynn and the other two to enjoy the cozy dinner. 2006 words. Chapter 58 The Leak of Battlefield Traces. Nighttime in the bedroom. Lynn had just finished showering, and Anna was carefully drying Lynn's wet black hair with a soft towel. Looking at Anna's profile in the mirror, Lynn finally couldn't help but speak up and explain Fina's situation. Fina was a freebie that the slave market owner forced on me. I felt sorry for her being all alone, and Winterfell would need more manpower in the future. Before Lynn could finish speaking, Anna reached out her slender fingers and gently pressed them against Lynn's lips. Young master, you don't need to explain these things to me. Anna looked at Lynn, her tone still as gentle as ever. Anna was the young master's personal maid, and she would support whatever the young master wanted to do. Lynn's heart skipped a beat, and he grabbed Anna's hand, pulling her into his arms. Gazing into Anna's pale blue eyes, his voice became more earnest and gentle than ever before. Anna, you are the first person to believe in me and support me unconditionally, and you are the person I trust the most. You are not only my personal maid, the mistress of this city lord's mansion, but also my most important family member, Lynn Austin. The phrase, the most important family, instantly broke down Anna's defenses, her eyes filled with tenderness. Young master, Anna let out a sweet moan and took the initiative to stretch out her arms and tightly wrap them around Lynn's neck. All the longing, worry, and pressure of the past few days have transformed into the most ardent flame at this moment. Lynn said no more, and with a flip, gently pressed the delicate body in her arms onto the soft bed. The lights in the room were quietly extinguished, leaving only the room filled with a sensual atmosphere, intertwined breaths, and a sleepless night. In the desolate, rocky forest, only half a day had passed since Mia finished her battle with the two powerful warriors. Suddenly, a barely perceptible ripple appeared in the surrounding space. A pale purple figure appeared silently on the ravaged battlefield. Arya wore a purple magic robe and a purple magic hat, her figure standing out against the desolate scenery. Her long, soft, light purple hair swayed gently in the breeze, and her amethyst-like eyes calmly observed everything before her. Even though half a day had passed, a faint smell of burning and blood still lingered in the air, and the violent aftershocks of the elemental attack had not completely dissipated. That's interesting. Arya extended her slender, fair finger and gently tapped it in the air. Strands of residual magic, invisible to the naked eye, began to gather at Arya's fingertips, as if guided. A great warrior, a shadow mage, and an ancient creature. A flash of understanding crossed Arya's eyes. Both were at the 4th rank. To kill 2 4th-rank experts simultaneously, and eliminate them so cleanly, the ancient creature that made the move must have been at least at the 5th rank. How could such a powerful 5th-tier ancient creature appear within the kingdom of Ella without any prior warning? That shouldn't be the case. Arya slowly paced across the devastated battlefield, her purple eyes gleaming with a strange light. Arya walked up to a huge rock that had been split open by a battle aura slash, and gently ran her fingers over the smooth, mirror-like cut surface. With refined fighting spirit and ferocious strikes, he is a typical power-type battle master. They then walked to a spot on the ground where a faint trace of shadow energy remained. The dark arrow technique was cunning. It seems this mage is adept at attrition warfare and surprise attacks. Finally, Arya's gaze fell on the very center of the battlefield, on that special area where the ground had been completely burned by an incomprehensible force. This is... Arya frowned, sensing the lingering, strange fire element in the area. It wasn't any known human or elven magic. Strange, the aura felt familiar, but I couldn't quite place it. Arya closed her eyes, her immense mental power enveloping the entire battlefield, beginning to capture the most subtle, easily overlooked clues. A moment later, Arya suddenly opened her eyes. He looked toward a secluded spot where there was a pool of dried-up golden bloodstains that still emanated a peculiar energy. Arya's breath hitched for a moment, her eyes narrowed slightly, and she slowly uttered 2 words. Dragons? No wonder this magical energy fluctuation is so primal and wild, no wonder the traces of battle are so domineering and unreasonable. It turns out to be a giant dragon. It's strange that a living dragon could appear in the kingdom of Ella without any prior notice. That shouldn't be the case. Although traces of dragons have disappeared from the kingdom of Ella for hundreds of years, powerful creatures like dragons, which are known in legends and books, should not suddenly reappear. Arya's expression became more serious than ever before. This matter has gone beyond being merely interesting. It has escalated to the point where it could potentially threaten the security of mainland China. The news of the dragon's appearance must not be leaked. If the world finds out, one can imagine the chaos that will engulf the entire continent. Some ambitious individuals and some fanatical organizations will surely be unable to resist such temptation and will flock to the western border of the kingdom of Ella, wanting to hunt down a dragon to demonstrate their power. But a powerful creature like a dragon can't be killed so easily. If you anger a dragon, it could unleash a dragon language spell on the city, causing serious casualties. With that thought in mind, Arya no longer hesitated. He raised the starwood staff in his hand and chanted a series of profound incantations. All things are impermanent, returning to dust. As the last syllable fell, an invisible force of law erupted. All traces of battle in the entire chaotic stone forest battlefield, whether they were the marks left by battle aura, the scorched earth from magic, or the most crucial golden bloodstains and dragon scales, were completely erased by this power. After doing all this, Arya slowly put away her staff and looked towards the direction of the northern desert fortress. What exactly happened? The sudden appearance of a dragon, was it an accident, or was it due to human intervention? Was its battle with those two fourth-tier powerhouses a chance encounter or something else entirely? Countless questions swirled in Arya's mind. With a flash, Arya transformed into a purple phantom once more, silently flying towards the direction of the northern desert fortress. Chapter 59 Lynn's Ultimate Goal. The northern fortress, the Marquis Rupert's mansion, inside the study. Bang! With a deafening crash, the priceless, enormous desk was reduced to a shower of wood chips by Marquis Rupert's palm strike, which was imbued with fighting spirit. Useless, a bunch of useless trash. Marquis Rupert's chest heaved violently, his eyes were bloodshot, and his face was filled with rage and disbelief. Just now, Marquis Rupert learned from his men that Lynn had returned to Winterfell. However, all the blocking and pursuit teams he sent out had disappeared. The route was littered with battlefields destroyed by terrifying forces, but they couldn't find a single intact body among their own men. The result was obvious. The entire army was wiped out, and not even a single messenger was left alive. The other squads may die, but the Rupert family can quickly rebuild them as long as they have the money. But what pained Marquis Rupert the most was that the family's two most important trump cards, the Grand Master Griffin and the Archmage Mephisto, were also killed in such an inexplicable way. This is a fourth-tier peak retainer whom the Rupert family has cultivated with countless resources, capable of guarding a region. But he died so easily in what Rupert thought was a foolproof ambush. The Rupert family lost two peak fourth-tier experts just to deal with a minor baron in a remote border region. Even during the most devastating battle against the Orc Empire, the Rupert family had never experienced such heavy losses. How could this be? How could this be? The Marquis Rupert paced back and forth in his study, his anger gradually replaced by a deeper sense of shock and confusion. With Griffin and Mephisto working together, their combined strength is enough to contend with an elite force of 10,000 on the battlefield. Even if they encounter a fifth-tier powerhouse, they can retreat unscathed even if they are defeated. What kind of power could kill them both in such a short time, leaving them no chance to escape? In the shadows of the study, the scarred figure was kneeling on one knee, his body trembling slightly with fear. My Lord Marquis, according to our remaining informants, Lynn Austin returned to Winterfell unharmed, with no other forces appearing alongside him, but none of the forces that attempted to intercept him along the way survived. Marquis Rupert abruptly stopped, closed his eyes to force himself to calm down, and his brain began to work at lightning speed. A discarded son abandoned by his family. A huge fortune of unknown origin. A mysterious force capable of instantly killing two peak fourth-tier experts. These seemingly unrelated clues kept colliding and combining in my mind. Suddenly, a name popped into the Marquis Rupert's mind. Barton Austin, Marquess of Thunder. What a brilliant feint! What a shrewd stratagem! No wonder you're a rising star on the battlefield. You have such methods. I underestimated you. Marquis Rupert murmured, but quickly frowned again. No, the Thunder Marquis's reach isn't that far. Besides, even if he eliminates us old powers in the Western Territory, without His Majesty's appointment, he still can't interfere in the affairs of the Western Territory. Marquis Rupert continued pacing in his study, his mind racing with thoughts. Marquis Thunder, a central power, His Majesty the King, and His Highness the Second Prince. The struggle for the throne. Marquis Rupert's eyes suddenly lit up. The confusion in his eyes disappeared, replaced by a sense of apprehension at being drawn into an even larger vortex. I understand now, I understand everything. A terrifying chain of conspiracy began to form clearly in the Marquis Rupert's mind. So that's how it is. The so-called abandoned pawn and treasure were just a facade from the beginning. The real purpose of the old fox, Marquis Thunder, was to help the Second Prince eliminate his rivals. Lynn Austin was not a pawn at all. He was a key piece planted in the West by the Second Prince's forces. That fortune was bait used by the Second Prince to lure the West into civil war. That mysterious and powerful force must be all the forces that have sided with the Second Prince. Their goal is to use the treasure as bait to lure out and eliminate us, the Western noble forces who clearly support the First Prince, one by one, and finally make the old Western forces turn against each other in order to seize the treasure. Thinking of this, Marquis Rupert felt a chill run down his spine. Very well, very well. Marquis Rupert practically spat out the words. His Majesty is still in power, yet they dare to treat our forces, the eldest princes, so cruelly. No, this matter must be reported to His Highness the eldest prince immediately. We cannot allow them to continue like this. Western Frontier, Flame Wolf City. Father, the heavy cavalry squad we sent to intercept them has all been wiped out. Medellin, son of Earl of the Wolf, said, his face ashen. A baron could not possibly possess such power. There must be someone else hiding behind him. Earl Tsenglang's face was grim as he looked at the information about the heavy cavalry squad in his hand. This was his A squad, and all his previous achievements were due to this heavy cavalry unit breaking into the enemy lines. Unexpectedly, the heavy cavalry squad, which did not die on the battlefield or in the enemy's attack, was wiped out in a surprise attack. No, this person is definitely not as simple as I think. I must go and ask the Marquis Rupert. Someone, prepare me. I'm heading to the northern desert fortress. Similar scenes were unfolding in the rest of the Western territories. Those minor nobles who had been mocking Lynn were now terrified. Some were relieved that they hadn't sent their core forces, otherwise their family's strength would have definitely declined significantly after this incident. Some nobles who had sent their most elite forces were now looking miserable and cursing Lynn with resentment. With the news of Lynn's return to Winterfell spreading, many nobles were now even more terrified. Although many nobles had not been informed in advance, based on their understanding of the noble circles, they naturally knew that they must have all sent people to seize it. Now that Lynn has appeared in Winterhold unharmed, it goes without saying that the Western nobles' plan to seize the city has failed. For a moment, everyone was puzzled, wondering why Lynn was able to return to Winterfell unharmed and why Marquis Rupert didn't intervene. But soon, shocking news spread. 2 fourth-tier elders of the Rupert family had gone missing, and the reason was still unclear. Now, the nobles realized that it wasn't that Marquis Rupert hadn't tried to seize it, but that he, like everyone else, had failed and even lost 2 fourth-tier powerhouses in the process. Many nobles immediately realized that something was amiss, and all their attention was focused on the northern desert fortress. Many people even went directly to the northern desert fortress to find out what exactly was going on. Chapter 60: The Current State of Winterfell. Winterhold, Lord's Mansion Meeting Hall. Lynn sat in the main seat, enjoying the hot tea brewed by the little fox Fina. Anna held a thick notebook in her hand. The naivety and nervousness of the past had long since faded, replaced by a calm and confident demeanor. Young master, during your absence, all affairs in Winter City have progressed steadily. Firstly, regarding the population, thanks to the young master's previous publicity and our recruitment policies, the registered population of Winter City has surged from the initial 5,000 to 9,321, most of whom are young and middle-aged laborers. However, the population growth rate has been gradually decreasing recently, and many noble territories have begun to set up barriers to prevent their citizens from escaping. Some lords even came directly to us, demanding that we return their subjects, but I refused them all, saying that my young master was not here. Although the surge in population has brought some management pressure, with the assistance of Lord Barry, the household registration and security system we have established has begun to show results. The city is in good order, and the construction of new residential areas has been fully launched. Lynn nodded in satisfaction. When he first arrived, there were only 5,456 people here. Through his unremitting efforts and various preferential policies, the population is now close to 10,000. Good job, you've done a great job. You must remember that population is the foundation of all development. Without population, all development is meaningless. Now that we're facing population management issues, you can discuss them more and find a suitable method. The population isn't large yet, so you can explore it gradually. This way, even if there's a population explosion in the future, we'll be able to manage it. Hearing Lynn's words, everyone's spirits lifted, and they could all hear the confidence in Lynn's words. Barry immediately stood up and excitedly unfolded a simple city planning map. My lord, as you instructed, we are preparing to launch a new round of infrastructure construction projects. First, there's the road. The city's roads are full of potholes and dirt, which is very inconvenient for both future business operations and daily life. We will be paving all the city's roads with new bricks and stones. In addition to bricks and stones, we also plan to build a drainage system covering the entire city, so that even when it rains, the city will not become muddy. Secondly, regarding housing, our newly built brick kilns have begun mass production, and the first batch of sturdy and warm brick houses have started construction. According to the adults' plan, they will be allocated first to the families who have contributed the most to the new policy. Finally, the implementation of the Winterhold Basic Law has been surprisingly effective. Under the household registration system, we have a precise grasp of the situation of every family. If someone violates the law and is caught, they will be directly registered, which will directly affect their subsequent job arrangements and housing allocation. In serious cases, they will be directly expelled from Winterhold. The thugs and hooligans have completely disappeared, and now you can even see children chasing and playing on their own at night in Winterfell, something that was unimaginable before. Barry's report resonated with everyone present, as they had all witnessed firsthand how the city had transformed from a dilapidated and lifeless swamp into the clean, orderly, and hopeful home it is today. Next up was the excited agricultural officer, Gale. My lord, the first batch of spring wheat we planted is growing very well, with a yield far exceeding expectations. I can guarantee that by the time of the autumn harvest, Winter City will be completely free from the predicament of food shortage, and may even have surplus grain to store. The water wheel designed by the adults has already been studied by the new dwarf brothers. With the adults' ideas, we estimate that it won't be long before we can develop our first water wheel. In addition, with the new farm tools that are already in use, our production capacity will be even higher in the future. Logan, who was in charge of the farm, couldn't hold back any longer, and immediately stepped forward to share his experience. My lord, the black rock boar at the farm is incredibly energetic. All the sows we've acquired are now pregnant. Old Hank and the others estimate that in 2 or 3 months at most, the first batch of half-magical beast piglets in Winter City will be born. Besides the black rock boar, the other demonic sheep and demonic cows have also begun to reproduce. The scale of the farm is still expanding. The hundreds of cattle, sheep and piglets we bought from the surrounding area have been put into the farm. It is estimated that next year, our farm will be able to welcome a large number of semi-demonic beast livestock. Finally, it was the turn of the city defense officer, Hawk. My lord, the Winterhold city garrison has been expanded to 1,000 men as ordered. The first batch of 300 veterans has completed their drill training, and their discipline and teamwork far surpass any other army of the same level in the Western Territory. The 700 newly recruited soldiers are also undergoing intensive training. As the inspiring reports were presented, the entire conference hall was filled with an atmosphere of hope. A bountiful harvest is in sight in the fields, the livestock industry is beginning to flourish, and the military's strength has greatly improved. The machine that was once on the verge of being scrapped has been completely transformed under Lynn's personal guidance. Lynn nodded in satisfaction. Great, everyone did a good job. Let's continue according to this plan. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me. Yes, sir. After everyone left, Anna looked at Lynn and said softly, Young master, the fox person alchemist Savi and the rabbit-eared magic apprentice Lily have been staying in the guest rooms in Winter City and have not yet been assigned any tasks. Okay, let the two of them come over. After a long while, the fox-man alchemist Savi and the rabbit-man magician Lily stood awkwardly in the middle of the conference room. They had all made arrangements for their companions who had come with them, but the two of them were treated to good food and drink ever since they arrived. This seemingly preferential treatment, but in reality, house arrest, only made them more fearful and uneasy. Especially Savi, whose fox-like, shrewd eyes were filled with wariness and confusion. Savi, Lily? Lynn kept smiling. I know you're curious why I brought you back but didn't assign you any tasks. The two of them froze, speechless, just staring nervously at Lynn. Lynn ignored the silence of the two orcs, and turned his gaze to the foxman alchemist Savi. He took out a piece of parchment that he had prepared beforehand from his pocket and handed it over. On it, drawn with precise lines, is a simplified structural diagram of a flintlock musket that Lynn reconstructed from memory. My lord, this is... Savi took the blueprints with a puzzled look, completely unable to understand the strange mechanical structures depicted on them. Chapter 61 Discussion of Gunpowder. Lynn didn't explain the mechanical principles, but instead described a completely new kind of power, something he himself didn't quite understand. Savi, this is a weapon I saw in an ancient book called gunpowder. I don't understand the specifics, but I remember that the recipe contains sulfur, charcoal, and a special material called saltpeter mixed in a certain proportion. When this powder is ignited, it can instantly generate a force large enough to propel a small metal pellet out of a sealed metal tube at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. This power requires neither fighting spirit nor magic. An ordinary person wielding this alchemical creation could easily pierce the armor of a heavily armored knight from 100 paces away. Can you replicate such gunpowder? Lynn's voice was so enchanting that it made Savi's breathing quicken. He stared intently at the blueprints in his hands, his brain working frantically. Without the need for battle aura or magic, the fusion of materials alone can generate power comparable to a strike from a warrior with battle aura. For alchemists, this is an irresistible temptation. While Savi was deep in thought, Lynn turned his gaze to the rabbit-eared girl who had been trembling with fear the whole time. Lily. Yes, yes, sir. Lily shuddered in fright, her long rabbit ears folding together nervously. Lynn smiled gently, got up and walked to the huge bookshelf behind him, taking out several magic books with brand new covers. These are all specially purchased from the Northern Desert Fortress. They are the most basic magical theories available on the market. Lily, I know you have magical talent, but you haven't received systematic training yet. From today onwards, these books are yours. I hope you will start by learning the most basic theories. Lynn paused, then added, at this stage, you should focus your research on magic that is helpful to agriculture, such as how to cast rainfall spell more efficiently, how to improve the soil so that plants can grow better, and how to cast light spell to simulate sunlight in different seasons. Lily was stunned, completely baffled as to why the Lord would focus on these spells instead of spells for killing enemies. At this moment, the foxman Savi finally came to his senses, his eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment, and he couldn't help but ask. My lord, I don't understand. This gunpowder has immense value. Why did you so easily hand it over to us? Aren't you afraid that we will betray you after learning it, or take this knowledge away with us? After all, I am just an orc, not a human. Lynn looked at the two of them, his smile fading, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness and frankness. Because, in my view, humans, elves, and dwarves are all equal. The world is so big and resources are so abundant, why do we fight and kill each other all day long, enslaving one another? Lynn slowly stood up, his voice carrying a grand vision that transcended this era. My goal is to increase productivity so that everyone can have enough to eat and wear, whether they are humans, orcs, dwarves, or elves, and live a happy and fulfilling life. Everything Winterhold is doing now is an exploration of ways to significantly increase productivity and improve living standards. Lynn looked at the two of them again. Here, you are still slaves, but neither I nor anyone else in Winterhold will treat you as commodities to be bought and sold at will. Go to work, go to research and create. When you have made enough contributions to Winterfell with your own wisdom, you will be able to rightfully redeem your freedom with your own hands. Savi and Lily listened blankly, their eyes filled with confusion and doubt. Lynn did not offer any further explanation. Words are powerless in the face of deeply ingrained beliefs. Only through personal experience can one truly understand the changes brought about by increased productivity. The laboratories and meditation rooms I've prepared for you are all ready. If you have any questions, just ask Anna. Once you see the changes in Winterfell with your own eyes and experience life here firsthand, you will naturally understand what everything I've said today truly means. The Northern Fortress, the Marquis Rupert's mansion, inside the council hall. The atmosphere in the hall was incredibly oppressive. Almost all the prominent nobles of the Western Territory had gathered there, and their faces were filled with anger, fear, and an undisguised sense of humiliation. In the main seat, Marquis Rupert's face was ashen. Ladies and gentlemen, you have all probably heard about what has happened recently. My Lord Marquis. Earl Tsunglan was the first to step forward, his weathered face filled with grief and indignation. My most elite heavy cavalry squad, more than 50 warriors who had fought alongside me for many years, died in the wilderness without any explanation. This is simply the greatest disgrace in the history of our western frontier. That's right, another Viscount chimed in. The Dark Fang mercenary group that I supported has also been completely wiped out. That was a force that I spent thousands of gold coins to arm. Inside the council hall, complaints filled the air. The forces they had sent out not only failed to retrieve the gold notes, but were also uprooted by a mysterious force, causing heavy losses to many nobles. Marquis Rupert raised his hand, silencing the commotion, and gave a cold laugh. Shame, loss, do you still think this was just a simple failed interception? Marquis Rupert looked around at everyone and slowly revealed his astonishing conjecture, which he had carefully considered. You are all wrong. From the very beginning, we have fallen into an elaborate trap, a massive conspiracy woven by Lord Barton Austin, the Marquis of Thunder, and His Highness the Second Prince against our entire Westerlands. What? Your Highness the Second Prince. The entire hall erupted in chaos, the nobles' faces filled with shock and disbelief. The Marquis Rupert clearly articulated his theories on the struggle for the throne and the targeted elimination of the eldest prince's supporters. A disguised scapegoat, assigned to the western border, a sudden treasure, a mysterious powerful army. All of this fits together perfectly, forming a logically flawless conspiracy theory. Chapter 62: The Lockdown of Winterfell. After hearing Marquis Rupert's analysis, the nobles present were first shocked, then suddenly realized and became furious. So that's how it is. No wonder. How could a good-for-nothing who was kicked out of his home have such skills? What a vicious scheme! They're trying to use a pawn to eliminate us, the external forces loyal to His Highness the Crown Prince. The Marquis of Thunder is a madman, and His Highness the Second Prince is even more ambitious. We cannot sit idly by and wait for our doom. Earl of the Azure Wolf's eyes flashed with the flames of revenge as he abruptly stood up. My lord, let's immediately assemble our forces, raze that damned Winterfell to the ground, capture that pawn named Lynn, and take action to remove this thorn in our side of the west. Yes, raze Winterfell to the ground. Make him pay for his crimes in blood. The crowd was furious, and their shouts nearly lifted the roof off the council chamber. Marquis Rupert first stopped everyone, then asked the adjutant standing nearby. What's the situation in Winterfell lately? The adjutant hesitated for a moment before speaking. My lord, according to our scouts, Lynn Austin, after returning to Winterfell, did not expand his army and prepare for war as we had imagined. Instead, he invested most of his funds and manpower in cultivating farmland and building breeding farms. What? Reclaiming farmland? Running a livestock farm? This news brought the excited atmosphere in the hall to a standstill. Immediately afterwards, an even louder burst of contemptuous laughter erupted. Ha ha ha, did I hear that right? The son of a top nobleman, with a huge sum of money in his hands, doesn't use it to recruit soldiers or build fortifications, but instead runs off to do the kind of work that only the lowest commoners do. It seems that the second prince only saw him as a pawn, otherwise, why would he choose such a fool who only knew how to farm as a pawn? In the eyes of these traditional nobles, Lynn's behavior was incomprehensible, and they did not believe that such behavior would have any impact on the situation. Quiet down, Marquis Rupert once again commanded. Although he also felt puzzled and contemptuous of Lynn's behavior, he saw further than others. Whether he's farming or raising pigs, it doesn't change the fact that he's the second prince's spy planted in the western border. Such underhanded attacks cannot be made public. Now that we have failed, we must deal with it according to the rules of the nobility. Sending troops to attack now would play right into their hands and give them an excuse to attack. Marquis Rupert stood up, a cold glint in his eyes, and gave the final order. Issue my order. Immediately impose a complete economic and material blockade on Winterfell. I don't care what methods you use, I will ensure that not a single iron ore, a single bag of grain, or a single craftsman enters that damned city. I will let him be trapped and die on that barren land. Just as the nobles of the western frontier were devising a plan to blockade Winter City, a mysterious purple figure suddenly appeared in northern Desert City. The mysterious figure wore a unique purple magic robe and the insignia of a fifth circle archmage, and had a beautiful face and a pair of pointed ears. The appearance of such a beautiful and important figure should have caused a huge sensation, but the people here seemed to have their perceptions distorted by an invisible magic. They walked through the bustling crowd without anyone finding it strange. Soon Arya appeared in the city's largest tavern. They quickly pieced together the cause and effect of the matter from the boasts and gossip of the mercenaries and merchants. Abandoned son of the Thunder Marquis, an ancient treasure, a mysterious guardian. Arya frowned slightly, already having formed a preliminary judgment in her mind. The mysterious guardian must be that dragon, protecting that Baron Lynn Austin. A human being can actually appear with the dragon, and even have the dragon actively protect him. Interesting, very interesting indeed. Arya's curiosity reached an unprecedented peak. Winterhold, is it? Arya murmured the name, then her figure disappeared back into the crowd. Winterhold. A massive caravan of over 100 wagons slowly drove into the newly planned storage area, under the awe-inspiring and curious gazes of the citizens of Winterfell. The convoy was loaded with the first batch of supplies Lynn had purchased at the northern desert fortress: brand new weapons, bags of seeds, various production tools, and hundreds of anxious slaves. This time, the 5 major chambers of commerce did not send the manager of the northern desert fortress branch, but the person in charge of the entire western region. These 5 big shots, who usually make the business world tremble with a stomp of their feet at the Mobe fortress, are now unusually personally escorting this batch of goods. When Lynn calmly walked into the reception room, the 5 managers immediately stood up in unison, their faces beaming with warm smiles. The head manager of the Molten Fire Trading Company, a shrewd, fat man, spoke first. Baron Lynn, it's an honor to meet you. It's truly amazing that you were able to return so quickly and safely by yourself on horseback. Yes, we were worried about the Baron's safety on his journey, but he's had a smooth trip. His strength is much better than we imagined, echoed another manager from a merchant guild under the Golden Lion Duke. These chambers of commerce had far better access to information than the nobles who only knew how to fight and kill. Lynn had already learned about the problems and the battles he encountered on his way home through their own channels. Looking at the 5 smiling old foxes in front of him, Lynn knew in his heart that they were ostensibly delivering goods, but in reality, they were probing his intentions. The shopkeepers are overthinking it. The people of the western regions are simple and honest, and the nobles are especially hospitable. I haven't encountered any danger or even a single bandit along the way. It's about as safe as the northern desert fortress. A brief silence fell over the room after these words were spoken. The smiles on the faces of the 5 managers froze slightly as they exchanged glances. Then a middle-aged bearded man stepped forward and asked curiously, Baron, we've heard that you have the assistance of the Marquis of Thunder. It was the Marquis of Thunder who helped you return safely this time. Lynn was stunned for a moment, almost not reacting. After thinking for a moment, he quickly realized that this must be a misunderstanding. Lynn immediately came up with an idea and retorted, You've all misunderstood. I'm just a member of a family that's been separated from me. How could I possibly receive the family's protection? My father didn't intervene either. It's all a misunderstanding. The West Frontier is full of goodwill and opportunities, and it doesn't need my father's protection. Chapter 63: The Reactions of the People in the Capital. They denied it. To these seasoned business veterans, Lynn's denial was seen as a cover-up, an attempt to conceal the truth. The 5 shopkeepers immediately understood that Lynn had made it very clear that he did not want to expose the power behind him. That makes sense though. As a pawn, Lynn relies entirely on the power behind him, so how could he possibly expose himself? Fortunately, these businessmen, who only care about profit, don't care about the struggle for the throne or the intrigues among nobles, because behind them stand high-ranking dukes. They only care about one thing: who they can do business with to make the most money. Although Baron Lynn in front of us has a mysterious background, he is rich and has huge needs, and he is also very easy to talk to businessmen. That's enough. Having figured this out, the 5 shopkeepers immediately put on even warmer smiles. Haha, what you say is true, Baron. It seems we were overthinking it. Let's not talk about that anymore. Besides delivering the goods, we also wanted to discuss our future cooperation plans with you. We've heard that Winterfell is in dire need of everything, and our 5 major merchant guilds are willing to provide the Baron with the most comprehensive support. Lynn smiled. This was exactly the effect he wanted. He took a pre-prepared shopping list directly from Anna. Since you shopkeepers are so sincere, then I won't stand on ceremony. Please take a look, these are the goods that Winterfell needs. The procurement list meticulously outlines everything Winter City will need for its future development. Weapons and equipment, livestock and slaves, rare materials, magical herbs and minerals, etc. The list covers almost every sector, with the only item not mentioned again being food. Faced with this huge order, the 5 major chambers of commerce naturally agreed without hesitation. The 2 sides quickly finalized a new long-term transaction plan. Starting next month, the 5 major merchant guilds will jointly form a dedicated caravan to deliver the supplies needed by Winter City to its doorstep every month. After seeing off the 5 major merchant guilds, Lynn immediately summoned his chief guard, Charles. Charles, send someone to investigate the current situation regarding our Winterhold and my background, as well as the other nobles' plans and actions. By the way, Charles, there's something I need you to do. Set up an intelligence organization specifically for gathering information about the outside world. Apply for funding directly from Anna. Winterfell is starting to grow in size now, and we can't wait for all the news to come back from the outside. Charles was taken aback and said cautiously, Sir, I am just a warrior and don't know how to establish an intelligence organization. Lynn stood up and patted Charles on the shoulder. It's all right, take your time. You can start with mercenaries or some taverns. No rush. Kingdom of Ella, capital city, holy city. The residence of the second prince. Second Prince Stephen Ella was pacing back and forth in his study in agitation. Although her golden hair was meticulously combed, her eyes were filled with confusion and a hint of wariness. Just now, Stephen received intelligence from the west, the contents of which left him completely baffled. Marquis Rupert and other nobles in the Westerlands believe that Baron Lynn Austin of Winterfell is a pawn planted in the Westerlands by His Highness, and that the mysterious force behind him is the Second Prince's faction, with the aim of weakening His Highness the First Prince's power in the Westerlands. Upon seeing this intelligence report, the Second Prince was completely dumbfounded. When did I ever have a force capable of easily killing 2 peak 4th tier experts? How come I didn't even know about it? The Second Prince's advisor, an old man with a goatee, stroked his beard with a solemn expression. Your Highness, this matter is indeed somewhat strange. Rupert and his group are not fools. For them to be so certain, it must be that Lynn Austin has displayed a strength that is not his own. That's strange. Could it be the influence of the Marquis of Thunder? The Second Prince was even more puzzled. Just then, a servant rushed in to report. Your Highness, Lord Latang requests an audience. The Second Prince's eyes flickered, and he let him in. Soon, the Thunder Marquis, dressed in military attire and exuding an imposing aura, strode into the study. Please sit, Marquis. The Second Prince gestured. Marquis Thunder sat down, his face showing a hint of anger at being wrongly accused. Your Highness, you must be aware of the rumors circulating in the western regions. I am here today to clarify to Your Highness that I, Barton Austin, have absolutely no ambition to conquer the Westerlands. Everything my good-for-nothing son did in Winterfell has nothing to do with the Austin family or Your Highness. I have already released the information to clarify, and soon everyone in the Kingdom of Ella will know that this matter has nothing to do with His Highness. Looking at the righteous and awe-inspiring appearance of the Marquis of Thunder, the Second Prince suddenly had a flash of inspiration and instantly understood. I see. As expected of a nobleman born on the battlefield, he actually has such methods to quietly stir up chaos in the western border. He deliberately sent his son to stir up trouble, using the family's hidden secret power to weaken the forces in the western regions. In the end, he severed all ties with them and planted a spy in the western regions. The second prince's gaze towards the Thunder Marquis became complex, filled with admiration and appreciation, but also a hint of barely perceptible apprehension. He walked straight up to Marquis Thunder, patted him heavily on the shoulder, and gave him a knowing smile. "Marquis, I know you did a great job. Thank you for your hard work." Marquis Thunder was stunned by the second prince's, "I understand," expression. He wanted to explain further, but the second prince interrupted him. "Don't worry, Marquis, I will make good use of the situation in the Western Territory." Marquis Thunder opened his mouth, but had no idea how to explain. He could only leave, looking completely bewildered, under the second prince's warm and knowing gaze. On the other side of the capital, at the residence of the eldest prince, the Marquis Rupert's magical secret letter is now placed before the eldest prince. The eldest prince, Caesarella, was tall and imposing, bearing a striking resemblance to the king, and had a rather volatile temper. After reading the secret letter, the eldest prince slammed his fist on the table and roared. "Damn it, Stephen has actually dared to extend his reach into the Western Territory. Does he think he doesn't respect me at all?" The prince's advisors and noble followers were also filled with righteous indignation. "Your Highness, we cannot let this continue. Marquis Rupert is our most important supporter, and the killing of his 2 fourth-rank priests is a serious provocation against our entire faction. That Lynn is like a poisonous thorn that the second prince has planted in our backs. It must be removed immediately." The eldest prince paced back and forth in his study, his anger almost bursting forth. Chapter 64: The Mysterious Mage's Visit. "But we have no reason to act directly," a more level-headed strategist cautioned. Both the Marquis of Thunder and the second prince denied any connection. "We had no excuse to arrest a border nobleman. 2 retainers were killed in the attack. This matter could not be brought up in the open. If it were, Rupert's noble status would be in jeopardy." "What should we do then?" the eldest prince roared. "Are we just going to stand by and watch them grow stronger on my turf?" "Your Highness, please calm down. Since we cannot use force, we will use the rules to trap him." The strategist bowed and said, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. His Highness immediately submitted a memorial to His Majesty, emphasizing that the western frontier was the first line of defense against the orcs, and that the lords of the western frontier must defend their own territories and not leave their lands without authorization. He then appointed the Marquis Rupert, governor of the West, to exercise military and economic control over the border cities, and ordered Lynn to be executed in Winterhold. Then, have Marquis Rupert block the trade routes to the border, cutting off his supply of soldiers, food, and weapons. When the orcs launch their attack, this thorn in their side will naturally be removed. The eldest prince's eyes lit up instantly. "Haha, what a brilliant plan! I'm not only going to trap him, but I'm also going to send Rupert to cause him trouble. Let's see what kind of trouble he can cause now." Winterhold. Arya, like an elf strolling in her own garden, silently entered Winterfell. The guards at the gate stood at attention, their eyes alert and confident, but they were completely unaware that a purple-haired girl had walked past them. As soon as she stepped into the city, a hint of surprise, which she could not hide, appeared in Arya's calm purple eyes. In Arya's imagination, this border town, located at the center of the storm, should be heavily guarded, with a tense atmosphere and a sense of impending war. But the scene before them was completely different from what they had expected. Here, there are no soldiers with drawn swords, and no panicked civilians rushing about. What comes into view is a huge construction site bustling with activity. On the wide main road, a paving team, supervised by dwarves and carried out by human workers, was energetically laying newly fired red bricks neatly on the leveled roadbed, while other workers were digging drainage ditches nearby. On both sides of the street, brand new brick and stone houses are rising from the ground. The workers shouted loud work chants as they passed timber and stones. Young and strong men were in charge of setting up the structure, while women and teenagers were responsible for moving lightweight materials and preparing meals. Even some elderly people who were still in good health were helping out. Everyone is busy. But what Arya found most incredible was the expressions on these people's faces. They wore rough linen clothes, and their faces were covered in sweat and dust, but every one of them had a genuine, hopeful smile on their face. It was a smile full of hope for the future and love for the home they had built with their own hands. Arya had visited the capital city of the Kingdom of Ella, Holy Radiance, and seen the well-dressed and wealthy citizens of the capital. But even they often wear a fake smile, a smile meant to make a living. I have never seen such a pure smile of happiness in any human city. What a strange city, Arya muttered to herself, moving swiftly and silently appearing in the north of the city. There was a smell here that was a mixture of livestock and magical beasts, which caught Arya's attention. Here stands a newly built, large-scale livestock farm, with herds of cattle, sheep, and piglets kept within huge enclosures. What surprised Arya even more was that there were also several wild first-term magical beasts mixed in, such as the temperamental black rock boar, as well as the wind antelope, the giant yak, and even a dragon blood horse with extraordinary bloodline. These magical beasts, which should have been difficult to tame, were now unusually docile and stayed in their respective areas. The black rock boar was even mating with several ordinary sows in full view of everyone, quite dutifully. Using monsters to crossbreed with livestock to improve breeds? A hint of admiration flashed in Arya's eyes. The idea is indeed good, but how did they manage to make these magical beasts so obedient? Such beast taming techniques are something only some orc tribes can do, but they probably can't achieve this effect. Arya silently approached a Tier 1 magical beast and placed her hand directly on its head. After a surge of magical energy, Arya could sense that these magical beasts' souls had not been branded with a forced enslavement contract. Their obedience stems from their own actions, not from being forced by others. This place is getting more and more interesting. Arya's figure disappeared again, and the next moment, she appeared on the boundless green fields in the west of the city. A summer breeze blows, and the green wheat fields are full of life. A huge water wheel, powered by wood and water, is slowly turning tirelessly on the riverbank, continuously delivering clear river water into the newly built irrigation canal. The water flows slowly along the irrigation canal into the fields, nourishing the crops. Arya's gaze was quickly drawn to a petite figure earnestly casting a spell by the edge of the field. She was a rabbit woman with a pair of cute long ears. At this moment, the rabbit woman girl Lily was completely focused, a soft blue light gathering in her small palm, and she was chanting the incantation for a rain spell, albeit haltingly. As the spell took effect, a small black cloud appeared above the wheat seedlings, and then a light rain began to fall. It was a success. Lily let out a small cheer, her long rabbit ears twitching with excitement. She quickly took out a quill pen and carefully recorded the spellcasting process on a nearby wooden board. Looking at the clumsy yet earnest little rabbit in front of her, Arya's calm purple eyes drifted into a memory. A long, long time ago, when I first came into contact with magic. That seems to be true. Learning even the most basic first-level magic can make you happy all day. Unfortunately, those times are gone forever. Arya didn't disturb the little rabbit who was engrossed in its own world. I simply watched all of this from the air, observing how different it was from other places, and noticing the smiles on the faces of these ordinary people. This person named Lynn Austin. Not only will they receive the protection of the dragons, but they will also be able to bring genuine smiles to the faces of their people. Chapter 65 Encounter with Arya. Winter City Lord's Mansion. Lynn, let's go out and have some fun. It's so boring staying here all the time. Mia clung to Lynn like a koala, swinging back and forth, protesting that she would get moldy if he didn't take her out to play. Fina, the fox girl who had just served afternoon tea to Lynn, saw this scene and quickly lowered her head, pretending not to see anything. However, the twitching corners of her mouth and her slightly trembling fox ears betrayed her. After spending this time together, Fina has basically adapted to life in the city lord's mansion and has gradually come to understand the peculiar way the three masters get along. The lord is in charge of decision-making, Miss Anna is in charge of management, and this Miss Mia is mainly responsible for causing trouble. But the Lord and Miss Anna both dote on Miss Mia, and they never get angry no matter what Miss Mia does. Okay, let's go out in a bit. Lynn reluctantly took off the pink pendant from her body. She had been back for several days and decided to go to the fields to check on the operation of the first water wheel prototype. Let's go, I'll take you for a walk in the fields. Yay! Mia cheered and grabbed Lynn's hand, ready to run outside. On the edge of the fields west of the city, Lynn was holding Mia's little hand, strolling leisurely along the ridge of the field, admiring the lush green waves of wheat before them. On the distant riverbank, a huge water wheel was turning slowly, making a rhythmic creaking sound. It was the work of the dwarves recently brought back. With Lynn's rough design, the dwarves made this simple product in less than half a month. However, at that moment, Mia's lively steps suddenly stopped. Mia, who was humming a tune happily just a moment ago, suddenly became like a cat with its fur standing on end, quickly standing in front of Lynn, spreading her arms to protect him from behind. With its cute little tiger teeth bared, a pair of pure golden eyes stared intently at the deserted ridge in front of it. "Mia, what's wrong?" Lynn was taken aback and followed Mia's gaze. There was nothing in front of him, not even a single bird. Although he didn't understand where Mia's sudden hostility came from, Lynn still unconditionally trusted Mia's judgment. He immediately put away the ease on his face, his eyes instantly became vigilant, and all the muscles in his body tensed up, ready to call upon the dragon power within him at any time. Just then, a transparent ripple appeared in the air ahead. Immediately afterwards, a figure slowly materialized from nothingness. She was a stunningly beautiful girl dressed in a gorgeous purple magic robe and wearing a purple magic hat. She had long, flowing, light purple hair and a pair of slightly pointed ears like an elf. This was a half-elf mage, and what surprised Lynn the most was the emblem on the chest of the beautiful girl's robe, which consisted of 5 dazzling halos. Grand Magus. Lynn's heart began to pound. How could a Grand Magus, a top-tier strategic expert in the kingdom, appear silently on the edge of a field in this remote Winterhold? If Mia hadn't noticed in time, she probably wouldn't have even known when the other person approached. After Arya revealed herself, her amethyst-like eyes were filled with intense interest. He kept staring at the pink-haired little girl in front of him, who was baring her teeth and exuding a dragon's might, and then at the wary young lord behind her. His curiosity grew even stronger. "You must be Lynn Austin, the Lord of Winterfell." Arya's voice was clear and melodious, yet carried an undeniable confidence. "I'm very curious." Arya stared intently at Lynn. "How did you find a dragon, and how did you manage to have such a proud dragon follow you around and protect you all this time?" Lynn's eyes instantly turned stern. Not only was the opponent's strength unfathomable, but they also saw through Mia's true identity at a glance. Moreover, the opponent was a magician, yet they stood so brazenly in front of them. This clearly demonstrates that the other party is very confident in their own strength. "Who are you?" Lynn asked in a deep voice, while secretly giving Mia a mental command to be ready to act at any moment. "Oh, it's interesting that you can still stay calm." A faint smile appeared on Arya's lips as she gently raised her hand and snapped her fingers. Smack! An invisible barrier instantly unfolded around the three of them, completely isolating this small area from the outside world. "Don't worry, I blocked this area. There won't be a fourth person in our conversation." Seeing this, Lynn's vigilance only increased, but since the other party did not show any malice, he forced himself to calm down and asked again. "Who exactly are you? What is your purpose in coming to my Winterhold?" Seeing Lynn's tense expression, Arya slowly introduced herself. "My name is Arya, the Grand Magister of the Kingdom of Ella." Upon hearing the name, Lynn's mind exploded instantly. Archmage Arya, the legendary figure who left an indelible mark on the Kingdom of Ella, the youngest fifth-tier archmage in the kingdom's history, and a legendary powerhouse who is said to have gone into seclusion decades ago. I never expected that the other party would still be alive. The powerful figure from over 100 years ago still looks like this stunningly beautiful young girl. Could it be that the other party, like in the old novels, has undergone possession and rebirth? No, Lynn's eyes fell on Arya's ears, and he instantly understood. While half-elves cannot match the 1,000-year lifespan of elves, they still live for at least several hundred years. But what exactly is the purpose of the powerful figures from the previous era coming here? Marquis Rupert doesn't have the ability to persuade such powerful figures to come out of seclusion. There's no need to be so nervous. Arya seemed to see right through the turmoil in Lynn's heart. I have no ill intentions in coming here. It's just that a few days ago, I sensed a magical fluctuation from the dragon race, so I came to take a look. Arya paused, her purple eyes sweeping over the bloody path Mia had left behind. Unexpectedly, the two of you used rather brutal methods, killing all the enemies you encountered along the way. But it was useless. The magical fluctuations from the dragon's attack didn't disappear so easily. Lynn's heart sank to the bottom. She never expected that her and Mia's actions along the way would leave so many traces. It even attracted such a legendary figure. If other powerful individuals were to discover it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Arya seemed to have seen through Lynn's thoughts once again, and casually waved her hand. "Don't worry, I've easily erased all the traces you left behind." Chapter 66 News of the Dragon Clan. After confirming that the other party had no ill intentions, Lynn's tense nerves relaxed slightly. He reassured Mia, who was ready to rush up and fight at any moment, and then re-examined the unfathomable archmage in front of him. Arya ignored Lynn and fixed her probing purple eyes on Mia once more, asking with interest. "Little one, your magical fluctuations are unique, a type I've never seen before, and your power seems much purer than that of ordinary dragons. Tell me, what kind of dragon are you?" Mia remained in front of Lynn, tilted her head to look at him, and only after receiving his confirmation did she slowly retract her ready-to-attack stance and stand beside Lynn again. "My name is Mia. I don't know what kind of dragon I am. I slept for a very, very long time. When I woke up, the mountains had collapsed." Seeing Mia's innocent and naive appearance, Arya became even more curious and turned to look at Lynn, her tone carrying an unquestionable air. "Now it's your turn, Baron Lynn. Tell me, what's going on between you and her? Where did you find her? Do you know what the consequences of the sudden appearance of dragons are, and what it means?" Lynn now knew that the stunningly beautiful girl in front of him was a legendary tycoon, and that she already knew about his relationship with Mia. Moreover, the other party had already shown goodwill by erasing all traces of their journey, so he decided not to hide anything from them anymore. Lynn then briefly recounted his encounter with Mia, Mia's situation, and the matter of the equal contract. An equal contract? For the first time, a crack appeared in Arya's usually confident and composed expression, as if everything was under control. A hint of surprise flashed in her purple eyes, and she immediately pressed for an answer, her voice carrying a shock she herself was unaware of. "Are you sure your contract is an equal contract, and not the kind of mandatory master-servant contract that human mages have?" "No, given her level of power, no one in this world can use a master-servant contract on her." "That's right, it's an equal contract," Lynn replied calmly. Arya, hailed as the most dazzling genius in the kingdom for hundreds of years, was always a confident giant, but at this moment she was completely stunned, her face filled with disbelief. "An equal contract?" Arya's voice rose several decibels. "Are you sure you mean the dragon's bond from dragon legends, the kind that can only be used once in a lifetime?" Seeing Arya's shocked expression and hearing her words, Lynn finally realized that the meaning and value of the contract between him and Mia probably far exceeded his previous imagination. Lynn didn't explain further, but simply smiled and took Mia's small hand. As their thoughts shifted, a sacred dragon-shaped mark made of golden light simultaneously appeared on the backs of their clasped hands. The markings are connected end to end, exuding an ancient and majestic aura. Looking at the marks on their hands, Arya fell completely silent. He stood there quietly, his purple eyes gleaming, as if he were processing this fact that was enough to overturn his understanding. After a long while, Arya finally let out a long breath, her voice filled with shock and sudden realization, and her gaze refocused on Mia. "No wonder, I knew something was off about her aura. I finally understood, this was no ordinary dragon." Lynn was taken aback by what he heard, his face full of doubt. "Mia is not a dragon, then what race is she? I have seen her before. Mia was a dragon from the beginning." Arya's expression became more serious than ever before. "She is from an ancient dragon clan, a special branch of the dragon race." "Ancient dragon?" "Yes," Arya explained. "According to records about dragons in ancient texts, dragons are actually divided into two categories. The dragons we usually talk about that can reach the peak of the fourth tier after adulthood are actually just ordinary dragons, equivalent to commoners of the dragon race. Ancient dragons, on the other hand, are the dragons with the purest bloodline and closest to the origin, equivalent to the royal family among dragons. Ancient dragons possess power and life levels far exceeding those of ordinary dragons. While ordinary dragons reach the peak of the fourth rank upon reaching adulthood, ancient dragons, once fully grown, are at least at the fifth rank. Judging from the power and magical fluctuations Mia displayed earlier, as well as the equal contract you signed, it's clear that she is an ancient dragon. Arya's gaze turned toward the direction of the monster forest. According to ancient records, several hundred years ago, an unknown catastrophe struck. A large number of dragons and powerful humans suddenly went to the monster forest, and no news came back after that. After that, there was no news about dragons on the continent. There's no use telling you this now, you'll find out eventually. Given your bond with Mia, these things will come to you sooner or later, and then you'll know about the dragons. I never imagined there was such an ancient dragon on the mainland. Those old guys must be very surprised when they see it. Arya's gaze softened considerably as she looked at Mia. Mia, right? I don't know how you suddenly signed an equal contract, but since it's already signed, I'm not worried. Arya then looked at Lynn. Baron Lynn, although I don't know how you managed to gain the trust of an ancient dragon, since Mia has such a bond with you, I believe Mia wouldn't do anything to harm humanity. After all, no one knows how powerful a fifth-tier ancient dragon would be when it unleashes its full power. Even I am not confident that I can defeat it. Lynn listened blankly to Arya's story, and even though he was somewhat prepared, his heart was still filled with turmoil. This was the first time I had learned of the enormous differences within the dragon race, and I finally understood just how heavy a burden I had unintentionally carried. Lynn opened his mouth, wanting to ask something, but with so many things to do, he didn't know what to ask. The two fell silent. Only Mia watched them curiously, but eventually lowered her guard and retreated back to Lynn's side. Arya's purple eyes glanced casually at the water wheel that was still turning diligently not far away, then at the rabbit woman by the edge of the field, and recalled the various strange things that happened in Winterfell, as well as the happy smile in the eyes of the common people. Finally, Arya's gaze fell back on Lynn, as if she had gotten the answer she wanted. Baron Lynn, since Mia has chosen you as her contracted partner, she must have her reasons. All right, now that I've confirmed that Mia won't cause chaos in the kingdom of Ella, and my curiosity has been satisfied, it's time for me to leave. Chapter 67 Deceiving Arya. As this living legend, mobile nuclear weapon, and top-notch technical talent was about to leave, Lynn's brain instantly began to work at an unprecedented speed. Letting her leave like that? Are you kidding me? An unparalleled powerhouse with no ill intentions, who is well versed in the secrets of the dragon race and the hidden secrets of the world's elite, and is also a genius proficient in magic and alchemy. The value here is immeasurable in monetary terms. No, we absolutely cannot let her leave like this. We must find a way to keep her here. Seeing Arya take out her wand, sit on it, and fly away, Lynn almost instinctively blurted out. Lady Arya, please wait. Arya paused slightly, a questioning glint in her purple eyes. Lynn's mind raced. A peerless powerhouse like her could never be swayed by vulgar things like money or power. Recalling the conversation just now, curiosity. That's right, for geniuses like them, only the unknown and curiosity can attract them. Lynn took a deep breath and spoke in a tone full of regret and confusion, as if he had become a charlatan. Lady Arya, I have a question I'd like to ask. I have been trying to understand the true nature of this world, but I have never been able to find the answer. At first, I thought magic was the answer, but later I found that magic was not the final answer. What is the essence of the world? This novel and philosophical term successfully captivated Arya. The figure who was about to leave stopped, turned around, and looked at Lynn with interest. Oh, that's interesting. Tell me, what is your understanding of the essence of the world? It worked. The way to deal with a foodie is delicious food, and the way to deal with a genius is the unknown and curiosity. Lynn was secretly delighted, but on the surface he still looked like an old charlatan lost in thought, pointing to the water wheel that was still working diligently in the distance. Lady Arya, look, that water wheel isn't turning with magic, it's just driven by the flow of the river. Through the water wheel device, we have transformed the power of flowing water into the power of rotating the water wheel. Without using magic, we have simply used the transformation of power to make the water wheel run. Arya looked at the water wheel in the distance, a hint of admiration flashing in her eyes. As an expert in alchemy and magic, she could naturally see that the water wheel was indeed as Lynn had said, without using any magic, but rather cleverly using the principle of power conversion. Arya usually uses this principle, and although she was surprised that Lynn had mastered it at such a young age, she wasn't too curious. Lynn knew that such a thing would not impress Arya, so he changed the subject and began to talk about some definitions of mechanics. Just like the transformation of power in a water wheel, I wonder if the world follows some kind of energy conservation principle, where energy cannot be created or destroyed out of thin air, and if so, can we utilize this energy? Energy conservation, utilizing energy. For the first time, Arya showed a genuine expression of interest. Yes, Lynn's voice began to fill with passion, as if he had transformed into a physics evangelist. For example, when water flows, it releases forward momentum. Water wheels utilize the power of water flow. Similarly, when burning wood or boiling water, the process releases heat and steam. So, could we utilize this heat and steam and convert it again? Lynn looked at Arya and revealed the core of his previous life's industrial revolution. For example, during the process of heating and evaporating water, it changes from a liquid state to a gas, and a stable and powerful gaseous force is generated in this process. The gas is powerful enough to easily lift the lid, and even explode the entire bottle if it is sealed. As Arya listened to Lynn's explanation, she recalled the water vapor she had experienced during her experiments, and nodded in agreement. Seeing that he had already immersed Arya in the role, Lynn pressed on with even more effort. Since water vapor is so powerful, could we build a special machine to utilize its power? Just like the water wheel we just saw, it uses the power of flowing water. If we can utilize water vapor, wouldn't it be possible to make it move without water? This is the special machine I envisioned, which I call the steam engine. Lynn looked at Arya, his eyes gleaming with a special light. Lady Arya, imagine if we had countless steam engines like these, driving huge spinning wheels that could weave tens of thousands of bolts of cloth in a single day, pulling numerous carriages that would race day and night on straight tracks, and even powering massive steel warships that would sail the endless seas. There is no magic, nothing else, but the energy conversion principle of burning water vapor alone can create such a scene. After Lynn finished speaking, the room fell silent. If Lynn had said these words to other magicians or nobles of the kingdom, they would have either scoffed at him, or thought he had gone mad. They might fly into a rage, believing Lynn to be a cultist, and demand that Lynn be burned on the spot. But Arya is not. Arya is a true genius, a top-tier alchemist. Inside the magic cave, they conduct various researches and have a large number of magical alchemical dolls for experimental purposes. Lynn's words, having transcended the realm of magic, described the principles of energy from a higher dimension. Energy is conserved. Energy conversion. The conversion of thermal energy, kinetic energy, mechanical energy, and force. Arya chewed over these new words repeatedly, her purple eyes shining with an unprecedented light. Many problems I encountered in previous experiments became clear at this time. So that's how it is, we need to think outside the realm of magic. Magic is powerful, but its interference can complicate many simple things. Arya's gaze towards Lynn completely changed. It's no longer the scrutiny of elders over juniors, nor the condescension of the strong over the weak. Instead, it's an irrepressible excitement and appreciation. She jumped off the magic wand and came to Lynn, her beautiful purple eyes fixed on him. Lynn, tell me all the theories you just mentioned, such as the law of conservation of energy, energy conversion, and the detailed concept of that steam engine. Arya paused, a proud and excited smile playing on her lips. I've made up my mind. Starting today, I'll stay in your interesting little city for the time being, and leave after I've thoroughly researched that energy source and the steam engine. Chapter 68 Knowledge is Power. As soon as Arya finished speaking, she moved closer to Lynn, her purple eyes staring at him with curiosity. Before Lynn could even savor the joy of success, she felt a gentle breeze carrying a delicate floral fragrance. The two were very close. Lynn could even clearly see his own slightly astonished expression reflected in Arya's amethyst-like eyes. You can even see Arya's fair and delicate skin, without a single blemish, her slightly curled purple eyelashes, and her features as if sculpted by a god, forming a face so beautiful that it would make everything else in the world pale in comparison. However, what attracted Lynn most at this moment was not Arya's breathtaking beauty, but the pure thirst for unknown knowledge in Arya's eyes. His eyes were like a child seeing his favorite toy, devoid of the imposing presence and arrogance of a fifth-order archmage, only filled with a thirst for new knowledge. This focus and purity gave Arya a unique intellectual charm that transcended worldly beauty. Lynn's heart started pounding uncontrollably, and she instinctively took a half-step back to steady herself. "Lady Arya?" "Don't call me sir," Arya said, not caring about formalities. She placed a hand directly on Lynn's shoulder and said, "Call me Arya." "Now, Lynn, let's start with the conservation of energy principle. What is its fundamental law? What is its scope of application? How did you discover it? And is it equally valid in the realm of magical elements?" Arya fully entered scholar mode, firing off a barrage of questions, each one hitting the core of the theory. Seeing Arya so engrossed in the ocean of knowledge, Lynn was instantly filled with immense joy. It was a success. At least for the time being, this legendary archmage will definitely stay in Winterfell. As long as Arya still has a thirst for the unknown, Lynn is confident he can persuade her to stay. After all, Arya has so much scientific knowledge from her past life that it's enough for her to study for a lifetime. Lynn was overjoyed, but his face remained scholarly and composed. He cleared his throat and began to explain, bit by bit, the basic physics knowledge he was still familiar with, in a language that the world could understand. Lynn was incredibly grateful at this moment. Fortunately, in his previous life, he had spent his days scrolling through Douyin, TikTok. Although the knowledge he had learned went in one ear and out the other, a lot of it was still retained in his brain. Although he didn't understand the specific principles, it was enough to fool a beginner. "Okay, Arya, let's start with the most basic 3 laws of motion." Under the sunlight, on the edge of the field, a young lord is eloquently explaining a completely new worldview. A stunningly beautiful archmage, like a most attentive student, would sometimes listen intently, sometimes furrow his brow in thought, and sometimes reveal a look of sudden realization upon discovering a novel idea. Mia, who was standing to the side, had no interest in these incomprehensible words. She simply rested her head on Lynn's lap, yawned, and drifted off to sleep. Time slipped away unnoticed in this wonderful exchange of questions and answers. The sun slowly sank into the distance, bathing the entire field in a warm orange-red hue. Lynn stopped talking and let out a long sigh of relief. An afternoon of intense teaching left me feeling even more exhausted than a whole day of training myself. He glanced at Mia, who was fast asleep beside him, and then looked at Arya across from him. The stunningly beautiful archmage sat quietly to the side, like a well-behaved student, her purple eyes sparkling with a thirst for knowledge. Lynn smiled and shook his head, then gently patted Mia's head. "Mia, wake up, the sun has set." Mia murmured indistinctly, then rubbed her face against Lynn's leg and shifted to a more comfortable position to continue sleeping. Seeing this, Lynn had no choice but to use his trump card, whispering in Mia's ear, "Mia, we should go back for dinner." Whoosh! The pink-haired girl, who was fast asleep just a second ago, suddenly sat up straight, rubbing her sleepy eyes, and asked in an incredibly expectant tone, "Come on, Lynn, let's go back for dinner." The next moment, Mia grabbed Lynn's hand and ran towards the city lord's mansion with such urgency, as if the food would disappear if they were even a second late. Lynn was pulled off balance by Mia, and looked at Arya with a wry smile, extending an invitation. "Arya, it's getting late, we should head back. If you don't mind, why don't you come to my city lord's mansion for a visit? My chef there is quite skilled, and he has many delicious dishes that you've probably never tried before." Although Arya was still reluctant to part with the new and exciting knowledge, she also knew that everything needed to be done step by step. She stood up gracefully, nodded in agreement, and followed Lynn directly to the city lord's mansion. Along the way, Arya watched the pink-haired little figure ahead of her, excitedly pulling Lynn along and chattering about what kind of barbecue they wanted to eat that night, and couldn't help but smile. "Mia is really clingy to you." Arya's voice held a hint of wistfulness. "If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have imagined that a noble ancient dragon could have such a human-like side." Upon hearing this, Lynn turned his head and glanced at Mia, who was smiling brightly at him, with tenderness in his eyes. "To be honest, I never thought I would have to thank Mia. Without her, Winter City wouldn't have been able to develop, and the common people here might not even be able to survive." These words were Lynn's heartfelt words. Arya nodded, agreeing with Lynn's words. Power is a double-edged sword. In the history of the kingdom, there have been others like you who, by chance, gained the recognition of the dragons. However, most of them eventually lost themselves because they became obsessed with the power that was readily available, causing irreparable disaster to the entire kingdom. Arya's words sounded like a piece of advice, but also like a test. Lynn paused slightly, looking at Arya with an extremely serious expression. Arya, I assure you. Lynn's voice wasn't loud, but it was filled with an undeniable firmness. Mia is my family, and unless it's a matter of life and death, I will never let Mia go to engage in pointless battles and killings. The future of Winterfell will be built by our own hands, not by Mia's power. Chapter 69 Two Triumphs of Chinese Cuisine. Arya looked quietly at Lynn, at his clear and determined eyes, and then at Mia, who was smiling brightly in front of her. A genuine hint of approval finally appeared in Arya's deep purple eyes as she nodded earnestly, acknowledging Lynn's words. Inside the city lord's mansion, Anna had finished her work and was waiting in the hall. Anna froze when she saw Lynn leading a purple-haired, pointed-eared girl with an ethereal air and otherworldly beauty into the city lord's restaurant. His gaze immediately fell on the unfamiliar girl. So elegant, so beautiful. This was the first thought that flashed through Anna's mind. That kind of beauty was different from Fina's charm, and also different from her own gentleness. It was a kind of ethereal and noble beauty, as if she were untouched by worldly affairs, like a fairy under the moon. Immediately afterwards, a second thought popped into my head uncontrollably. Why did the young master bring another one back? Anna's pale blue eyes were filled with doubt, and her gaze toward Lynn seemed to be asking her something silently. Lynn naturally understood the look in his personal maid's eyes, but it was difficult to explain in a short time, so he could only give a brief introduction of Arya. Anna, this is Arya. She just happened to be passing through Winterfell and was very interested in our construction here, so she decided to stay and guide us for the time being. Lynn really didn't know how to introduce a reclusive archmage, so he could only give a vague answer. However, the name Arya was so famous that it struck Anna like a thunderbolt. Anna's small mouth opened slightly, her face filled with disbelief and shock. As people of the kingdom of Ella, no one is unaware of the name Arya, it is simply too famous. That's the most dazzling name in the kingdom's epic history, a legendary genius. Lady Arya. Anna's voice trembled slightly, and she instinctively began to bow. No need for formalities, young lady. Arya nonchalantly reached out her hand, and a gentle magical force supported Anna. You can call me Arya, just like Lynn does. I don't like these troublesome formalities. Anna stared blankly at Arya, then glanced at Lynn beside her with a bewildered look, her eyes seeming to say something. Does the young master have any special talents? Last time he picked up a dragon girl from the monster forest, and this time he abducted a legendary archmage from the road. Both of them are stunningly beautiful girls. All right, Anna, let the kitchen serve the food first. Arya and Mia are both hungry. Dinner time. As various Chinese delicacies were served, Arya, who had always maintained a cool and aloof demeanor, couldn't help but let her purple eyes light up. Use a small silver fork to put a piece of bright red braised pork into your mouth. Rich yet not greasy, melting in your mouth, with a salty sweet flavor and a strong soy sauce aroma, the complex deliciousness exploded on Arya's taste buds. Next came roasted lamb chops, sweet and sour pork, and steamed fish. Arya was completely captivated at this moment, abandoning all pretense of being a grand mage. She ate with shining eyes, and although her movements remained elegant, they became incredibly fast. This scene made Mia, who was holding a whole plate of roasted meat, very anxious. Arya, that's mine! Don't you dare steal Mia's food! Mia protested, her mouth bulging. As she spoke, Mia reached out her little hand to protect the plate of sweet and sour pork. Arya raised an eyebrow, her competitive spirit ignited. With a mere thought, the plate of sweet and sour pork seemed to be pulled by invisible threads, and it flew lightly to her. First come, first served, Mia. You're cheating, you're using magic? You're too slow. Inside the restaurant, what could be described as the most incredible scene on the continent unfolded. One was an ancient dragon, and the other was a legendary archmage. These two genuine, peerless fifth-tier powerhouses, capable of making any nation tremble, are now engaged in a fierce battle over a few dishes. However, the war did not last long. Arya, being human after all, tasted every dish, and, after eating until she was about 7/10 full, gracefully put down her cutlery, picked up her teacup, and began to savor it slowly. Mia was overjoyed to see her biggest competitor withdraw. He grumbled and dragged all the remaining plates in front of him, then defiantly took a big bite of lamb chop at Arya, his smug little face as if announcing his final victory. Arya wasn't angry. She simply rested her chin on her hand and looked at the pink-haired girl in front of her with a smile in her eyes. I never imagined that the legendary proud and majestic dragons could be so cute. Perhaps staying in this small city full of wonders and delicious food would be much more interesting than staying alone in a cold cave. The next day, Arya arrived at the city lord's mansion early in the morning. After a night of meditation and digestion, Arya had a deeper understanding of Lynn's scientific theories, and her mind was filled with countless questions and bold ideas. She couldn't wait to have a more in-depth discussion with Lynn. Soon, Lynn led 2 people into the study. It was Savi, the fox-person alchemist, and Lily, the rabbit-eared magic apprentice. Arya, Lynn greeted with a smile. I have found 2 assistants for you. This is Savi, a very talented alchemist. Then it pointed to Lily, the rabbit woman. This is Lily. Although she is still a magic apprentice, she has an excellent sense of the elements, and a strong learning ability. Arya simply nodded, without much expression. Lynn didn't care. For a genius of this caliber, only unknown knowledge could pique her interest. Lynn took out the parchment with the diagram of the flintlock musket and handed it to Arya along with some of his own conjectures about the proportions of gunpowder. This is one of the applications of directional deflagration that I mentioned to you yesterday. Savi has been trying to concoct the alchemical powder called gunpowder based on my description, but progress has been slow. Arya took the blueprints, glanced at them, and accurately pointed out the core of the problem. Your formula is too crude. The purity of the saltpeter, the particle size of the sulfur, and the amount of charcoal are all too important. Mixing them like this will not make any difference. Lynn immediately climbed up the pole, a look of surprise on her face. That's right, Arya, you're absolutely right. That's why I need your wisdom. From now on, you will lead the gunpowder research, with Savi and Lily as your assistants. If you have any questions, just tell me. Chapter 70 Research and Development of Steam Engines. Then Lynn took out a stack of even more complex drawings, which were simplified structural diagrams of a steam engine that he had reconstructed from memory, including cylinders, pistons, connecting rods, and so on. And this? Lynn said, looking at Arya with a serious expression. The steam engine, the core device that converts thermal energy into mechanical energy, is the cornerstone of all my ideas. Lynn pointed to the blueprints and described as many of the basic principles he knew as possible. High-pressure steam is generated by burning water to drive a piston in reciprocating motion. This steam, transmitted through connecting rods and crankshaft mechanisms, ultimately outputs stable and powerful power. As Lynn spoke, he observed Arya's expression. Arya listened intently, her fingers slowly tracing patterns on the blueprints, her purple eyes seeming to be rapidly deducing countless complex formulas. After Lynn had exhausted all his half-baked knowledge of physics, he shrugged and gave a sincere yet slightly sly smile. Arya, that's all I can think of, but I can't guarantee how to do it or what the results will be. I'm just a theorist with lots of brilliant ideas, but I have no idea how to actually implement them, such as what materials to use to build a cylinder that can withstand high-pressure steam, or how to achieve a perfect airtight seal between the piston and the cylinder. Lynn looked at Arya with eyes full of trust and expectation. Lynn had wanted to find someone to research the steam engine before. But Lynn couldn't find a suitable person in either Winterhold or Northern Fortress. Now that we have Arya, this alchemical genius, we can finally get rid of this problem. Arya, these problems can only become a reality if we rely on a once-in-a-century genius like you. All of Winterhold's resources, the best craftsmen, and the purest materials will be available to you unconditionally. Arya was taken aback when she saw Lynn's "I'll come up with the idea, you come up with the implementation" attitude. Then she couldn't help but smile wryly. I finally understand. This young lord has wildly imaginative ideas and is really shameless. No wonder he was able to bring an ancient dragon to his side. But there was nothing he could do. His weakness had been exploited by the other side. Arya glanced down at the steam engine draft in her hand, which was full of revolutionary ideas, and her curious heart was already burning with excitement. All right. Arya raised her head, a confident and challenging smile playing on her lips. I'll take on this interesting challenge. After entrusting the important task of research and development to the energetic Arya, Lynn felt a great sense of relief. With Arya around, Lynn believed he would get results soon. If even an alchemical genius like this, who comes along only once in a century, couldn't develop a product even with just a rough blueprint, then Lynn had reason to suspect that probably no one in the world could develop it. After giving his instructions, Lynn prepared to go to the barracks in the east of the city to inspect the new recruits' training progress. But as soon as they reached the courtyard of the city lord's mansion, Logan, the captain of the hunting team, rushed in from outside looking anxious. Sir, something terrible has happened. The farm has been attacked. Lynn's smile froze instantly, and she stared sternly at Logan. What happened? It was a magical beast. This morning it suddenly rushed out of the magical beast forest in the north, crashed through a section of the farm's outer wall, and killed several livestock, Logan reported breathlessly. Upon receiving the news, Captain Charles immediately led his men in pursuit. Upon hearing this, Lynn asked no more questions and immediately hurried towards the north gate. When they arrived at the farm, the scene was a mess. The newly built, sturdy wall on the north side had been smashed open, leaving a huge gap. Inside the enclosure, the livestock huddled together, trembling with fear, while several pig and sheep carcasses lay on the ground, torn apart or trampled to death. Old Hank and the others who were in charge of the farm were cleaning up the mess with heartache, their faces full of lingering fear. Just then, Charles returned from the direction of the forest, dejected, with a group of guards. My lord, I am incompetent, that beast escaped. Charles pointed to a clear claw mark on his armor, and said with lingering fear. It was a Tier 3 fiery demon bear, with thick hide and immense strength. Our attacks couldn't inflict any fatal damage on it. It rampaged through the forest, and we dared not pursue it too far, so we could only watch helplessly as it fled back into the depths of the demon beast forest. Lynn looked at the huge gap in the wall, then at the claw marks on Charles's body, and his brows furrowed tightly. Mia quickly figured out what had happened. She hadn't been playing on the edge of the monster forest for a while, and the pressure from the ancient dragons in the forest had probably dissipated over time. Those powerful magical beasts that were initially too frightened to show themselves by Mia finally couldn't hold back any longer after confirming that the aura of the terrifying presence had disappeared, and began to hunt at the edge of the magical beast forest. This can't go on. Today it's just a level 3 fiery demon bear, but what about tomorrow? Could it be a pack of claw wolves, or even a more powerful 4th-tier magical beast? If we get harassed like this a few more times, not only will the farms be unable to operate normally, but even the farmland outside the city will probably be unable to function properly. However, we can't keep letting Mia patrol the monster forest forever. We must find a way to solve this problem completely. Lynn thought for a moment, and made up his mind. Charles, Logan, you two continue to reinforce the farm's defenses and treat the injured livestock. Leave the rest to me. After saying that, Lynn turned around and returned to the city lord's mansion. Mia, come on, there's a fight going on. The edge of the Warcraft forest. Lynn, is this the place? I smell a stinky bear. Mia, perched on Lynn's back, looked around excitedly with her golden eyes. Lynn carried Mia on his back, and the Dragon Knight carried his dragon on his back. They slowly observed their surroundings, searching for the huge bear paw prints left on the ground. After a search, Lynn finally found the hit-and-run fiery bear in front of a secluded cave. It was a behemoth the size of a truck, covered in thick, dark brown fur, and constantly exhaling scorching breath. Judging from its aura, this bear's strength should be at the peak of the 3rd rank, just one step away from stepping into the 4th rank. No wonder Charles and the others were helpless. The fiery bear had obviously noticed Lynn and Mia, the two uninvited guests. It slowly stood up, its savage bear eyes glaring fiercely at Lynn.